The committee will come to order, and we're meeting today to consider 24 bills. Due to the COVID public health emergency, members can participate in today's markup either in person or remotely via online video conferencing. For members participating remotely, your microphones will be set on mute for the purpose of eliminating inadvertent background noise. Members participating remotely will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. Please note that once you unmute your microphone, anything that is said in Webex will be heard over the loudspeakers in the committee room and subject to being heard by the live stream and C-SPAN. Additionally, I ask that members participating remotely use the raise hand feature of the software platform when you wish to be recognized. During recorded votes, you will need to unmute yourself to respond to the clerk once your name is called. And in responding to the clerk, I ask that instead of just saying aye or nay, that you respond with a phrase like, Palone from New Jersey votes aye. This will provide additional time for the voting member to be identified and made visible on the platform. Now, since members are participating from different locations at today's markup, all recognition of members will be in the order of full committee seniority. During this markup, amendments will be sent to members electronically. Amendments and motions should be sent to Chloe Rodriguez and Perry Hamilton, and documents for the record to Caroline Wood, and the email addresses that we provided to staff. So we'll start. I'm going to recognize myself for 3 minutes for an opening, and then we'll go to Mrs. Rogers. Today, the full committee continues its important work by marking up legislation to enhance health care, bolster our travel and tourism industry, and protect animals from inhumane practices. This markup comes after a very productive congressional session in which we have made health care and prescription drugs more affordable, strengthened our economy, aggressively tackled the climate crisis, and protected consumers. Last month, the House passed the President and President Biden signed into law the Inflation Reduction Act that will lower costs for the American people. The new law finally empowers Medicare to negotiate the cost of prescription drugs to lower prices for seniors. It extends Enhanced Affordable Care Act marketplace premium subsidies that are delivering average annual savings of $2,400 to a family of 4. It is also the single largest investment in climate action in American history that will create new clean energy jobs and lower energy costs for American families. There have also been other major achievements, including some that have garnered strong bipartisan support, and today that committee's work continues. So we're going to begin by considering 4 health bills. The first bill would provide updates and improvements to the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program to help clear an existing backlog of claims and improve the program's capacity to ensure claims are paid in a timely manner going forward. We will then consider 2 bills that will improve health care in rural and underserved areas by allowing grants to community health centers to be used to establish mobile health units, and by reauthorizing grants to improve emergency medical services and trauma care readiness and coordination. And then we'll go to the Flint Registry Reauthorization Act, which reauthorizes the lead exposure registry. It's important we continue this program to allow health professionals to collect robust data, monitor lead exposure, and improve care coordination for people exposed to lead. And then we'll go to 2 consumer protection and commerce bills. The Visit America Act supports travel and tourism in the U.S. through the development of a 10-year travel and tourism strategy. The PAST Act would strengthen protections against soaring, the inhumane practice of applying an irritating or blistering agent to a limb of a horse to accentuate the horse's gait. Now, finally, we'll consider 18 Republican resolutions of inquiry. I have to express my disappointment to see the Republicans using these resolutions for what I consider political reasons. There is simply no other way to explain it, considering the sheer number of resolutions that they've introduced. In some instances, it also doesn't appear the information Republicans are now requesting through these resolutions had ever been asked for before they were introduced. And resolutions of inquiry can be important tools for oversight, I recognize that, but I believe that committee Republicans' efforts today are abuse of the process. It's unfortunate, but it will not prevent us from continuing our work to put people over politics. So with that, I'd now recognize the ranking member, Mrs. Rogers, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we will be considering 18 resolutions of inquiry, ROIs, that are led by members of the Energy and Commerce Committee as well as other House Republicans. This is an unprecedented number of ROIs, and it's due to the unprecedented lack of accountability, transparency, and respect from this administration. They're Article 2 within our Constitution. Our role and responsibility is under Article 1 as the elected representatives of the people. And part of that is the important oversight and investigation responsibilities of this committee. We are the elected representatives of the people, and it is our constitutional responsibility to hold the administration accountable and to seek answers on behalf of those that we serve. The documents that we need include documents on how President Biden's reckless, radical agenda has led to record-high inflation, skyrocketing energy and food prices, electricity blackouts, and empty store shelves, how an open border agenda and government-enforced COVID-19 restrictions increased overdoses and the deaths of despair from fentanyl poisoning, and how socialist price controls will lead to fewer cures and increased reliance on Chinese medical supply chains. From day one, the Biden administration has ignored even the most basic requests from Energy and Commerce Republicans in our effort to conduct oversight on many executive agencies under the committee's jurisdiction. It's unacceptable, especially given the trillions of dollars that has been spent the last 2 years, causing our cost of living to increase hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars, gas prices, buying groceries, inflation. It shouldn't be a partisan issue for this committee to assert ourselves. ROI, the resolutions of inquiry, is one of the methods used by the House to obtain information and facts from the executive branch. It's been in the House rules since 1820, but the Democrats suspended the rule in 2022, and they just turned it on in July. We have not held the basic oversight hearings about the administration's pandemic response, out-of-control spending, the fentanyl crisis, killing record number of people. It's heartbreaking. The war on American energy that is increasing prices, shutting down jobs, and threatening people's ability to keep lights on. We are the duly elected representatives of the people. This is the greatest experiment in self-governance the world has ever known. And I ask today that we join together in reporting these resolutions of inquiry favorably. Send a message to the administration, to the bureaucracy, the agencies, that skirting their responsibility will stop. The hardworking people of this country, like parents who can't afford baby formula, the pipeline worker out of job, the mom who can't afford her groceries, the parent who has lost their child to fentanyl poisoning, will get answers. I hope we can come together on behalf of them. I yield back.
Thank you. So any other members who seek recognition for an opening statement? If you're a subcommittee chair or ranker, you have 3 minutes, and the other members have 1. So does anyone on the start with Mr. Rush is recognized for 3 minutes.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and happy, wonderful Wednesday to everybody. I want to start by recognizing the excellent work that the chairs Eshu and Chakowski have done in putting together a number of excellent bipartisan bills from the Health and Consumer Protection Subcommittees that deserve our support. I also want to especially thank Chair Eshu for advancing a bill that will reauthorize the Flint Water Registry that has helped so many residents of Flint, Michigan that were hurt by the horrendous lead poisoning crisis that plagued that city. My hometown of Chicago has the most lead pipes in the country. And those of us from the area know better than anyone the harms that lead poisoning water can inflict upon a community. I look forward to supporting that bill in today's markup. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, these bills represent only 6 of the measures that we are voting on here today. We also have before us 18 resolutions of inquiry. These resolutions are, for the most part, not genuine attempts at exercising the House's oversight powers, but instead are partisan political ploys of the worst type by our friends on the other side of the aisle. they cover topics as unserious as the ivermectin, a bogus COVID cure, to unsubstantiated conspiracies around the so-called, quote, radical climate agenda, end of quote. Frankly, Mr. Chairman, I am very disappointed. During my years on this committee and as chair of the Energy Subcommittee, I have thoroughly enjoyed working with my Republican colleagues on serious, thoughtful, and bipartisan ideas. Unfortunately, the majority of the resolutions they have brought before us today are not serious, are not thoughtful, and certainly are not bipartisan. We must therefore treat these resolutions with the seriousness and respect that they are due, and that is to vote against them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. On the Republican side, Mr. Latta is next. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for yielding and holding today's hearing. At a time when our country is battling crippling inflation, a labor shortage, and historic crime rates, the Biden administration continues to ignore the realities of the state of our union. This committee has a duty to conduct oversight of the Biden administration. In the communications and technology space, we oversee the Federal Communications Commission and the National Telecommunication and Information Administration, NTIA. Yet at a time when the Biden administration has given unprecedented amounts of funding and authority to both of these agencies, this committee has slacked on its duty. Assistant Secretary Ellen Davidson of NTIA and Chairwoman Warrenworth of the FCC have appeared before this committee once in 2 years. This is reckless. It's a dereliction of our duty by this committee to seek answers about how taxpayer money is getting spent or policies are being implemented. Instead, my Democrat colleagues chose to spend their time pursuing media outlets, including with big tech, to censor conservative viewpoints. Earlier this year, Democrats on this committee sent letters to major cable and streaming providers, pressuring them into dropping Fox News, Newsmax, and One American News under the guise of misinformation. Not only does this get uncomfortably close to violating the First Amendment, but because of our lack of oversight, we have no insight into the other actions taken by this administration in an attempt to regulate free speech or a free press. This is fundamentally un-American. Today we'll consider 2 resolutions of inquiry sponsored by Mr. Carter and Mr. Bishop to finally get information about the Biden administration's attempt to silence conservative voices. You will also hear from my colleagues today about this administration's reckless tax and spending spree. In fact, millions of taxpayer dollars have already been the subject of repeated waste, fraud, and abuse. Congress provided over $42 billion to NTIA for broadband deployment, and I am pleased that we are considering Mr. Hudson's resolution of inquiry today to get information about how the Biden administration plans to administer this money. Government watchdogs have already raised concerns over the overlapping and duplicate broadband funding programs, and we must ensure that precious taxpayer dollars do not continue to leave Americans on the wrong side of the digital divide. That is why the bills we're voting on today are so important. I look forward to today's discussion, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Next, we go to Ms. Eshoo for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our committee is marking up 4 bipartisan health bills today, 2 bipartisan consumer protection bills, and 18 Republican resolutions of inquiry. I support the bipartisan package of health legislation that we're going to mark up. The 4 bills squarely address persistent problems that keep Americans from getting the quality care they deserve. Unfortunately, most of the day will be spent on resolutions of inquiry that appear to be more about delaying and obstructing the work of this committee in the House than about conducting proper oversight. I urge colleagues to move through these resolutions quickly so we can return to the productive bipartisan work that historically drives this committee. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Next, I was going to recognize Mr. Guthrie, but I see Mr. Upton's up here. All right. Okay. I recognize Mr. Guthrie for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the recognition. And the theme of today's hearing is pretty clear. America is not working. We have record high inflation despite the president trying to spin that inflation is relatively leveled off and is basically even. We have historic number of illegal boarding crossings that has fueled an unprecedented rise in drug overdoses from synthetic opioids such as fentanyl. We have record high gas prices, a baby formula shortage that's left prices high, and parents without formula to feed their babies, and most recently, an avoidable monkeypox outbreak. Also, we have the mislabeled Inflation Reduction Act that will establish price controls and Medicare Part D that will lead to fewer cures, higher launch prices, and drug shortages. We need to instead address the root causes of high drug prices. We're here today in part to get information about how the administration plans to implement the policies established by this partisan law, since thus far HHS has been unwilling to provide information. American seniors need transparency to help avoid, to the extent possible under this law, waiting for critical life-saving drugs. The questions posed in the resolutions of inquiry deserve answers. Issues such as the role of HHS Secretary, what he played and continues to play in the pandemic response. We need answers by HHS, why HHS keeps falling short of its responsibilities, and that starts with the leadership. We need to discuss President Biden's budget request for more pandemic funding, despite saying the pandemic is over and the Democrats, and the fact that the Democrats' first COVID-19 legislation is fueling record inflation. We need answers on the origins of COVID-19 pandemic. We need answers on how this administration plans to address the very real threats posed by illicit drug trafficking and its toll on American lives, and how the Biden administration possibly came to the conclusion that lowering penalties for fentanyl-related substances would help. We need answers on the ongoing infant formula crisis and FDA's plan to ensure this does not happen again. I'm hoping that Americans get some of the answers they deserve with these resolutions of inquiry. Thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Next, we go to Mr. Doyle, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to marking up the 6 bills that are before us, and don't look forward to anything after that. I yield back.
Thank you for expressing your opinion. Next, we go to Mr. Upton does. Who's next? Mr. Morgan is recognized. Mr. Griffith is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am a little disappointed, both in the lack of enthusiasm to discuss the resolutions of inquiry, but also in the total lack of understanding of the frustration, at least on this side of the aisle. The resolution of inquiry that I have is one that is following up on 8 multi-page letters that Ranking Member Kathy McMorris Rogers and Mr. Guthrie and I have sent over the last couple of years trying to get information out of the NIH as to their oversight and what they were doing in relationship with EcoHealth Alliance and with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Mistakes were made. Some things may have been done correctly. We have an obligation. It's our job to investigate and get all the data that we can get to find out what went wrong with that started off and had a pandemic that has killed millions worldwide. And to say that these resolutions of inquiry are merely for political purposes, I just want the answers. And these are the same questions we have asked this committee to investigate and haven't had a full hearing on such. And I will tell you that I feel very passionately about my resolution of inquiry. No matter what you may think about how long it will take, I want us to continue to investigate this. It only asks for 4 issues that I will get into later. But we need the information if we're going to do our job as the United States Congress and the Energy and Commerce Committee of that Congress. And that's what these resolutions of inquiry are about, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Next, we go to Ms. Schakowsky, who is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 of the bills that we'll be considering today come out of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the Visit America Act and the PAST Act. So the Visit America Act introduced by Representatives Titus, Case, and the late the late Don Young, will boost our travel and tourism industry. I thought I would also mention that I heard this morning from someone that the late Queen Elizabeth II actually was aware of the legislation that we'll also be considering, which has to do with horse soaring. That is the practice of actually, in many ways, torturing horses in order for them to lift their feet enough in horse shows in order to achieve what is called the big lick, raise their feet high. As you know, the late Queen was a great horse advocate and apparently weighed in at some point on this legislation. It is time to end this inhumane practice of using caustic chemicals, even rocks and things that will hurt the animals in order to get them to lift their feet higher. And so I am very much looking forward to passing this legislation in a bipartisan way today. I also want to thank all the advocates who have worked diligently for years to allow groups and advocates to be able to participate and fight for this legislation. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Now we go to Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. Oversight is a crucial part of our responsibilities in representing the American people. We serve as a check and balance to the other branches of government, working to uncover information and holding them accountable when necessary. Unfortunately, the majority seems to have little to no interest in oversight and the current state of our country. Record high inflation, empty shelves, and many state agencies are all direct result of President Biden's progressive administration. However, Republicans on this committee stand ready to fill this oversight void. Our resolutions of inquiry are the first step to holding the Biden administration accountable for their actions. These resolutions will help us obtain the facts from the executive branch on critical issues such as the energy crisis, the border crisis, the infant formula crisis, and why every American is paying more for everyday goods with inflation through the roof. These resolutions will also help us better understand how we can alleviate some of the hardships businesses across the country have faced, like organized retail crime. The committee has worked on a bipartisan manner through the Informed Consumers Act. This is the kind of thing the administration should be focused on, and I want to commend the Chairman Schakowsky for that work as well. Let's get that passed through the House and get it to the President's desk as soon as possible. Instead, this administration seems more focused on regulating mainstream and small businesses than on actual solutions, unfortunately. We're seeking answers and documentation about very concerning actions taken by Chairwoman Lena Khan of the Federal Trade Commission. My resolution, H.R. 1261, demands answers on Chair Khan's progressive actions to turn the FTC back 40 years to the 1980s, when it was recognized as a national nanny state. It is clear these recent actions are an attempt to reshape our economy. We need answers about the multiple process files, including closed-door meetings, shutting out minority staff and commissioners, the gag rules placed on staff, zombie votes, come on, give me a break, and other highly unusual decisions. This is chartered to be an independent agency, and yet they appear to be doing the administration's bidding at every turn. We need to learn the facts and conduct this long overdue oversight. I'm looking forward to finally discussing these issues at today's markup, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman from Florida. Does anyone else on the Democratic side want to make an opening statement? No? Anyone on the Republican side who wants to make an opening statement? All right. Well, that will conclude opening statements. Pursuant to committee rules, members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record, and please submit written opening statements electronically to the email address we have provided. Now, before we move on to the bills, though, I did want to comment that I'm very jealous of Mr. Dunn's patriotic vest over there. I don't know if he hears me, but I'd like to know where I could get one like that. Okay. All right. Let's go to the first bill. Let's begin bill considerations. The chair calls up H.R. 3655, the Vaccine Injury Compensation Modernization Act of 2021 is forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health, and the clerk will report the bill.
Committee print of H.R. 3655 to amend the Public Health Service.
And Madam
Act.
Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on H.R. 3655? No one wants to speak? Mr. Upton
I'm
is
sorry, I thought
recognized.
your side might start. Strike the last word in support of the bill, please.
What did you say?
Could I strike the last word?
Oh, yes. Mr. Upton strikes the last word. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is legislation that I'm glad we're finally getting to at the end of the year, and hopefully we'll get to the president's desk. It's been bipartisan from the start. The Vaccine Injury Compensation Modernization Act is on the list, first on the list this morning. It provides updates that the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, which hasn't been substantially updated since the early 1980s, its creation, by providing much-needed modernization to address case backlogs in an evolving, let's face it, vaccine market in so many different ways. The bill takes the important step of adding special masters to a system that has been under pressure for years. Currently, there's a cap of 8 special masters, so this bill sets a floor of at least 10. Additionally, the bill requires the chief special master to report on the number of pending cases and hearings and makes a recommendation about whether more special masters, in fact, are necessary. We know that vaccines are safe and effective, and they have prevented hundreds of thousands of Americans' deaths, maybe millions, since their advent. For the very, very small number of folks who have adverse effects from them, however, we want to make sure that they're protected. This bill, I think, makes a huge step in doing that. It's bipartisan, and I would like to think that we can get it done pretty quickly. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Upton. Anybody else want to speak on this bill? Is that Ms. Lesko? Yes, Ms. Lesko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this bill, but I also want to talk about another Representative Doggett bill that I co-sponsored and support, which I believe would add the adverse vaccine reactions to COVID vaccines to this issue. And I have to tell you, there are some adverse reactions to the COVID vaccines. I myself have gotten vaccinated, so I'm not a vaccine denier. But there are constituents and others that I have met with that have had severe reactions to the COVID vaccination. One man who is a constituent was paralyzed from his neck down and was in the hospital for many months. He's still dealing with it. I just met in my office with 2 parents whose children had heart problems immediately after taking the vaccine, and they died. So I think this issue is important. I think we need to add adverse reactions to the COVID vaccine to this issue as well. Thank you.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak on H.R. 3655 on either side? All right, and we will go to, I assume there are no, are there any amendments? No? Okay. Voice vote? Okay. If there's no further debate, we'll proceed. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so the question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 3655. Has it been amended? Has it been amended?
Yeah.
Okay. So the question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 3655 as amended to the House. All those in favor of reporting HR 3655 as amended to the House will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And as a result, HR 3655 as amended is reported to the full House. Now, the next bill we have, the chair calls up HR 5141, the Maximizing Outcomes Through Better Investments in Life-Saving Equipment for Healthcare Act, or the Mobile Healthcare Act, as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health, and the clerk will report the bill.
Committee print to H.R. 5141, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to expand the allowable use criteria for new access points
Madam
grants
Clerk,
for
without
community.
objection, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on H.R. 5141? Dr. Ruiz is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Thank you for including this important piece of legislation in today's markup. And thank you to Congresswoman Susie Lee for introducing this bill, and for my Republican colleagues, Congressman Hudson and Congresswoman Herrera Butler, for joining us to help expand access to community health centers in our harder-to-reach communities. Our bipartisan bill, the Mobile Healthcare Act, will expand the use of community health center new access point for things like mobile health units. As you all know, I grew up in a rural farm worker community and later served that community as a physician. I have seen firsthand how critical it is for people to have access to health care in their communities without barriers, and how the distance to a health center can be the difference between whether or not someone seeks treatment. While community health centers serve rural communities like the one I grew up in, this bill will allow them to extend their reach even further into these underserved areas to provide care to people who may not have transportation to a health center or may not be able to take much time off work for a long drive to see a doctor. No one should have to forego seeing a doctor because of how much money they make or whether they live. So I urge you all to support this bill, and I look forward to passing it on the House floor and seeing it signed by President Biden. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Anyone? Yes, Mr. Hudson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 5141, the Mobile Healthcare Act, is a bill I'm proud to lead along with Representative Susie Lee, Raul Ruiz, and Jamie Herrera Butler. I'm pleased this bill was reported favorably from our Health Subcommittee by a unanimous vote of 29-0 last week, and I hope we can have similar support here today. The Mobile Healthcare Act will allow community health centers the flexibility to use already existing new access points, or NAP grants, to establish mobile health clinics. I've heard from my local community health centers how these mobile units have already allowed for increased access to much-needed services, and how helpful this increased flexibility would be to continue, increase, and expand access to care, particularly in our more rural areas. For these reasons, I greatly appreciate the support and partnership we have received from many of our local health centers on this bill, including the North Carolina Community Health Center Association, Cabarrus-Rowan County Health Centers Incorporated, and Community Free Clinic in Concord. I also appreciated and enjoyed my fellow Health Subcommittee members' supportive comments and anecdotes on how these mobile units would impact care in their own communities. And I would encourage other members of this committee to talk to your own local and state health centers about the potential positive effects this bill will bring. For North Carolina's 43 community health centers and the nearly 75,000 patients they serve across 400 clinical locations, this bill will help them expand their current services to meet patients' current and future needs. I'm proud of the strong bipartisan work we've put into this Mobile Healthcare Act, and again, thank Representative Lee, Ruiz, and Herrera Butler for their dedicated leadership and partnership. I also applaud the Senate for passing this bill earlier this month. I urge my colleagues to consider this bill favorably, and we yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else want to talk about this bill? No? Voice vote? Roll call. All right, and we'll move to a roll call vote. Because there are no amendments. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 5141 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eschew. Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Rush is not
am I
recorded.
recorded?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye.
Mr. Pence?
Mr. Pence votes aye.
Anyone else who hasn't been recorded and wants to be? I guess that's it, Madam Clerk. We'll report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 51 and the nays were 0.
Thank you. So the vote is 51 ayes to 0 noes, and therefore HR 5.
Is it too late to vote aye?
Who's that?
It's Debbie Dingell. You didn't hear me. It's Debbie.
Oh, I'm
Dingell,
sorry.
aye.
You can vote. Go ahead.
Aye.
Okay. Anyone else that we missed?
Mrs. Dingell votes aye.
All right, Madam Clerk, you want to report the tally again?
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 52 and the nays were 0.
So the vote is 52 ayes to 0 nays, and as a result, HR 5141, as amended, is reported to the full House. So the next bill, the chair calls up HR 8163, the Improving Trauma Systems and Emergency Care Act, as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print of HR 8163 to amend the Public Health Service Act.
And without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Is there any member who seeks recognition to speak on HR 8163? No one?
Mr. Chairman?
Who's that? Oh, Mr. O'Halloran is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk which I'll speak on when that time comes up. But this bill basically reauthorizes grants through fiscal year 2027 to support the improvement of emergency medical services and trauma care, and I yield.
All right, the gentleman yields back. So unless anyone else wants to speak, we'll go to Mr. O'Halloran. I now recognize Mr. O'Halloran to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the clerk, let's have the clerk report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 8163 offered by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona.
And without
Strike all-
objection, the reading of the O'Halloran amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment in the nature of a substitute makes small changes to the underlying bill in order to reach bipartisan consensus, and I'd like to thank my colleagues for their support for this important bill. Mr. Chairman, as we've heard at our hearings, traumatic injury is the leading cause of death for people under age 44, and the fourth leading cause of death for all age groups in the United States, claiming more than 270,000 lives annually. And the problem is growing. Seniors who are more susceptible to injury have seen a 56% increase in trauma-related deaths in the last decade. Rural communities, which make up approximately 20% of the entire United States population and represent the majority of residents in my district, are particularly impacted by trauma. Evidence shows that rural residents are at both risk of injury incidents and often experience disparities in the response to their injuries, including documented barriers to trauma center access for the majority of rural residents. These factors contribute to an increase in trauma-related mortality in rural populations. When accounting for medical expenditures and lost productivity, the annual burden of trauma care is estimated at a staggering $670 billion throughout the United States. Fortunately, trauma centers like Flagstaff Medical Center can play a key role in reducing these numbers and eliminating these disparities. Care at a level 1 trauma center reduces by 25% the risk of death for injured patients compared to treatment received at non-trauma centers. This is because trauma centers are uniquely qualified to provide comprehensive, high-level acute care for patients with the most extreme injuries. This important legislation reauthorizes grants to improve access to trauma care and to support readiness and coordination for trauma services. With these grants, eligible entities can obtain the support they need to improve emergency medical services and trauma care, develop innovative uses of technology, train and educate staff, improve transportation of seriously injured patients, increase access to care, elevate protocols for the purposes of improving outcomes and dissemination of best practices, and as is very important in my district, increase communication and coordination with the applicable state and tribal trauma systems. The bill also requires the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response to develop guidance and support for states and criteria of states to coordinate and improve emergency medical services and trauma care during declared emergencies. Trauma can happen to anyone, anytime, and anywhere. This bill will strengthen our trauma centers and help them maintain a 24-hour state of readiness and response. For all the reasons I have mentioned earlier, this bill is especially important for our ability to support the rural emergency departments and communities they serve. I am pleased to continue working in a bipartisan manner and reach an agreement on this important bill, and I thank my colleagues for their support of this amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who seek recognition to speak on the O'Halloran Amendment? Ms. Lesko from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. Although I agree with the intent of this bill, as my colleague from Arizona, Mr. O'Halloran, said, I have to object to this bill and will be voting no. And the reason is because the Biden administration has really shown an authoritarian type government-controlled mandates during the COVID emergency, where government workers, other workers, they tried to push private employers to mandate COVID vaccines. And I'm just concerned giving more authority and if you direct the HHS to develop guidance for states to coordinate and improve emergency medical services, it sounds really good, and that part of it is good, as the trauma centers. But with this administration, I'm very much concerned that they will change that into considering it a law and giving them more authority to have mandates on our citizens, and therefore I will be voting no. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else on this bill on either side of the aisle? Well, this amendment, I should say, on either side of the aisle? All right, then we'll go to the amendment.
Yeah, we want roll call, sorry.
Voice on the Ames roll call.
So this is a
Okay.
voice.
Okay. All right, so if there's no other discussion on the O'Halloran-Ames, we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be a voice vote. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. A163 will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and therefore the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8163 is agreed to. And now we're going to have a recorded vote on reporting the bill as amended to the full House. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 8163 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Gett votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Yes. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Aye. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Aye. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell?
Mrs. Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Ms. Custer?
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedegan?
Bedegan votes aye.
Ms. Bedegan votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran?
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice?
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig?
Aye.
Ms. Craig, could you repeat your vote?
Sure. Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier?
Aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher?
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie?
Put this thing in here.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes present. Pass. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long? Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Hello. Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson?
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Any member who's not recorded and wants to be?
Mr. Chairman. Who's?
Oh,
Mr.
Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes aye.
Any other
Griffith
member
votes aye.
who's not recorded and wants to be recorded? Mr. VC is on the screen. Can you hear him?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded as being voted?
Mr. Vesey's not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recorded as voting no. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recorded as voting aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye.
All right, anyone else? All right, if no one else wants to vote or change their vote, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 55 and the nays were 1.
All right, the vote is 54 ayes to 1 no, and therefore HR 8163 as amended is reported. Madam Clerk, was that 55 yeas and 1 no?
Yes, sir, 55 yeas and 1 no.
All right, so the vote is 55 yeas to 1 no. And HR 163 as amended is reported to the full House. Next, we go to 6737. The chair calls up HR 6737, the Flint Registry Reauthorization Act as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health, and the clerk will report the bill.
Committee print to H.R. 6737, a bill to amend the water infrastructure
And Madam Clerk,
improvements.
without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Is there any member seeking recognition to speak on H.R. 6737?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Dingell is
I
recognized.
move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I support this important legislation to restore safe drinking water to Flint, Michigan. But I want to talk today in my time about another bill that was scheduled for markup in this subcommittee, a health care bill, a fifth bipartisan health care bill that has 100 co-sponsors in the House, a bill that's critical for research and for finding cures for disease. And that bill is Cures 2.0, which is sponsored by me and Congressman Upton. Unfortunately, because of the threats of poison pill amendments threatened by the minority, the majority staff made the determination to pull the bill from the Health Subcommittee markup. And sadly, it was not included in that markup or in the scheduled markup today. Now, I want to be clear about something. We should never let partisan politics stand in the way of finding cures for diseases, period. Most people on this committee know 21st Century Cures was a bipartisan achievement of this committee, which jump-started a wildly successful restructuring of the NIH and the FDA and led to the development of research and cures for many diseases. And that bill passed this committee 53-0. Now, after that bill passed this committee in 2016 and was signed into law, Fred and I immediately got to work seeing where we needed to make additional improvements that we were not able to make in that bill. And so, on July 10th, 2019, which was the 4-year anniversary of 21st Century Cures, Fred and I announced that we were going to work on Cures 2.0 to help update the process. On April 27th, 2020, and that, by the way, that was over 3 years ago. On April 27th, 2020, Fred and I released the Cures 2.0 concept paper and began working with various stakeholders and our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to see what bills could be included. Now, we spent an enormous amount of time working on this. We had hearings, or not hearings, I'm sorry, we had stakeholder meetings. We had listening sessions like we did with the first bill. And to date, over 55 organizations have expressed their support of Cures 2.0. And we've had over 350 comments from the community about Cures 2.0. In trying to work on this bill, we were hampered by the pandemic, but we kept moving forward. And Cures 2.0 was finally included in the Energy and Commerce Committee's Health Subcommittee legislative hearing on March 17, 2022. Working with Chair Eshoo, Mr. Upton and I worked to make sure that ARPA-H, the new research institution, and Cures 2.0 would move in tandem because they both give hope to patients across America. Now, I don't have much time, and I don't want to take a lot of time, but this is important. Cures 2.0 has 5 different sections: public health, patients and caregivers, FDA, CMS, and research. It also includes legislation which we worked with a number of other members on, including Reps Doyle and Ferguson, Reps Blunt Rochester and Burgess, Rep Carter, Reps Del Bene and Bilirakis, and Reps Swalwell and Peters. Over the last year, a number of sections of Cures 2.0 have been taken out and put into other bills, frankly, without the consent of me and Mr. Upton. In the UFA, in the drug authorization, drug user authorization bills, and in other bills.
But none of those bills have actually made it to the floor in the other body, in the Senate. All of this is still hanging out there. And the result of this is we haven't made any further progress to moving the ball forward on Cures 2.0. And so, Mr. Chairman, I just want to express my disappointment that partisan obstruction has stopped this from coming up today. And I also would like to ask you and Ms. McMorris-Rogers to work with us to see how we can pass these important things before the end of the year. And I want to say one last thing. Fred Upton, this is probably Fred's last full committee markup. He's retiring. And Fred, I want to tell you, even though you're going to be leaving us, I will never, ever stop in my quest to find cures for the millions of people who suffer from diseases. I want to thank you, and I know all of this committee wants to thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Does anyone else on the Republican side want to address?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just strike the last.
Mr. Upton is recognized for 5 minutes.
Moment, I won't take 5 minutes. Thanks for the very nice words about me, but it really is about us. This committee, all of us worked hard when I was chair to pass 21st Century Cures, not only here in the committee, 53-0, but also on the floor when it passed 392-26. And we worked very hard with our Senate colleagues, particularly Lamar Alexander and Leader McConnell and others, Patty Murray, to ensure that it passed with a solid vote there, 92-8. And we beat back a filibuster as well. And that legislation, we know, actually saw the approval of particularly the Pfizer vaccine, but Moderna as well, months ahead of what it otherwise would have been. It allowed those companies to, in fact, produce the vaccine. They were confident it would be approved, but it allowed them to produce that vaccine prior to the actual approval so that when it was approved in December of 20, they literally could ship it out within 24 hours, saving literally hundreds of thousands of Americans who were able to take advantage of that vaccine, of which most, if not all of us here have received, and I intend to get my next booster, in the next couple days. But the work's not done. That work that Diana and I led with all of you here took a couple years to get done. And Diana and I worked, again, hard for 3 years on a 2.0 proposal. We were glad that the ARPA-H money was approved. We're still waiting for the Senate. There are pieces of this legislation that we identified, and some is in UFAs. We're working with the Senate to see if some more might be able to get done. But at the end of the day, it's not 100% complete. We want it always to be bipartisan. And I would just urge all of you, particularly in my absence next year, that for those pieces that we didn't get done, and for other pieces that in fact can make a difference for any of these diseases, whether it be cancer, lupus, or diabetes, and many of us here are on that caucus that Diana, you lead, co-chair. There's work still to be done, and we want to see that it gets done. So me, from watching from the private sector next year, I'll do anything I can to help, but we got to work together, because that's the only way we're going to find the cure for these diseases that we care about. So that,
Would the gentleman yield to me?
be glad to yield.
I just want to, first of all, commend you and obviously Ms. DeGette for all your work that you've done on 21st Century Cures, on Cures 2.0, on ARPA-H. Look, we're not giving up, and I want to assure you that, we're working with the Senate on ARPA-H. There may very well be an opportunity to move some or all of 2.0. If not this session, then certainly next session. And I don't want you in any way to think that we're not going to continue to work and try to come to a bipartisan consensus on this. As you know, Generally, I feel that unless we have a consensus and to do a bill with either everyone on both sides of the aisle in support, or at least, 80, 90% of both sides on board, then it doesn't send a signal to the full House or to the Senate that this is something that has to be done. So we do think we need to achieve a consensus, and we're going to continue to do that. And I think both of you should continue that effort. So I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
So,
Mr. Chairman?
yes, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank
Well, no,
you,
I guess
Mr.
it
Chairman.
was, who, Fred was next, so yes, we'll go to,
Oh, Fred, okay, yeah.
we'll go.
I yielded you, and I yield back now my time.
All right, so Fred has yielded back, and we'll go to Ms. Esch, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman and members, first of all, to Fred. Fred, your presence, your work is going to remain right here with this committee. You've built a legacy of legislation that really has, when those words are written in legislation, they've walked into people's lives and improved them. And at the end of the day, that's why we all came here, to get important, good things done to improve people's lives. At the beginning of this Congress, and to launch Cures 2.0 and ARPA-H, there wasn't any daylight between Fred Upton, Diana DeGette, and myself. We pledged to work with each other to advance both pieces of legislation, understanding how transformational the legislation was and still is. It's sad to me that 2.0 has been scuttled by partisanship. Who's hurt by this? It's not about putting a dent in a political party. It's hurting the American people. I think everyone here in their heart of hearts understands this very well. But Fred and Diane, you have my lasting pledge on this, that hopefully before the end of this Congress that we get this back on track. We need to get this back on track. When you have over 100 bipartisan co-sponsors, come on. Why this came under the hammer of a Republican scuttle, it's just not right. And you all know it. You all know it. So I don't want to concentrate on the negative. It's sad. But I think that we need to get this back on track. I'm cheered by what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, that you have a commitment to take it up. And I think that we need to show our adulthood, political adulthood, and move this effort forward for the betterment of the American people. We all have had constituents come to us with these diseases, begging us to do something about it. We still have time to do that. You have my commitment, my full commitment to see it through. And Mr. Chairman, we're going to take you up on this to get it done. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman is yielded back. Anyone on the Republic? The ranking member, Mr. Rogers, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to join in applauding the leadership of former Chairman Emeritus Fred Upton of the committee for his tremendous leadership on 21st Century Cures and beyond. He's been a good friend and a source of inspiration to me, and Diana DeGette, everyone who's been involved in 21st Century Cures, in ARPA-H, Cures 2.0. We are inspired every day by the breakthroughs, the new therapies that are being discovered that are improving people's lives, and we must keep it going. And I want everyone on this committee to know that I am committed to ensuring that America continues to lead in breakthroughs and therapies, curing diseases that are going to improve people's lives, and that will remain one of my biggest goals. As far as the bill before us today, H.R. 6737, the Flint Registry, I don't want to go into a lengthy debate. We had one in the subcommittee last week, but I want to quickly summarize why I plan to vote no on the Flint Registry Reauthorization Act. We have not had a hearing in this Congress to assess the harms created by a multi-governmental fiasco and dangerous tragedy that occurred in Flint. Nor have we had a hearing on the status of the registry, which according to its own report has already been successfully established. H.R. 6737 will authorize another $50 million for another 10 years for, quote, a city exposed to lead contamination in the local drinking water system. Based on the title and text, that applies only to Flint, Michigan, when there are other localities all across this country that need our attention too. Republicans tried out at the subcommittee to offer to the folks in Jackson, Mississippi, Newark, Clarksburg, and the option of establishing registries to combat contaminated water, but our efforts to date have been rebuffed by the majority. Moreover, H.R. 6737 renews funding for a law whose sole purpose is to, quote, establish a registry that's already been established. And it isn't clear the money has been spent just to establish a registry to collect information. The Flint Registry touts, for example, spending money on unrelated costs like shipping 60,000 masks during COVID-19. Importantly, I'm not aware of a single non-federal dollar voluntarily committed to fund this registry by any state, city, or private party. At subcommittee, Republicans unsuccessfully offered amendments to have the cost share applied. As the elected representatives of the people, we should be focusing on results. We need to hold the agencies accountable at the local, state, and federal level who dropped the ball. And unfortunately, sadly, now children and others suffer lead in the water. We need oversight. We need facts. Then we can properly debate and work on a solution we could all support. Until then, I oppose this bill in its current form, and I yield back the remaining time.
I thank the ranking member. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of H.R. 637, the Flint Registry Reauthorization Act, but also my friend Fred Upton.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
So I can't listen to what everybody said and not say what a great member Fred is. And by the way, Fred supports this bill. He's been my best friend since I walked in the door. And, okay, I'm not going to cry because then he'll start and then this committee will get off. But he's done so much good for so many people. We can disagree agreeably, and this committee will, just like the picture of John Dingell is over there. Are they like opposite? There's a reason. They're two good men. All right, now I'm going to move to talk about why this matters and why we need to approve it. Since 2016, the Flint Registry has made a real difference for those living with the lasting effects of lead exposure from the man-made crisis in Flint, Michigan. I've met these children. I know these children. I've seen their illness and the sickness and what has happened. This registry was originally created as part of our nation's response to the Flint water crisis and funded for 4 years, but it expired in 2021. While it continues to receive funding through the annual appropriation process, authorizing this resource for another decade is critical in addressing the continuing health needs of the Flint community. We all know that there isn't a safe level of exposure to lead, period. There is no safe level. Exposure can lead to lifelong severe consequences on one's health. And these effects are especially serious for children and can lead to slow growth and development, learning and behavioral problems, and damage to the brain, among a host of other harms. I've gone with mothers to the hospitals. I have called doctors and gotten help for these mothers that are in tears because they're desperate because their children are so sick. And that's why I have worked alongside the Michigan delegation and my other bipartisan colleagues in Congress to address the Flint water crisis through the establishment of the Flint Registry. It has been a powerful tool in helping residents minimize the impact of lead-contaminated drinking water on their health. To date, the registry has enrolled over 20,000 people, proactively identified health and development challenges, and completed over 30,000 referrals to critical lead exposure mitigating services like healthcare, nutrition, early education, lead elimination, and more. As originally intended, the Flint Registry is improving public health. The Reauthorization Act, which we're considering here today, would ensure this critical service continues to help the Flint community by authorizing $5 million in annual funding for the next decade to address their ongoing needs. It's been a resource to other lead-impacted communities like Benton Harbor, Michigan, and Newark, New Jersey. The lessons learned from Flint continue to inform and support other communities with both lead and safe drinking water issues, of which I might say there are far too many. Helping those who have suffered from preventable lead exposure should never be a partisan issue. Every member of the Michigan delegation, Republican and Democrat, was an original co-sponsor of this bill. This strong bipartisan bill reflects the exact kind of meaningful policies this committee is known for advancing. The Flint water crisis is a stain on this country forever. It should never have happened. And the people of Flint will be living with its impacts for the rest of their lives. We have an obligation to follow through on our promise to help the people of Flint recover long-term, and this funding is part of that promise. Importantly, authorizing the Flint Registry for an additional 10 years will enable this program to support kids who were newborns during this crisis, the most vulnerable population to lead poisoning, through their 18th birthday. I want to thank Chairman Pallone for advancing this bipartisan bill, and I want to thank all of my colleagues on this committee for their commitment to protecting this important public health program for Flint. As a member of the Michigan delegation, I urge all of my colleagues to support this bipartisan and incredibly important legislation so we can get it reauthorized without delay. I've seen the difference. I know what's happening. I visit Flint regularly. There is a baby that I helped a mother get to a child that is still experiencing health problems. I feel a moral commitment to those parents of Flint. Those kids need our help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Next, we're going to go to Mr. McKinley. He's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill does reauthorize the funding for the Flint Registry, which monitors the impacts of high contacts with level in its health of its residents. Certainly, Flint deserves to have their public health disaster addressed. There's no question about that. But what about the other communities like Clarksburg, West Virginia, Jackson, Mississippi, Dakota County, Minnesota, and Spokane, Pierce County, and King County in Washington State? In Clarksburg alone, it is reported that hundreds of families had undrinkable water piped into their homes. Children were sickened by lead-tainted water. Schools were closed due to undrinkable water. And the extreme understaffing and lack of access to labs make that testing of water so slow hundreds, if not thousands of families are still at risk, even today. These structural problems are being addressed in the infrastructure bill, yes, but this bill focuses on the long-term impact of lead poisoning on individuals. When the original authorization for this Flint Registry was passed in 2016, we unsuccessfully tried to include these other communities, a registry in these other communities. We were told, however, that the situation was so dire in Flint that the funding needed to be focused only on Flint. I emphasize, a reason a registry is so important is it continues to monitor and act for individuals, their access to other services. For example, the Flint Registry calls for the registry of eligible residents, conducting baseline health and developmental assessments, and more importantly, refers registrants
to available clinical, preventive, and lead elimination services. And lastly, and tracks and evaluates health changes due to the lead exposure. So now that the Flint Registry is up and running, what possible reason can there be to deny these other communities access to the same diagnostic and referral programs? Why can't these communities establish a registry as well? Why should Congress discriminate against these other communities? The individuals in these towns receive none of these personalized referral services. Yes, we can learn something from the Flint Registry, but an important function of the registry is that it provides a focused attention for individuals who suffer long-term health care effects of lead poisoning. Residents of these other communities should have access to these benefits as well. In the Health Subcommittee, Congressman Carter tried to add these communities to the bill, but it was rejected on a partisan manner. It's all been discredited here by other speakers earlier today. Healthcare should not be a partisan matter, but it was rejected in the subcommittee. Why? They're saying that adding these other communities could impact the Flint Registry, but it's already up and running. Bottom line, to block other communities from having a registry and for being able to identify referred services for individuals in those communities, being excluded from this reauthorization seems short-sighted and selfish, Mr. Chairman. Until these other communities are included, I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this? Mr. Duncan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take the whole 5. I agree with Mr. McKinley. It may come as a surprise to many on this committee, but I'm a fiscal conservative, and $70 million seems like a lot of money to have gone to one community for a registry when, as Mr. McKinley said, we now know of other communities like Jackson, Mississippi that are being left out. Since I've been in Congress, I lost my father to Alzheimer's about 6 years ago. I lost my mom to pancreatic cancer. My brother-in-law has lung cancer, had a lung removed. My father-in-law and an additional brother-in-law both died of cancer. As fiscal and conservative, when I first looked at the 21st Century Cures Act, I had a knee-jerk reaction. But as I studied it and I understood the investment that we were making in Congress to lower the 3 big things, cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes, that were going to drive healthcare costs way into the future, it was the right investment to make. And I want to applaud former Chairman Upton for his work on that. It'll always be remembered by me. He convinced me to support it, and I'm glad I did. It's great to see the results of that. When we make great strides on Alzheimer's research, it hits home. I bet no one in this committee has not been affected by cancer in some way. Diabetes is prevalent throughout many demographic communities. And so I was proud to support that. I'm proud of you, Fred. And thank you for that in honor of my father and mother and others in my family. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Did you want to take, you'd have to take his.
Strike the last word? Oh, I thought he
You want somebody else to be recognized?
Yeah,
I'll yield.
Yeah, I appreciate those words, and I don't need to strike the last word because I won't use, hopefully, the 3 minutes. I just want to say that people know that I am from Michigan. Hear a lot about it. We had Jim Harbaugh in the side room a few months ago. But I'll confess I'd never been to Flint until the crisis came. I was then the chairman of this committee, and frankly, I thought it was more of a state issue than a federal one. And I met quite a bit with Dan Kildee, the congressman from there. All of us did, Tim Walberg and others of Michigan delegation. And I said I wanted to go to Flint, and I didn't want to do a PR stunt or anything like that. I just wanted to kick the tires and see exactly what was impacting that community. And I spent a very worthwhile day. And I learned later that EPA had known about this for some time. And that's when this committee passed legislation, lickety-split, literally within 24 hours, that requires the EPA when they learn about a community, whether it be a Flint, a Benton Harbor, a Jackson, you name the community that has a lead problem, that they've got to respond within 24 hours to the governor and to the local community and figure out a game plan to remedy the situation. And we passed that on a voice vote on the House floor, and President Obama signed it into law. And to his credit, when he learned that the EPA administrator in Chicago had known about this for 6 or 9 months, he fired her the next day. She was gone. I support what my good friend McKinley said about other communities. This still is devastating for Flint. I've got one of the reasons why we included money, well, I shouldn't say we, but one of the reasons why the bipartisan infrastructure bill included money to remove lead was specifically because of Flint, because we knew other communities around the country had the same issues, and it shouldn't be just one that gets fixed. It ought to be all of them, and that's why we have a start on the infrastructure bill and continued effort in the Appropriations Committee. But I'd just like to say as was indicated, the entire Michigan delegation supports this bill. But in addition, I would support other communities establishing a registry and legislation as well, so that we can hopefully learn from what happened in Flint, address that, and make sure that, in fact, there's some way that we can move forward. But again, I appreciate your good words, all the words of my fellow members on this committee. So we move forward. With that, I yield back.
I yield back, Tom.
I thank the gentleman. Now, we're still on the Flint Registry bill. Does anyone else want to speak on that? And I don't think we have any amendments, right? You want a roll call? Okay. All right, so we'll go to a roll call, a recorded vote on the bill. The recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 6737 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew. Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Mr. McEachin. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin.
Mr. McEachin, can you please repeat your vote?
McEach. Can you hear?
Can you please repeat your vote one more time?
Votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
Aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han.
Trahan votes aye.
Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn, can you please repeat your vote? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw.
They're going to come.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr.
votes no.
Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
I think we have Mr. Tonko.
Mr. Tonko votes aye.
Anyone else who wishes to be recorded?
How is Palmer recorded?
That was Mr. Carter. How is he recorded?
Mr. Carter is recorded as no.
And
How is
I think I heard
Palmer
Ms.
recorded?
Betagon.
Ms. Batagan is not recorded.
Ms. Betagon?
Ms. Batagan votes yes.
Ms. Batagan votes aye.
Anyone
How is
else?
Palmer recorded? How is Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Palmer votes no.
Anyone else who wants to be recorded and hasn't been?
That was Richard Hudson.
Mr. Hudson?
Mr. Hudson is not recorded.
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no.
Any other member who wishes to be recorded? All right, hearing none, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 34 and the nays were 22.
All right, so the vote is 34 ayes to 22 noes, and therefore HR 6737 as amended is reported to the full House. And now we will go to HR 6965. The chair calls up HR 6965, the Visit America Act, and the clerk will report the title of that bill.
H.R. 6965 to promote travel and tourism in the United States and for
And
other
Madam Clerk,
purposes.
without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Is there any member seeking recognition to speak on H.R. 6965? On either side? Mr. Soto, or you have an amendment. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? If not, we'll go to the amendment. Okay. Now recognize Mr. Soto to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and the clerk will report the Soto-Ains.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6965, offered by Mr. Soto.
Madam Clerk, the reading of the Ains will be dispensed with, and Mr. Soto is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The travel and tourism industry was one of the hardest hit industries during the height of the pandemic. And we've seen an uptick over time in particularly domestic travel in Central Florida and areas across the nation, but we're still a long way from recovery. Overseas visitation is still down by 35% from pre-pandemic levels. And even though as domestic travel finally levels out, which it's doing pretty well right now, overseas travel is going to become more and more important. As we look at places like Florida, where 7.1% of our workforce is employed in the tourism industry. These jobs have been coming back, but slowly. And so as folks want to come to Disney, Universal, SeaWorld, Legoland, Gatorland, Old Town, or the 825 miles of beach we have in great districts like Castor's, Billeracus's, and Dunn's districts, we need your help. We passed the Restoring Brand USA Act, which provides critical funding to promote the United States for international travelers. But the next step is to pass the Visit America Act before this committee today to ensure that the travel and tourism industry is well on its way back to full recovery by dedicating an Assistant Secretary at Commerce to focus on these critical issues. The bill will also prevent negative impacts from future pandemics and other world events like natural disasters. My amendment in the nature of a substitute makes technical and conforming amendments to this good bipartisan bill by Representative Titus, the late Representative Don Young, and others, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
I thought the gentleman was going to tell us about every theme park in Florida, but are you yielding back? Are you yielding back?
I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on this bill? All right, and do we have, his is an amendment or not? You have an amendment. Okay, so we have to do the amendment first. I'm sorry. Do you? All right, so we're going to have a voice vote on the Soto amendment, and then we'll have a recorded vote on final passage. So let's go to the voice vote on the Ains first. There's no further discussion. We'll proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute by the gentleman from Florida. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6965 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6965 by Mr. Soto is agreed to. And now we will go to final passage. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 6965 as amended to the full House will say aye. Those opposed will say no. And the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Aye. Ruiz votes aye.
Oh, there it is.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedegan.
Bedegan votes aye.
Ms. Bedegan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
Eachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Do you say Mullen?
Yes, Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw, could you repeat your vote? Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Did we hear from, Mr. Schrader?
Mr. Schrader's not recorded. Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Did you get Crenshaw?
No.
Did you see him on the screen?
I could see him, I couldn't hear him.
Does he want to try again?
Crenshaw votes aye. That should work this time.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Anyone else who hasn't been recorded that wants to be? Okay, I think that's it. If the clerk will then report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 56 and the nays were 0.
Okay, so the vote is 56 ayes to 0 noes, and therefore HR 6965 as amended is reported to the full House. Oh, okay. So you want to do this colloquy? I just wanted to say before we go to the next bill, which is also about horses, but unfortunately today we're not marking up another horse bill, the SAFE Act, which is legislation that will end the cruel and barbaric practice of slaughtering horses for human consumption. We've been working on this bill for some time, but there are some objections that haven't yet been addressed. So in the spirit of working to advance this bill, I would ask our ranking member, Mrs. Rogers, for her commitment to have our staffs hold joint meetings where the stakeholders on both sides of this issue can sit in a room together with the goal of finding a meaningful path forward. So with that question, I would yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're committed to helping organize and participate in meetings with stakeholders from both sides of this issue at the table, and certainly continue working with you and your staff on this. I appreciate your commitment to advancing a bipartisan compromise on the SAFE Act that addresses the concerns of the stakeholders.
And I want to thank the ranking member for her commitment to work together on this legislation, but it will not be considered today. So now the chair calls up H.R. 5441, the Preventing All Soaring Tactics Act, or the PAST Act, as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce, and the clerk will report that bill.
Committee print to H.R. 5441, a bill to amend the Horse Protection Act to designate additional unlawful acts
And
under the Act.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on H.R. 5441? Mr. Schrader is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the committee considering this bill and the leadership that Representative Cohen and Schakowsky have exhibited for trying to prevent this heinous activity from occurring in the horse industry. As an equine veterinarian for well over 30 years, and person that's had to treat some of these horses that have been abused like this, it's high time that we finally pass a horse soaring act like this. It's been a blemish in the equine industry that this has occurred. Representative Yoho and I worked on a similar piece of legislation last session, got very close, over 290 co-sponsors. Ms. Schakowsky and Representative Cohen got well over 200 co-sponsors of this bill. It's a very bipartisan issue. No one wants to see our four-footed friends abused in this way, and I hope we can get through some of the misaligned industry objections. There is a deal to be had. I know that personally, and I hope that as we get through this session, that we can bring this to full closure. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else want to speak on this bill? Dr. Burgess?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I might ask a question of council.
The gentleman's recognized.
So first, let me just state at the outset, I am a horse owner. I've lived with horses literally my entire life. No one wants to see horses mistreated. There are, I know there exist in my state, pretty strong state statutes against animal cruelty that would prohibit this type of activity. I guess my question to council is, we've got pretty significant fines and prison time associated now with this behavior. Where is the enforcement of this going to occur?
The PAST Act will amend the USDA's authority to assess civil penalties and criminal penalties under the Horse Protection Act, increasing imprisonment and fines for criminal penalties and increasing the fines for civil penalties.
So in the past, when we've considered this legislation, and it was pretty, the committee was divided on this issue because of interests of members who are no longer on the committee. However, in my evaluation of this legislation previously, discussions with my farrier back home, discussions with horse trainers back home, it was always the same question back to me. Well, who's going to enforce this? And generally, it is the county sheriff who is going to enforce an animal cruelty violation at a horse show, at a horse fair, at a facility. Are we going to be relying on the U.S. Department of Agriculture to police all of those activities?
The Horse Protection Act, Section 1829, states that no provision of this chapter shall be construed as indicating an intent on the part of the Congress to occupy the field in which such provision operates to the exclusion of the law of any state on the same subject matter.
What does that mean?
The Horse Protection Act and the PAST Act is not generally preemptive of state laws with some limited exceptions in the underlying Horse Protection Act.
Well, again, my worry with this is, and there are available articles that you can see online where the USDA has actually fallen short in enforcing this activity. I've got great confidence in my local officials. I've got great confidence in my state officials. I will just tell you, I do not have that confidence in not just the Department of Agriculture, but there are times where federal agencies have fallen short. We've all seen it recently. So to turn this activity, take it away from states, take it away from local jurisdictions and turn it over to the USDA, I'm worried about that. And let me just say, because Chairman Pallone brought it up, in the past, I've been a co-sponsor and a supporter of prohibitions against horse slaughter. I do think that's inhumane. American horses are part of our heritage in the West, and are, in many ways, our horses are companion animals. And the horse slaughter is a reprehensible business, and we look forward to the committee working on that and further providing prohibitions. But I'm worried that by taking this and federalizing this issue, which historically has been a state issue, we're actually not going to be providing the protection for the animals that that need to be protected. And in fact, again, there are significant reports where USDA has fallen short in this regard, and I'm concerned about just simply turning the power over to them and absolving our state and local authorities from enforcing their statutes that exist at the state and local level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on this horse soaring bill? I don't think we have any amendments either, so do you want to record a vote? So we'll go to a recorded vote on final passage. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 5441 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin. McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Long.
Mr. Bouchon
Sorry, I
votes
vote-
aye. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes.
Yes, sorry, Hudson votes yes.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes yes.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Now, I saw Crenshaw again on the screen.
Congressman Sarbanes.
Who's that? Mr. Sarbanes?
Yeah, how am I recorded?
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Welch, am I recorded?
Mr. Welch is not recorded.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye.
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Rush is not recorded. Mr. Rush votes aye.
Mr. Doyle?
Mr. Doyle is not recorded. Mr. Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw, you can see on the screen.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Anyone else who is not recorded and wants to be? Mr. Who? Wahlberg? Is Mr. Wahlberg recorded?
Mr. Wahlberg is not recorded.
I don't see him, though. All right. Then the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 46 and the nays were 9.
Okay, so the vote is 46 ayes to 9 noes, and as a result, H.R. 5441, as amended, is reported to the full House. Now, we finished the regular bills, and so we're going to go now to the resolutions of inquiry. I do want to mention that we expect a set of votes at 1:30. Of course, we'll recess for that, but then come back quickly, hopefully. And then we may have a second set of votes later, but, we're going to just go through until we have to recess for these various votes. So next, the chair calls up HRes 1355, and the clerk will report the bill.
HRS 1355 of inquiry requesting the president.
And without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on HRS 1355? Mr. Griffith is recognized. Mr. Griffiths? Is it Mr. Dunn? Instead? 1355 is, what do you want to do? Just go for a roll vote. Just a roll call? Okay. So we're going to go to a roll call vote.
Oh, Morgan is ready? Are you ready?
Mr. Griffith, do you want to speak? You don't have to, believe me. Be perfectly happy if you don't.
It's a good resolution. I yield back.
All right. All right. On this? Well, apparently I'm speaking on it. So I'll. Mr. Dunn wants to speak on it? Mr. Dunn is recognized.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your patience. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution is of paramount importance to this committee's work overseeing public health agencies and preparing our nation to overcome future pandemics. For the administration to stonewall this committee's investigation into the origins of COVID-19 pandemic, which has claimed over 1 million American lives and over 15 million worldwide, is simply unconscionable. It's become clear that the internal programs failed at the NIH. They should have been screening for this type of research that we now know was performed at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The potential Pandemic Pathogen Care and Oversight Program, also called P3CO, reviewed only 3 projects in 5 years and apparently never reviewed this particular grant. Evidence suggests that the EcoHealth Alliance grant to conduct research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology should not have been funded due to the agency's stated moratorium on gain-of-function research at that time. It is highly possible that the EcoHealth Alliance was intentionally misleading in their grant application and flew under the radar at NIH scrutiny. If that is the case, Congress needs to understand how this occurred and how we can strengthen the review. The proposals that could be disastrous implications. And NIH's decision to terminate that grant just last month, nearly 3 years after beginning the pandemic, signals that the grant should never have been funded. Individuals who knowingly endanger the entire planet need to be held accountable. Just this summer, Peter Deszak of EcoHealth Alliance again published research, this time on the MERS, Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome virus, another coronavirus. And this research was done in Russia. I'm not suggesting that NIH funded it. I'm saying it's important to pay attention to these types of research, especially when being done in adversary nations when we are considering our national security. Everyone who serves on this committee should feel a responsibility to hold public health agencies to account when it comes to determining the origins of COVID-19. This should be a team effort between the executive branch and Congress. But instead, President Biden is hiding the ball from Congress. I encourage everyone to support this resolution, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield for just a moment?
Yield to Dr. Burgess.
Thank you. And, you know, those of us who were on this committee during the pandemic, and when we had a whistleblower hearing, Rick Bright from BARDA was brought in, repeatedly, we asked for information about therapeutics that were in the very early days being tried, and we could never get the information from the administration. So I really appreciate Representative Gosar asking for this information. Yes, it would be useful to know. With as many people who were afflicted with the novel coronavirus and as many people who were prescribed ivermectin,
we should have a large cohort study available to us so we would just know this information. When I am asked questions today about is ivermectin useful or not useful in treating or preventing a bad infection with the novel coronavirus, I can't answer the question because I don't know. And yet I sit on the main committee that should have the jurisdiction over this issue. And we had the head of BARDA here in a committee hearing, and I still don't know. We have significant computing power at the national labs. We have significant computing power with artificial intelligence. It should be able to sift through that voluminous data and at least give us an inkling, was this a worthwhile treatment or was it excluded appropriately or inappropriately? So I'm thankful for Mr. Gosar for bringing the resolution of inquiry. I'm grateful to our ranking member for finally getting these resolutions of inquiry heard. The Democratic leadership in this Congress has abused the tolling days to prevent these ROIs from getting their proper vetting. And I thank Dr. Dunn for yielding to me, and I'll yield back to Dr. Dunn.
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I yield, I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the resolution and recognize myself for 5 minutes. This resolution concerns the drug ivermectin, which is a decades-old medication approved for certain human and veterinary indications and is primarily used for deworming horses, cows, and other animals. Over the last few years during the COVID-19 pandemic, some talking heads have hawked misinformation, in my opinion, online and on right-wing cable TV, suggesting that the drug could be used to treat or prevent COVID-19. Now, every recognized medical and veterinary society, as well as FDA, CDC, and NIH, have strongly reminded the public and health professionals that ivermectin is not approved or recommended for use in preventing or treating COVID-19 in humans or animals. NIH has also explained that the small handful of studies that have claimed to show a benefit for the use of ivermectin for COVID-19 have incomplete information and serious methodological limitations. And this includes small sample sizes and outcome measures that were unclear. Where large, reputable studies have been conducted on ivermectin, researchers have found that the drug is not effective against COVID-19. Additionally, as doctors and FDA will tell you, taking a large dose of ivermectin that is intended for animals, as some have advised, is dangerous and has resulted in serious harm during the pandemic, including hospitalization. Ivermectin overdose can cause severe gastrointestinal symptoms, low blood pressure, seizures, coma, and even death. People should never use medications and doses intended for animals on themselves or other people. Animal ivermectin products are very different from those approved for humans. Now, despite the scientific proof that ivermectin is not effective for COVID-19 and the serious risk that it poses, some continue to say or talk about its supposed benefits, and I think put people at risk. This resolution of inquiry, in my opinion, will confuse the American people with dangerous information. And quite frankly, I'm disappointed that we're having to entertain what I consider a very fringe theory today about this medication. I think we should be working instead to ensure people have access to COVID-19 vaccines, which are the best tool to prevent severe illness and death caused by COVID-19. So I encourage my colleagues to join me in opposing this resolution, and I yield that such time as he may use to Mr. Schrader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you stated it pretty well. This resolution's just completely unnecessary. As an equine veterinarian that's used ivermectin for 30-plus years, or almost that time period, it's been a lifesaver for a lot of horses when used appropriately. And even in the equine world, you got to make sure it's dose appropriate, for goodness sakes. And to use a drug that is not approved for, or in a formulation that's not approved for human use, is extremely dangerous. This drug is very hepatotoxic. This will destroy your liver. This will kill you if you go out and try and buy it on the open market and use it on yourself to theoretically treat COVID-19. With the vaccine, it's completely ridiculous to even go down that route. Why not use a vaccination that stimulates your own body to respond to it instead of taking a toxic drug that is completely unnecessary and extremely dangerous for you?
It's been crystal clear, the FDA, CDC, any health authority has been crystal clear with the American public. This is an incorrect approach to treating 19. It is dangerous. Don't use it. The vaccinations have been approved. They've been wildly successful, enabling us to get rid of the masks, actually meet in person like we're doing here today. Let's do the smart thing, not the ridiculous thing, not based off of some crazy website. Let's just protect yourselves. The other piece, I'll say as a veterinarian, I'm worried. If people started buying all the ivermectin, you couldn't use it to treat your horses. You know, it was, or dogs or cats for that matter. And that's bad for the animals. So if you care about your four-footed friends, if you don't care about yourself, let's at least try and protect the access to that medication for the right indications, for the right species, and that's not the human. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And I yield back. Does anyone else want to speak on this resolution of inquiry? Yes, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the effectiveness of the vaccine being touted has been proven that it hadn't been as effective as we were told, but it still was the right thing. But the administration, and specifically NIH, CDC, telling doctors that they couldn't treat patients however they saw fit is micromanagement by non-doctors, in many cases by bureaucrats. We train doctors all across the country. They go to med school, they learn different treatments and learn all the interaction of drugs. And what we saw during this pandemic was hospitals, doctors' groups, and the government tell our healthcare epitome, the top people in our healthcare system, the doctors themselves, that they couldn't use the gifts that we gave them, the education that we gave them, their gray matter, their understanding, that doctor-patient relationship, to do whatever it took to heal patients. We almost forced patients into a one-size-fits-all mindset, in that if you don't go on an event, if you don't take this certain regimen that government helped create, the therapeutic, that they couldn't treat that patient the way they thought was in the best interest of that patient. So government got, once again, in the middle of the doctor-patient relationship, which is wrong. The doctor should have the ability to treat that patient how they want to. But instead, because of all the money that was involved in COVID-19, the hospitals that were receiving that Medicare money or Medicaid money told their doctors that they couldn't treat those patients how the doctor felt best. I just felt like that was wrong. Whether, not pointing at ivermectin, not pointing at hydroxychloroquine, not pointing at anything, just pointing at that doctor-patient relationship and pointing at that doctor who we've trained. We don't tell doctors how to treat anything else in that doctor-patient relationship, but all of a sudden we did in COVID-19 because government knew best. That's just a wrong approach. I hope we don't make that mistake going forward, because I really believe that the doctors have the ability and ultimately responsibility for treating those patients. With that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield for just a moment?
Sure.
And I so appreciate the gentleman's comments. We're right, the doctor's abilities and capabilities. But this resolution of inquiry is merely a request for information. We would like the administration to provide us, Committee of Jurisdiction, with whatever information they have collected. It's not a question of does ivermectin work, not work. Just show us your work. Show us the information. Show us the data. Public health institutions in this country right now are suffering because they lack credibility because of much of their behavior during the time of the pandemic. Let's us take those first steps towards restoring that credibility, and one of those steps would be
to get the data from the administration, and then we can have the hearing on the data. We don't have to accept it, we don't have to like it, we don't have to ignore it, but we should be able to look at it. So I thank the gentleman for yielding.
No, you're absolutely right, and I appreciate you making that point. If a doctor treated someone, the AMA or his hospital board or who he works for, maybe even the government's going to step in and say, how did you come to that conclusion of using, and I'll use ivermectin because that's what was brought up here. What brought you to the conclusion that that was going to work? And the doctor's going to have to prove that, or he's going to get dinged on either by the AMA on his license or on his malpractice insurance or something, maybe even his employment. All we're doing is asking the government to provide us the same information. How'd you come to the conclusion that that didn't work or this did work? I think there's a lot of data that's got to come forward as we investigate the origins of COVID-19 and also the ultimate government response to COVID-19, because at the end of the day, there was a hell of a lot of taxpayer dollars invested in this effort to keep Americans safe or treat Americans with therapeutics or ultimately vaccines. So we're just asking, give us the data. Yield back.
Does anyone else want to speak on this resolution? And we're going to go to recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely, let me stress now, this vote will be in favor of adversely reporting HR Res 1355 to the House. So if you vote aye, you're saying that you're adversely reporting it, okay? And if you vote no, well, I guess that's obvious. So the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Vote no.
Mr. Rush votes no.
Wait a minute. Let me explain this again. The choice with these resolutions of inquiry are either recommending it adversely, meaning you don't like it, or recommending it without recommendation, or recommending it favorably, which means you do like it. So
Thank you for the clarification. Chairman, Rush votes aye.
what did Mr. Rush say?
Rush votes aye.
All right. So Rush votes aye. But I want everybody to understand that when voting aye, you're saying that you're adversely reporting it, meaning you don't like it, okay?
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bettergon. Ms. Bettergon votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye.
Who
Ms.
votes aye?
Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes nay. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson votes no.
I'm a no.
Mr. Long? Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen?
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson?
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Carter? Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan of South Carolina votes no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer?
Palmer votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Joyce?
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Yes.
Chairman,
Ms.
this is-
Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Clark is not recorded. Ms. Clark votes aye.
Mr. Tonko?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded. Mr. Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey? Is he recorded?
Mr. Vesey is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, I vote aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye.
Ms. Eshu?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Eshu is not recorded.
Eshu votes aye.
Ms. Eshu votes aye.
Ms. DeGette?
Ms. DeGette is not recorded. Ms. DeGette votes aye.
Look at that.
Mr. McEachin, are you seeking to be recorded?
Staggering.
Yes, sir, I'd like to vote aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw is on the
Mr. Chairman, how am I
screen.
recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw is not
Crenshaw
recorded.
votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Anyone else? Is Mr. Carter? Did you get him?
Mr. Carter is not recorded.
All right, if anyone else, if not, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 32 and the nays were 21.
The nays are 21, so the vote is 32 ayes to 21 noes, and therefore H. Res. 1355 is reported adversely to the House. And so now we'll go to the next resolution of inquiry, which is H. Res. 1244. The chair calls up H. Res. 1244, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.Res. 1244, a resolution of inquiry requesting the president and
And
directing...
without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on H.Res. 1244? No? No one wants to speak?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
I move to strike the last word if no one on the other side wants to speak.
That's fine. Ms.
Okay, thank you.
Matsui is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I speak today in opposition to this resolution of inquiry as it is an overt attempt to deflect from the accomplishments of the Biden administration to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the past 19 months, the Biden administration has worked around the clock to make sure that Americans have access to life-saving tools like vaccines, treatments, tests, and masks. And thanks to the resources provided by Congress and the President's focus on getting Americans vaccinated, today daily COVID-19 deaths are down nearly 90%. Vaccines continue to save lives, protect the economy, and accelerate the path out of the pandemic. As the virus continues to change, the Biden administration knows it is critical that Americans stay protected against the dominant variant. To that end, the Food and Drug Administration recently authorized, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommended, a new Omicron-specific COVID-19 booster vaccine. This advancement makes the U.S. the first nation in the world with updated vaccines ready to take on the potential increase in infections in the upcoming fall and winter months. But success relies on everyone doing their part and taking common sense actions to protect themselves and their communities. That is why the administration secured over 170 million doses of the updated vaccine and made those doses free, widely available, and easy to access for all Americans. But rather than prioritizing efforts to sustain the progress we have made and save more lives, my Republican colleagues are insistent on downplaying just how important the administration's leadership has been to public health. I'll remind this committee where we were as a nation less than 2 years ago. COVID-19 continued to decimate American life, and while the development of multiple highly effective vaccines less than a year after the virus was first discovered was a scientific victory, the Trump administration's failure to plan for the distribution and administration had limited the vaccine's impact. That made the Biden administration help to foster vital relationships between federal agencies, private businesses, and trusted community partners to advance safe and effective vaccination in the midst of a pandemic even more vital. As a result, more than 612 million COVID-19 vaccine doses have been administered over the past 2 years. This partisan resolution only distracts the important next steps Congress should take to ensure the nation continues to effectively manage COVID-19. We should be focused on preparing our communities, schools, and businesses with the tools they need to keep moving forward safely and working together to pass funding to get vaccines and boosters to those who need them the most. The Department of Health and Human Services has been transparent in providing public information to both Congress and the American people on the safety and efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccines, as well as the vaccine development process and timeline. That transparency makes clear that the undefined and unlimited scope, along with the lack of question within the language of this resolution of inquiry, indicates little serious intent of the request. Rather, this resolution is purely a political ploy needed to promote anti-vaccine doubt and conspiracies. And that is why I encourage my colleagues to reject this resolution. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak? Dr. Burgess is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will just say at the outset that I had been vaccinated and boosted. In fact, I received my first vaccination prior to President Biden being inaugurated. So those vaccines that were available to the Trump administration, I availed myself of those. I'm grateful the Trump administration worked so hard on Operation Warp Speed and got the vaccine developed. But as I said previously on the previous resolution of inquiry, currently our public health institutions have suffered a hit to their credibility. And we, as a committee, we should be working to restore that credibility. So there's nothing in the language of this resolution of inquiry that casts any aspersions or doubt. It just says that we want any correspondence, recorded communication that refers or relates to the COVID-19 vaccine, to the extent that it's in possession of the administration. So it's merely a request for information, and our committee should be the one to receive that information. Look, I have been trying for over a year. We hear news reports that there are excess mortality figures. There are mortality figures reported in this country that are in excess of what they should be, even considering coronavirus, even considering the fentanyl crisis, that mortality rates are increased. I'd like to know, and I think the committee should like to know, what's going on here. And yet when I ask the CDC those questions, I get no answer or non-answers. Well, we need to stop that in this committee. We are in many cases, we're the court of last appeal for the people in this country. So Dr. Gosar has put forward a resolution saying, look, administration, just show us your work, show us your data, show us what you got, and then the committee can decide the hearings, the witnesses, and make the decisions. This resolution is just merely a request for information, and I, for one, think this committee should be seeking that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else? Otherwise, we're going to go to a recorded vote on the resolution of inquiry. And the recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of, again, adversely reporting HRES 1244 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no. Again, if you don't like the resolution, you should vote aye. If you like the resolution, you should vote no. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes no.
Again, if you don't like the resolution, you should vote aye. If you like the resolution, you should vote no.
Rush votes aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California, I vote aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw.
No.
Mr. Crenshaw votes
votes no.
no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Anyone who wants to be recorded that hasn't been? Ms. Eshu?
Cameron talking on.
Ms. Eshu votes aye.
Anyone else? That's it? All right. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 32 and the nays were 22.
So the vote
But I'm
is
not muted here anymore. So Wahlberg.
There's somebody else? No. All right. The vote is 32 ayes to 22 noes. H. Res. 1244 as reported, is reported adversely to the full House. And I guess we should say that all members shall have 2 additional days in which to file supplemental, additional, minority, and dissenting views. And the chair intends to file the report for H. Res. 1244 with the House on Monday.
The chair calls up H.Res. 1258. The clerk will report the bill.
H.Res. 1258 of inquiry directing the Secretary of Health and Human Services to provide certain documentation.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for any amendment at any point.
I guess you
Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on H.Res. 1258?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Walburn.
I'm Mr. Dunn from Florida.
Sorry, Dr. Dunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I introduced this resolution because I have serious concerns about the Biden administration's repeated efforts to skirt the legislative process and the law to pursue policy objectives. Today, Puerto Rico is reeling from the destruction left behind by Hurricane Fiona, and my thoughts and prayers are with the millions of individuals impacted on the island. My district is no stranger to disaster, so I know Puerto Rico will need our assistance in the coming days and weeks. And this is, in fact, why we have a union of states and territories. And as in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria in 2017, this committee was equipped to provide the funding and policy needs for Puerto Rico. And I hope we can all agree that it should be Congress, not the administration, deciding to appropriate those funds. That brings us to my resolution. Each of us in this room knows that the GAO found Biden administration unilateral decision to permanently boost the Puerto Rico's federal Medicaid budget to be illegal. I would like to ask for unanimous consent to enter the GAO and CRS reports that analyze this policy into the record. Thank you. This resolution of inquiry simply asks the Biden administration to produce documents related to that decision. To oppose this resolution would be to set a bad precedent wherein the executive department can bend the law to their wishes with no accounting, no oversight. It's our job in Congress to hold the executive branch accountable in order to be better stewards of taxpayer dollars and represent the wishes of our constituents. We absolutely should be having a conversation in this committee regarding the needs of Puerto Rico when it comes to Medicaid funding. And to be clear, supporting this resolution does not suggest that Puerto Rico is undeserving of support. As we all know, this committee worked hard in a bipartisan manner to authorize funding and FMAP increases for Puerto Rico. Let's continue that conversation. In the meantime, I ask my colleagues to support my resolution of inquiry, and we'll yield to any members of our conference. Yes, Dr. Burgess, I yield to you. Remaining time.
Well, Dr. Dunn, thank you for yielding. I'm going to reluctantly oppose.
and largely because the condition the island is under right now, it doesn't mean that your concerns are not well placed. And indeed, this committee has a track record of having worked on both Medicare and Medicaid issues in Puerto Rico, and I believe that is work that should continue. But oh my gosh, right now just doesn't seem like the time to be asking them for additional information. And I realize your request is to Department of Health and Human Services, but it's really an all-hands-on-deck moment for Puerto Rico. Chairman Pallone will remember former Chairman Walden took us down there on a Codell after the 2 hurricanes from several years ago. Their infrastructure, which was already not great, was then completely devastated by 2 hurricanes. And we had, I think it was more of an energy subcommittee hearing that field hearing that we had. But Puerto Rico needs a lot of attention. It needs a lot of help. I do think that our committee's work on the Medicare and Medicaid issue is important and must continue. The timing of this, though, right now makes me uncomfortable. So reluctantly, I'm going to be opposing the gentleman's resolution.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all of the speakers here in committee today recognizing that Hurricane Fiona just literally rammed through Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands and is headed to our brothers and sisters across the Caribbean. And thank you, Dr. Dunn, for recognizing that in your remarks. I certainly agree with Dr. Burgess that now is not the time to be really pushing on this issue. We know there's a statutory formula. We know that prior to and beyond this moment, we'll see HHS and GAO have disagreements from time to time. That's what the courts are for. Our time is better spent making sure that Puerto Rico gets every dollar it can for the Medicare and Medicaid programs during this time of need. We see FEMA has gotten better at this, right? They've staged different centers geographically throughout the island. That was based upon the bipartisan oversight efforts of this Congress. In addition, I want to recognize Mr. Bilirakis, who has been my co-lead on these issues related to getting Medicare equality. Obviously, we all want to come to a solution to this, and the House has been pretty good on it. It's the Senate that's really kind of pushed us back on it. And so when we look at what we're dealing with in the wake of Hurricane Maria and now with Fiona, we want to make sure we can continue to keep this issue bipartisan and focus on all the healthcare funding we can so that we don't see further tragedies in the past. So I appreciate the debate by Dr. Dunn and certainly opposed for the same reasons that Dr. Burgess has, which is now is not the time. Now is the time to come together to make sure we can help our Americans on both Puerto Rico and in Virgin Islands after this very trying hurricane. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on HRS 1258? Seeing no members, a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRS 1258 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
I'm sorry that
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California, I vote aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedegan. Ms. Bedegan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Soto.
Aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw.
No.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone. Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I?
Mr. Doyle?
Mr. Doyle is not recorded.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye.
Wahlberg
Mr. Wahlberg?
Mr. Wahlberg is not recorded.
votes no.
Ms.
Mr.
Blunt
Wahlberg votes
Rochester?
no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester?
How am I recorded?
Ms. Blunt Rochester is not recorded.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report the tally. Mr. Upton?
Mr. Upton votes no. On that vote, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 22.
The vote is 32 ayes to 22 noes. HRES 1258 is reported adversely to the House. The chair calls up HRES 1263. The clerk will report the bill.
HRES 1263, a resolution of inquiry directing the president to provide certain documents in the president's
Without
possession.
objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on HRES 1263?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Bouchon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I introduced this resolution seeking accountability and transparency for the hardworking Americans whose tax dollars have been obligated to pay for COVID-19 relief measures. My inquiries are simple. I wish to know how the administration has spent the funds made available by the American Rescue Plan and what data and analysis it is using to justify additional requests for COVID funding. According to the Independent Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, Congress has approved 11 pieces of legislation that includes some form of COVID relief funding. One bill alone, the American Rescue Plan, accounts for the bulk of this spending. Total price tag for the ARP was $1.9 trillion. And despite being advertised as a COVID relief bill, reports are suggesting that only about 9% of the American Rescue Plan funding is actually related to the virus. So where's the money going? It's certainly not helping my constituents who are suffering under the inflation caused by this spending. Cost of living is skyrocketing for Hoosiers in my home state of Indiana and all Americans. Our economy is truly bearing the burden of the American Rescue Plan inflation-inducing spending. And yet, the Biden administration continues to ask for more COVID relief funding. What we need right now is an honest accounting of how COVID relief dollars are being spent or have been spent. How much remains from previous legislation and why is more needed? This is important to our constituents whose taxpayer dollars we're spending, as well as to all policymakers who now need to decide whether additional spending is warranted. We must have transparency on COVID relief spending. This should be bipartisan. To that end, I urge all my colleagues to report HRES 1263 favorably to the House today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yield?
I will yield.
Just thanks. I just want to add to what you said. As we know, when COVID previously struck under the previous administration, we had 4 different bills. We all worked together a bipartisan way to make sure we had COVID funding and emergency situations in the right place at the right time, and resulted in, on January 20th, 2021, almost 1 million people being vaccinated that day. And then we immediately went into the American Rescue Plan, that 9% of the funding. You know, throughout this, some of the money in the American Rescue Plan has been $850 million from the Strategic National Stockpile has been diverted, $2 billion towards the border has been diverted. And so we just need an accounting of these firms, and then also point out that since the president's talked about the emergency pandemic is over, then we really need to unwind the emergency spending if the emergency is over and put it into the routine budget process like all other diseases that we still have. I'm not saying COVID has gone away, but it certainly needs to be in the category with everything else that we're dealing with the proper congressional oversight. I thank my friend from Indiana for yielding, and I'll yield back.
Anyone else on my side? I yield back.
Well, anyway, I'll take my 5 minutes.
So we go to our side.
Thank you. Madam Chair?
Okay. Go to Ms. Dingell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to 1263. HR Resolution 1263 is unwarranted and nothing more than a fishing expedition to disrupt this committee's critical work. This resolution would require the Biden administration to provide documents to Congress on information related to spending on at-home COVID-19 testing kits, funding from the American Rescue Plan that has not yet been spent, and the development of the COVID-19 supplemental funding request. This information the resolution is seeking has largely been made available to Congress and the American public, despite our Republican colleagues' attempt to suggest otherwise. This resolution requests information on spending for at-home COVID-19 tests, which were critical resources in mitigating the rapid proliferation
of the dangerous COVID-19 variants. Over the course of the last year, the administration acted several times to secure important at-home COVID-19 testing kits and publicly announced these efforts. It first announced $2 billion in September 2021, another $1 billion for at-home tests in October. Similarly, the administration announced $2 billion in January of this year for COVID-19 tests. Americans nationwide depended on consistent access to these tests to protect their families, loved ones, and communities. But after a year of success, the administration announced the end of this program just last month, largely due to Republicans' obstruction of new funds to support it. And I don't know about my colleagues, but I have a lot of constituents very upset they can't find tests or afford them at a time kids are back in school and fall and winter flu season is approaching. Next, our Republican colleagues' request for information relating to the development of the administration's supplemental funding request is unjustified, given the administration has already made publicly available the specific needs and project costs for its request. The White House even sent a detailed funding request to Congress on March 2nd of this year. Without sustained funding to combat the pandemic, we risk losing progress on the strides we've made in COVID-19 treatments, access to booster shots, and vaccines that protect against emerging variants. Yet, Republicans have dug in their heels and refused to support these important needs. Regarding the American Rescue Plan's COVID-19 funding, the information this resolution seeks is already widely available to my colleagues across the aisle. An accounting of the COVID-19 funds obligated through this law were announced through a series of press releases and briefings to both the public and Congress. In addition, when funds from the American Rescue Plan were obligated, the administration made a public announcement. On top of this, the Department of Health and Human Services also operates a public website accounting for the total amount of COVID-19 funds provided in every law passed by Congress, including detailed information on how it has been spent. While we may all be tired of the pandemic, the reality is the pandemic is not over. I always say, COVID's done, we may be done with COVID, but COVID's not done with us. But we are, our nation is at a very different place than we were after the outbreak of the pandemic. Thanks to the funding and policies this committee advanced to mount an effective health response. But we can't backtrack on this progress, and additional funding is necessary to continue putting up this fight. We have new COVID-19 cases and deaths every day. Nearly 3,000 Americans are still dying from COVID each week, and Republicans' refusals to provide sustained resources that will prevent these deaths is a challenge we gotta work through together. Protecting the health of Americans shouldn't be a partisan issue. The pandemic continues to take devastating economic and health toll on every community across the nation, which is why the Democrats' top priority has been bringing vital relief to the American people. Through the American Rescue Plan, we gave American families immediate financial relief through the economic payments for the expansion of the child tax credit, which reduced poverty by 30%. None of this would not, there are a lot more things, I'm running out of time, but none of this would have been possible without the American Rescue Plan, and this committee should remain focused on advancing other initiatives to help the American people, not have political issues like this. Please, it's disappointing we're doing this, and I don't believe that this resolution is necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Congressman Bilirakis is recognized
you.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Dr. Bouchard for his resolution, which seeks much-needed transparency on the methodologies and models used to justify the administration's COVID-19 supplemental budget request. We are in the midst of an inflation crisis we haven't seen in almost actually 50-plus years. August's 8.3% inflation rate remains significantly high, and the economy is reeling. What has the Biden administration done to account for this? More spending. That's their answer, more spending. The so-called the American Rescue Plan pumped trillions of dollars into additional government spending out the door. And that was before we have even exhausted all the money put out by the CARES Act the year prior. And the money that had just gone out from the December 2020 omnibus. Whether it was the $2 billion that was sent to non-existent county governments or the $780 million that went to convicted prisoners, more money had flowed through than most even knew about. Again, and yet this administration continues to ask for more, seemingly without analyzing what was already obligated or expended in COVID relief funds. In fact, the administration diverted $2 billion of public health money to help house immigrants along the southern border, including $850 million that Congress had originally put towards the Strategic National Stockpile, and another $850 million to help expand testing and other critical COVID-19 response efforts. Despite this rediverting of funds, this White House then turned around and suggested we provide additional billions of dollars in COVID relief money. It's no wonder we have massive labor shortages and inflation rising at record rates. We're just pouring fuel on the fire, and it has to stop. We are well past time to learn more about the president's justification and accounting of funds that were available and not yet expended, and what projections they were using for their COVID budget requests. So I urge my colleagues to vote for this ROI by Dr. Bouchard. And again, I yield back the balance of my time unless someone else wants my time on our side. No? Okay, thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on HRS 1263? Congressman Duncan is recognized for 5 minutes.
We're going to vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank gentlemen for putting this inquiry in place. You know, the elephant in the room is that after the pandemic was announced in 2020, flu deaths suddenly disappeared. It's almost statistically impossible for the flu to go away and everything become COVID. But the question I have, and the reason I think this inquiry is so important, is was there some sort of incentive given to hospitals to code everything as a COVID death? For every patient that came in sick with some sort of upper respiratory infection to suddenly be coded COVID-19. Economic incentives can get people to do a lot of things. So I'm curious whether the hospitals, whether the administration directed the hospitals to code everything COVID-19. And then was there other financial incentives to possibly tweak the numbers? If everything's a COVID death, then the numbers are higher. These are questions the American people have. These aren't questions that just members on this side of the aisle have. Republicans, Democrats, everyone. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we shut too many elderly Americans up and kept them from being able to see their loved ones. And that was hard on many senior adults and resulted in many fatalities just from loneliness. I think there's so many questions as to this administration's continuing response to COVID-19. Even the fact that the president said on 60 Minutes that the pandemic's over, and then suddenly the White House backs that up and says, no, it's not. I think that directly relates to funding, because they need to come back to Congress and ask you guys in a CR to continue the COVID-19 funding.
at unprecedented levels if you take it holistically. The president said it was over, but they backed it up. They backed that statement up and said, no, it's not. I don't know if we know if COVID-19 is over or not. But I do think that the American people and their elected representatives here in the United States Congress deserve answers, and we have the right to see the documents and to get a clear picture and understanding on how the funding sources were directed, whether there were incentives put in place, whether the numbers were skewed, especially when it comes to funding at a time when we're $30 trillion in debt, 31. American people deserve that. We deserve it. We're asking for it. And I hope we expect it as elected officials representing 770,000 people. With that, I'll be glad to yield.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir. I'll yield to Mr. Bouchon.
Yeah, I just want to say on the data situation, and this isn't necessarily particularly directed at the administration, but the reality is we did put in place, Congress did, a financial incentive on COVID-19 diagnoses at hospitals because they were overwhelmed, and then that has continued, and so there was a financial incentive to use coding, hospital coding, to obtain more payment. That is not my opinion. There's solid data out of New York State, in fact, that shows that in many cases, hospital deaths that were recorded by COVID, in fact, these were people that died with COVID, not of COVID, but because of the coding situation were recorded as a COVID death. And so I do think in medicine, it's critical to have actual solid data that is factual and correct. And the information out of New York shows us that the number of COVID deaths being reported around the country are overinflated because people are dying with COVID of heart attacks and other things.
But not of COVID. I reclaim my
not
time. I appreciate
of
the gentleman
COVID.
bringing that point up. At the same time, CMS goes into assisted living facilities, and if they don't have their I's dotted properly and their T's crossed, they withhold Medicare funding from the assisted living facilities. It's amazing how CMS treats one source of funding and tries to find a way not to pay the assisted living facilities, but yet on the other hand, all this money is available. If you code something a certain way, you get it. That's asinine, folks. And we need to see the documents so we can make better decisions. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other members seeking recognition to speak on H-Res 1263? Recognize Mr. Palmer for 5 minutes.
Thank the chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of Mr. Bouchon's resolution of inquiry. And I want to start off, the issue was raised by one of our colleagues noting that people can't afford their home COVID test, and I appreciate that. But I'd like to point out that because of the Biden administration and the Democrat majority's policies, they also can't afford gas for their cars, they can't afford groceries for their families, they can't afford school supplies for their kids, and they can't afford their utility bills that they're going to be faced with this winter to heat their homes adequately. It should also be noted in regard to the number of deaths that have been mentioned, that we're averaging over 2,000 drug overdose deaths per day. I would commend to my Democrat colleagues, if you want to spend some money, spend it on securing the border and stopping the flow of fentanyl and other deadly drugs into this country. I also want to point out that there's an oversight issue in regard to the COVID funding that has not been addressed. Left-wing and right-wing media have all noted that we are facing perhaps the greatest financial fraud in the history of the United States. Somewhere in the range of $80 billion of PPP loan money has been stolen. Somewhere in the range of $160 billion, and I think it may be more than that, unemployment assistance has been stolen.
And we're just getting started on this. And I want to know where this committee is in its oversight function to look in to the fraud that has taken place, because this administration has failed in one of its most fundamental responsibilities, and that's the oversight of U.S. resources and taxpayer dollars. So I think that it's an issue here, and you talk about wanting more money. Republicans offered a bill a while back to allow states to use 25% of the COVID fundings that they were holding to improve their unemployment administration, to eliminate fraud, to eliminate mistakes. And my colleagues wouldn't take that up. So I don't know how many of you understand fundamental economics, but money supply drives inflation. And you keep dumping more money into it, and you make life harder for American families across the board. I yield back.
The gentleman kneels back. Are there any other members seeking recognition to speak on HRS 1263? Seeing none, a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRS 1263 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes yes.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California, I will be voting aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
No.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis?
Hey, Devorah? Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes no. I have a bill that I
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
co-sponsor for the. Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
What happened?
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone? Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Madam Clerk, who is not recorded?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Mr. Rush? Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Mr. Schrader is not recorded. Ms. Custer is not recorded. Mr. Scalise is not recorded, and Mr. Kinzinger is not recorded.
Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, the yeas were 30 and the nays were 24.
The vote is 30 ayes and 24 noes. HRES 1263 is reported adversely to the House.
Madam Chair?
Let me just announce what we intend to do. We're going to move to debate on the next resolution of inquiry, but we won't have a vote because of the votes on the House floor. So if you don't want to participate in the debate, you don't have to stay, because we'll have the vote when we come back. Yes, Mr. Griffith is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I make a substitute motion to report HRES 1267 without a recommendation.
But haven't we already, can you do that?
A motion was reported, I'm making a substitute motion.
I've never heard of that one.
Welcome to parliamentary procedure, Mr. Chairman.
So you're saying even though we already voted on the bill, you...
No. We haven't voted on this. This has just been called up as a motion to report adversely. I'm making a substitute motion to report this resolution.
Oh, you're talking about the next one?
The one we're on right now, yes, sir.
Oh, well, I got to call it up first.
She called it up before you took the chair back. Thus, I made my motion.
No, she didn't. We voted on the previous one.
We voted on the previous one, then she called up HRES 1267.
I don't think so, but let me
All right.
do it.
All right.
All right, the chair calls up HRES 1267, and the clerk will report the bill.
HRES 1267 of inquiry directing the president to provide certain documents in the.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Now, what do you want to do?
Well, at this point, I would move that we report HRES 1267 without a recommendation.
Yeah, but we have to have the debate first. We haven't even done anything yet.
You don't have to have the debate first. The motion.
Yeah, but that's not fair for the people that want to have a debate.
Well, no, everybody can have a debate. I haven't called for the votes yet. I've just made the motion.
All right, let me check on this one.
Y'all want to check on that while we all go vote?
I don't know anything about a substitute motion. You can do an Ains if you want, an amendment in the.
I'm perfectly fine with the language. The question is the motion which is before the committee. So far, we have taken all these up on a motion to adversely report. I am requesting that we take this up on a motion to report without a recommendation from the
All right, well,
committee.
why don't we do this? Let us have this debate, and then let me think about this while we'll go over to vote.
All right.
And then we'll respond to you when we come back.
I appreciate that.
All right. Do we have time to have debate?
Yes, we sure do. We have 350 people that haven't voted down on the floor. Let's start. Everybody wants to be here till 10 o'clock.
All right, I don't, I'm a little concerned, though, that we're too far into this, and I think we should recess, all right? The committee's in recess. The committee will reconvene, and I'm going to start with, is it Griffith? I'm going to start with a response to Mr. Griffith on his motion. So we checked with the parliamentarian, and they sent us back this response referencing House Practice Section 28 on adverse or unfavorable reports. And it says, motions to report favorably, unfavorably, or with no recommendation have no priority over each other in committee and are not in order as amendments to each other. So that means that once we finish the debate and I move to report the bill adversely, which is what we've been doing, then you can't change it.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if that's the ruling of the parliamentarian, I have already made a motion prior to debate, which is appropriate. The bill was called up and I've made the motion. So by that reasoning, then you can't make the motion to switch it back to being adverse because yours would be the substitute motion is the way we stand on the floor right now.
Right, but we're, again,
I understand that the chair normally makes the motion, but I preempted that.
No. His motion, no. His motion is not right.
yeah, but we have to have the debate first.
His motion is not right.
Why?
Because otherwise it's not-
in most deliberative bodies, you have a motion before you can debate it. You don't, I mean, I know we have not been doing that in this committee today, but
All right,
typically
I
you have the motion in
understand,
front of you
please.
before you begin
Chairman,
the
the
debate.
gentleman's out of order.
All right, look.
The motion,
Look, please, everybody just relax. We are going to have the debate, and then I'm going to move that we, after the debate, most likely, I don't have to prejudge it, let's have the debate first. I would then move to report the bill adversely. What I'm saying is, you can't then change it by substituting it, and it's out of order for you to move the motion before we have the debate. We have to have the debate first. That's all I'm saying. All right, now let's have the debate. We already called up HRES 1267. Yeah, but I don't want to have a starting to end, motions to end the debate. You guys are doing these things, you should have debate. So anyway, the chair has already called up HRES 1267. I think you've already reported it or not? No? You have. So the question now is if anyone would like to seek recognition to speak on the resolution.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
speaking
to strike
to the
yes.
resolution. Thank you. Speaking to the resolution, I think this is a resolution that we ought to approach in a bipartisan fashion. This resolution of inquiry requests that the President of the United States furnish all documents or communication in the possession of the Director of the National Institutes of Health that refer or relate to the oversight of the Wuhan Institute of Virology Laboratory. Since March 18, 2021, the Republican leadership of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, Representatives Kathy Morse Rogers, Guthrie, and I have sent 8 oversight letters to the NIH related to information about the grant to EcoHealth Alliance and its subgrantee, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, on the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. The grant to EcoHealth involved collection, analysis, and live animal research related to bat coronavirus that could threaten human health. Understanding the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic are essential. It's essential to protecting public health in the future. If we can get better insights into these questions, this can help spur needed reforms that would not otherwise occur and that will reduce the likelihood of a pandemic or a major outbreak in the future. In addition, it is this committee's responsibility to oversee the NIH pandemic preparedness strategy and investments to learn what worked and what did not. It was our hope that the NIH would engage with us working together to get answers on COVID origins and about the EcoHealth Alliance Wuhan Lab collaboration. To date, the NIH has provided very limited responses to only 2 of these letters. Frankly, even much of what they have responded to have only provided us with redacted documents already sent to Freedom of Information Act requesters. So we're not getting any more information than people who've actually filed a FOIA request. The Biden administration's apparent disdainful attitude towards congressional requests that are not from a committee chair flouts historic executive branch practice to accommodate such requests. It also, contrary to the spirit and language of the Freedom of Information Act. The statute is not only a forceful declaration of the rights of citizens to executive information, but there is a strong implication that members of Congress who are not committee chairs have right to information. The Freedom of Information Act includes a provision that states, "This section shall not be authority to withhold information from Congress." The U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit has noted in a FOIA case that the right of a congressman to executive branch information is presumably greater than that of the average citizen. Sousey versus David, 1971 case, if anybody wants to cite, I'll give it to them. The resolution specifically asks for information, this resolution specifically asks for information on only 4 items. The names of the staff involved in reviewing research conducted at the Wuhan Institute of Virology Laboratory who determined the research conducted at such laboratory was not gain-of-function research. The details on the scope of such review and the process for how such review was conducted, including all documents related to such review. The review of the biosafety training practices and procedures of the Wuhan Institute of Virology Laboratory and information related to the standard operating procedures of the Wuhan Institute of Virology Laboratory for working with novel coronaviruses. Now, folks, the bottom line is we can't do our jobs if we don't get the information that we need to figure out what went wrong. And when the coronavirus pandemic first started, and it looked like it might be the lab, that was one of the 2 theories out there that was predominant, although there was some disinformation related to the lab possibility, in my opinion. But notwithstanding that, I said to any number of people that I talked to that sometimes mistakes happen, and sometimes things happen, and our job is to make sure that it doesn't happen again, and then we put safeguards in. I remember when I first came to this committee, and the investigation had started in the Bush administration, and then it went through into the Obama administration, we were looking at CDC labs. And shockingly, and some of you who've been around a while will remember this, they found that in the back of a freezer at one of the CDC labs, they had live smallpox vaccine. It wasn't labeled, it was just sitting back there. And if somebody had taken it out and said, let's let this thaw out and figure out what we got, we'd have had a disaster. And that was part of a process that CDC and this committee worked on to make sure that we would do better so we wouldn't have the possibility that one of our labs would accidentally leak smallpox. So without even trying to make a judgment on who did what or what was being done right or wrong, it's about getting the information so that we as a deliberative body can do our jobs, find out what the facts are, try to make sure we don't make the same mistakes in the future, and if something was working right, make sure that we continue to do that. And so I would ask that we approve this going to the floor, and that we look into these important matters. I think it's imperative. I think it's part of this committee's duty, and I appreciate the chairman's patience with me, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. DeGette is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. It's a little bit, with all due respect to my friend, the ranking member, it's a little difficult for me to respond to this word salad that I just heard, but let me try. The Oversight and Investigations Committee for many years, and many Congresses, has had oversight over our labs in the U.S. And we have had a lot of concerns over the U.S. about lab safety, or over the lab safety in the U.S., but also laboratories abroad. And the ranking member references some of the deficiencies that we found down at the CDC some years ago. But if the gentleman had been on the subcommittee visit that we took to the CDC in July of this year to follow up on our ongoing research, what we found is, with the help of Congress, those labs were completely rebuilt, and they now have the kind of security and safety that we need. So I was pleased as a member of Congress to see that actually our oversight investigations worked, and this was able to happen. Now, I would like to point out that the allegations that the minority makes are around a laboratory in Wuhan, China, not a laboratory in the U.S. or the CDC. And so what I keep seeing from these allegations is an attempt to conflate our labs at the CDC and in Wuhan, China. And in fact, there's no doubt in my mind that the narrow focus of this resolution on activities related to the Wuhan Institute of Virology and Biosafety are actually intended to draw unfounded connections between NIH oversight and the COVID-19 origins. So let me be perfectly clear, as I have said over and over again. NIH has repeatedly confirmed there's no connection between NIH-funded research and the origin of the COVID-19 virus. In fact, my friend and colleague keeps talking about the gain-of-function research, which is a narrow program at the NIH that has nothing to do with the COVID-19 virus. And so really, this is just confusion. Now, in addition, all of the scientific consensus, not just at the NIH or the CDC, but with international agencies which have reviewed this situation in China, have said that their consensus supports the intelligence agency's finding from last year that COVID-19's origin was far more likely to have resulted from zoonotic events than lax lab practices. And even further, recent peer-reviewed studies indicate that the Hunan wet market was likely the epicenter of the epidemic. And it's not just one study that found this, it was many. But so sadly, despite this overwhelming information, the minority persists. And this resolution of inquiry is the latest political stunt in the minority's COVID-19 origin witch hunt that perpetuates conspiracy theories and injects science into politics into science. And frankly, even of our nation's leading public servants, including Dr. Fauci, have had death threats over this. And I think all of us in this committee would condemn that. There have been a dozen letters and keynote speeches by the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee's ranking member echoing all of these false claims. And there have been briefings, viral samples, as a distraction from the Biden administration's efforts to combat the COVID-19 pandemic and to address the needs of the American people. Now, in addition to providing witnesses for COVID-19 related committee hearings and member briefings, the Department of HHS has responded in good faith through multiple letters, productions of hundreds of pages of documents, at least 5 bipartisan committee staff briefings, several in-camera productions, and furthermore, we had a classified review. So I will commit, as the chair of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, to continuing to investigate lab practices, because that is important. But what's not important is if we divert our attention away from safety at our labs and fighting pandemics around the world to this kind of partisan witch hunt. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone on the Republican side? Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to speak in support of Congressman Griffith's resolution of inquiry. I can recall being promised this type of hearing during an O&I hearing probably 8 or 10 months ago. And all we're asking for is the information that the administration has in their possession relating to the oversight of the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I find this personally frustrating, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've written letters to you. I've engaged Secretary Becerra both in this committee room and in the Budget Committee on this issue. It's been treated very dismissively, but you know, look, the president told us on 60 Minutes the other night the pandemic is over. So now's the time. Now's the time to examine exactly what happened to us and why. And I agree with Ranking Member Griffith that the National Institute of Health needs to be absolutely transparent about all of the details relating to the origins of the coronavirus. It's beyond critical that we understand exactly what went wrong, because we are going to be expected to take actions that prevent it from happening in the future. And if you don't ask the basic questions of what went wrong in the first place, you'll never be able to prevent it from happening again. One would think that this COVID origins investigation would be of absolute interest to every member of this committee, regardless of political party. It should be a bipartisan effort. For crying out loud, you have Jon Stewart, who talks about if you have a virus appear in a town and you look up and here's the sign that says Wuhan Institute of Virology, wouldn't you start there? Wouldn't you start there to ask what happened here? So if it's intuitively obvious to a casual observer like Jon Stewart, I would say it ought to be of the highest interest to this committee. Even previous administrations have made efforts to provide access to information when requested by congressional committees. There is no reason, no good reason, not for national security, not for any other reason that the administration should be operating in this non-transparent manner. I recognize that majority Democrats have continuously demonstrated that this topic is of simply no interest to them, but I submit it should be of the highest interest to every member of this committee, because we, as the committee that has oversight and the jurisdiction of public health, we are going to be looked to prevent the next episode from occurring. And while 100 years went by between the Spanish flu and the novel coronavirus, we don't know what that It's not guaranteed that it's going to be a century. It might be 3 months. It might be 3 years. We don't know. So we should do everything we can to find out what went wrong in this instance. Now, this pandemic has demonstrated how serious biological threats are and how serious they can be. It's affected everyone. It's affected every member on this committee. It's affected all of our family members. We all should be equally concerned about the origins of this virus and really devote all of our energy to ensuring that it does not happen again. Congress and the American people deserve complete transparency when it comes to the origins of this virus. I hope and I pray that this committee going forward will continue to have these discussions and have the courage to follow the facts wherever they go and then to disclose to the people. After all, that is what our obligation is. I thank the
Gentleman
chairman.
yield? Will the gentleman yield?
I hear voices. Oh, yes. Yeah, was it Mr. Griffith? Yeah, let me yield to Mr. Griffith.
Thank you very much. Let me just say that I feel a little bit like Billy Long from the Show Me State. If everything that we think might have happened and that we're trying to get the information on is false, then show us. Give us the documents. Show me. I've got no problem with that. It's an open question as to where the virus came from. That's what WHO says, World Health Organization. It's still an open question. The classified briefing was not with NIH, and that's who we're trying to get these documents from. And in the end, we have to take a careful and good look at a foreign lab that was contracted with by EcoHealth Alliance, a third-party provider to the NIH. It's American taxpayer dollars that we're responsible for doing oversight on, and it goes through EcoHealth Alliance to Wuhan. We have to decide whether we should be using labs in another country, particularly a country that doesn't have the safety standards that we have in the United States at our labs. I yield back.
And I yield back.
Thank you. Anybody on the Democratic side want to speak on this? Anybody else want to speak on this? Yes, Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Chair.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of Dr. Burgess. You know, this is a disease that has killed 15 million people so far. It's still taking 2,000 a day. And this is truly the pandemic that we worried about my entire medical career. This is what we have. This is awful. And we need to be taking this very, very seriously because there could be another one right around the corner. In fact, I would suggest to you that if indeed it is a lab leak, that we still have the labs pursuing the same research on other coronaviruses now that could also end up in the exact same way. So this is not over, and we need to have the background on that. I reminded you earlier today, and I refer to my earlier remarks, that the EcoHealth Alliance, under the direction of Peter Daszak, is now doing the same preliminary research on MERS, Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, a coronavirus again, and they're pursuing this research in Moscow. this doesn't strike you as a threat? Honestly, I think we need to know more. I will yield back to any Republican, but Carter, I yield to you.
Will the gentleman yield? Yeah, I'll be brief. I think,
I thought I yielded to Buddy.
That's all right, go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead.
Larry, no, I'm sorry, Larry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'll be brief. I mean, my friends on the other side want to talk about politics, and that's okay, because what this is about is trying to prove Donald Trump wrong, or right, or Dr. Fauci right or wrong. The focus is in the wrong place. The focus should be on the facts, and we shouldn't be relying on the Chinese Communist Party or the World Health Organization to tell us what's right or wrong. We need to find out ourselves, because that's our job. And U.S. taxpayer dollars through a third party have gone to this laboratory to fund research that we have no idea what they're doing. The Communist Party will not tell you. And I'm just disappointed that we continue to fight against trying to find the facts to try to prove Donald Trump wrong after all of this time. I yield back.
I yield remaining time to Mr. Carter, Georgia.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, for over 2.5 years now, Republicans on this committee have called to investigate the mounting evidence showing that COVID-19 originated from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We need to answer the question of where COVID-19 originated from. We are never going to be prepared in the future. We're never going to learn from the mistakes that were made. We're never going to learn from the experiences that we've had until we identify where this originated from. That's fundamental to informing our decisions moving forward. This generation of school-age kids has been impacted. Their education has been impacted. We've had a mental health crisis among our kids due to lockdowns. And most importantly, Americans have died because of this pandemic, yet the origins of the COVID-19 remain shrouded in mystery. Congress has the responsibility, and let me remind you, we do have the responsibility to investigate the origins of the virus and the extent of China's deception. We know China has lied. We know that. We know they have covered up important information about COVID-19 since the very beginning. The available evidence suggests COVID-19 may have leaked out of the Wuhan Institute of Virology after it was developed through gain-of-function research. Despite the overwhelming amount of evidence, Democrats have created diversion after diversion to cover this up. Understanding the origins of COVID-19 is essential for accountability and preparedness of any future pandemic.
If I have time.
The American people deserve the truth, and they're demanding accountability. And Republicans on this committee will insist on getting these answers. The Democrats' refusal to follow the science, to listen to the experts, and investigate the origin of COVID-19 is a dereliction of their duty. The American people have been devastated by this pandemic, and they deserve answers. We need this information without any more delays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Dave, instead of yielding back, I'm going to reclaim my time. I just want to point out that earlier, I'm not speaking off the top of my head. Earlier in my career, I was a doctor in the Army, worked at the biological warfare headquarters in the lab. I'm in my wheelhouse here. I know what a lab leak looks like. I yield back.
Does anybody else want to speak? Mr. Palmer is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not need 5 minutes. I just do not understand why, after millions of our friends and neighbors and family members have died from COVID and people are still dying, and I hear from my Democrat colleagues their concern for the people who are still infected with COVID. I cannot understand why there is so little interest on your side of the aisle to get to the real source of this. You can't solve a problem until you properly define it. And I think it's critical. Listening to these doctors, and particularly Dr. Dunn, who's actually worked in a biological warfare lab, I don't know what you need to compel you to support getting to the absolute bottom, rock bottom truth of where this virus originated. I yield back.
Okay, anybody else? Otherwise, we'll go to a vote. You want to record a vote? Okay. Recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRES 1267 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Daggett.
Aye.
Ms. Daggett votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California, I am voting aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bettigon. Ms. Bettigon votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz, do you have your
Yeah,
internet?
yeah, definitely. Definitely meeting. I don't know if if they want to have
Mr.
dinner.
Ruiz, Raul, you got to turn the thing off. All right. All right, let's continue. The clerk will continue with the roll call.
Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes no.
Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
Oh.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
No.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Mr.
How is
Latta?
Sarbanes recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr. Latta votes no.
Sarbanes?
Chairman? Mr. Carter's not recorded.
You're not recorded.
Mr. Carter votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes?
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes yes.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms.
this is Ms.
Eshu
Fletcher of
is-
Texas. How am I recorded?
Ms. Fletcher?
Ms. Fletcher is not recorded.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Eshu? Is Ms. Eshu recorded?
Ms. Eshu is not recorded. Ms. Eshu votes aye.
Mr. Schrader?
Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Rush?
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson's not recorded. Mr. Johnson votes no.
Is there anyone else?
Welch
Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch is
Votes
not
aye.
recorded.
votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Anyone else who wants to vote? Okay, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 32 and the nays were 23.
23. Okay, the vote on 1267 is 32 ayes to 23 noes, and therefore, HRES 1267 is reported adversely to the House. We now go to HRES 1268. The chair calls up HRES 1268, and the clerk will report the bill.
HRES 1268, a resolution of inquiry directing the President to provide certain documents in the President's possession to the House of Representatives relating to actions taken by the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Any member seeking recognition to speak on HRES 1268?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the recognition. This resolution of inquiry, as said in the title, directs the President to provide certain documents relating to the actions taken by the Secretary of Health and Human Services or lack of action related to COVID-19 pandemic response. In this resolution, I know some said earlier that we're putting forward these resolutions of inquiry without ever trying to seek to find the information before, and that's not true. I know in this case, from January 31st letter in 2022, the NC leader, Republican leader Catherine Morris Rogers, Leader Griffith, and myself sent a letter to Secretary Becerra in response to concerns that he had largely been missing in action during the COVID-19 response. And I heard some colleagues say earlier about the competence of the Biden administration in the COVID-19 response. But we have to remember, as contrary to very early put out, and I think covered in the news, that essentially the administration was starting from scratch. Remember, on Inauguration Day, almost 1 million people were vaccinated. But you look at what kind of brought attention to this to me in the last holiday period. I remember the Trump administration, like June and the summer of 2020, being raked over the coals by not having enough tests in place. And I remember my daughter coming home for the holidays and trying to test her to see if we could take her to see my father, and there wasn't a test to be found in our area and across the country. And it just showed that there was just lack of focus for us to move forward. If you look at the baby formula, I know we're focused on COVID, the baby formula issue, they asked the President, could that have been averted? And he said, if I could have read minds. Well, that was, I think, in April. Maybe it might have been early May, but late April. We know that the plant was shut down in February. There was a whistleblower this September before that. So it just seems this is important because there just seems to be a lack of leadership or lack of connection between HHS and the White House, and that certainly is in our area of oversight. It's not just us on this side of the aisle talking about it. NBC News reported last December about Secretary Becerra's low profile as HHS Secretary and noted that since he was sworn in, he had yet to appear at a White House or COVID-19 media briefing. Oddly, when the public online HHS employee directory was queried, there were no matching records for Secretary Becerra's name, and a White House visitor log indicates that Secretary Becerra has not visited the White House since he was confirmed as HHS Secretary as of the beginning of this year. On January 27, 2022, GAO added HHS leadership of public health emergencies to the GAO high-risk list. For over a decade, GAO has found issues with how HHS leadership prepares for and responds to emergencies, including COVID-19 and other infectious diseases and extreme weather events such as hurricanes. Under these circumstances, it's even more critically important to determine the Secretary's role and performance during this response. The issues about the Secretary's performance during emergency seems to be recurring. We talked about the baby formula, and HHS continues to fail in its basic responsibilities. On August 12th, 2022, Politico reported an article, Becerra in hot seat again over monkeypox response. On April 27th, Secretary Becerra sent a 1.5-page response making a general defense of the department's performance, but without addressing any of the specific information. This resistance of basic information in response to congressional requests should not be accepted by any of us, either side of the aisle. The information sought on the RI includes very specific, targeted, and ascertainable items, including the number of in-person visits, meetings with the Secretary attended related to the pandemic response, the number of times the Secretary met with the President on pandemic response, the number of classified briefings related to the pandemic and origins of the pandemic the Secretary has taken, in the number of. So the requests are reasonable and will provide needed transparency to address the legitimate concerns about the status of the Secretary's involvement in the COVID-19 response. I urge bipartisan support to favorably report this ROI so this committee can fulfill its constitutional oversight responsibilities and help inform the American people about critical details in the Secretary's role during this response. And I finish, and if anybody wants my time, I will yield back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Ms. Eshoo?
Mr. Chair, this is Congressman Cardenas. Move to strike the last word.
Did you want to speak? Mr. Cardenas, grab Ms. Eshoo first, and then we'll get to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek recognition to strike the last word, speak on the resolution.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. This resolution asks for documents or communications in the President's possession related to the HHS Secretary's response to COVID-19, including meetings, work trips, physical location for work days. It also asks for the expenses incurred during the Secretary's travel. Well, I think that this resolution fits with the others. All it does is take up really valuable time where we should be doing the important work of the committee. I respect the maker of the resolution, but I think that this is, I have to say, kind of smacks of bad faith because it smacks of a personal attack against the Secretary. If you go through a simple perusal of HHS's press releases, they would answer many of the questions in the inquiry by accounting for the Secretary's work trips and actions taken to respond to COVID-19. And I think the resolution is misguided and maybe a few years late, because what I recall was Mr. Trump's HHS Secretary, Tom Price, who inappropriately billed taxpayers nearly $350,000 for private jets. He had a flagrant financial abuse. Because of his flagrant financial abuses, it really caused him to step down and out of the job. And it was relative to all these travel policies and training policies for political appointees certainly had to be refreshed. So honestly, I don't think this is worth debating, and I yield back.
Will the gentlewoman yield the balance of her
I'd be
time,
glad
Ms.
to.
Cardenas?
Be glad to.
Thank you, Ms. Eshoo. I agree with Ms. Eshoo. We could be using a better use of our time. It's very disappointing that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are using these resolutions of inquiry to score political points and to question the integrity of our former colleague, Javier Becerra, is just inconsistent with how we all know him and the work that he's always consistently done for his entire career. And simply put, this ROI is an abuse of legislative power by the House Republicans. During Democrats' time, when we were in the minority for many years, only 2 ROIs were filed that pertain to public health issues. Meanwhile, in the last month alone, 18 have been filed ROIs with 10 of them being on public health. This measure would require Secretary Becerra to provide information on how many in-person meetings he has attended at the White House to address COVID. This again, this is a waste of time and resources. Social distancing and slowing the spread of COVID by working from home was actually the recommendation of federal public health agencies that the Secretary is responsible for overseeing. Since the start of the pandemic, HHS has taken action to slow the spread of COVID, including efforts like creating a national test to treat initiative, establishing the largest free vaccination program in our nation's history, and collaborating with Congress to secure swift and effective pandemic response resources. This ROI is not a productive use of our time on any legislative calendar, and it's a blatant distraction from the ongoing pressing issues happening in our nation, including COVID-19 pandemic. Rather than wasting our time on this ROI that attempts to undermine Secretary Becerra's tireless efforts and leadership during this pandemic, let's instead focus on finding new ways to improve the lives of the American people. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the time to Ms. Escher.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Ranking Member Guthrie for bringing this important issue to the committee, and thank him for his resolution of inquiry. And I would just say to my colleagues on the other side of the dais, if you hadn't cut us off from resolutions of inquiry for so long, you might not be having to deal with so many today. But these are important questions which we are obligated to ask on behalf of the American people. Now, this particular resolution of inquiry is important because, let me just tell you, I have an office in the Rayburn building. It's on the west side of the building. Right across the street is the Hubert Humphrey building, where the Department of Health and Human Services is housed. I got to tell you, since March of 2020, this building has been empty. In fact, I've wondered if maybe the General Services Administration should not look into selling it off for condos, or perhaps people who are unhoused in the city could be put up there, but it ought to be put to some use, but it's certainly not being used as intended right now. The same can be said for a lot of other executive agencies in Washington, and surely in the next Congress, we are going to need to focus on people getting back to work at their agencies because the American people depend upon that. Look, this resolution of inquiry requests information from the executive branch on the number of meetings that the Secretary has taken on the coronavirus pandemic, the number of times the Secretary has visited the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, times he's visited the Food and Drug Administration, the National Institute of Health, and most importantly, the number of days the Secretary has actually come and worked in Washington, D.C. I don't think that's unreasonable. We're not asking for information about how the Secretary traveled between California and here. We are simply asking for, did the Secretary show up for work? Americans really do deserve to have people at work and on the watch at the agencies. And this resolution of inquiry allows for some much-needed oversight on the use of this taxpayer expense for the activities of the Department of Health and Human Services during a once-in-a-century pandemic. And I thank the chairman for the recognition, and I will yield back my time.
Thank you. Anyone else on either side on this resolution? All right. Roll call? Yes. Okay. We'll go to a roll call. Recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRES 268 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms.
So-
Clark.
Um,
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
so anything in 31
Mr. Sarbanes.
that's not councilmanic District 2.
Mr. Sarbanes, you have your,
What is Pete again? He's
you
2,
got to
right?
turn the internet off or whatever you're doing. All right, the clerk continue.
Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, from California, I'm voting aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. O'Halloran. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson.
No.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Howe, I recorded. This is Mark Wayne.
Mr. Mullen is not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Mullen votes no.
Mr. Soto?
Recorded.
Mr. Soto votes aye.
Mr. Schrader?
Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Mr. Vesey?
Mr. Vesey is not recorded.
Mr. Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Rush?
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye.
Any other member who wishes to be recorded and isn't? All right. Clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 31 and the nays were 23.
Okay, the vote is 31 ayes and 23 noes, and therefore HRes 1268 is reported adversely to the House. And the next The next bill is a resolution of inquiry. The chair calls up H-Res 1274, and the clerk will report the bill.
HRS 1274 of inquiry directing the president to provide certain documents in the president's possession.
And without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Does Mr. Latta seek recognition?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman for recognizing me. Long before the rise of COVID-19, our country was deep in the midst of a deadly health crisis that plagued our communities. The widespread distribution and use of illicit fentanyl. These drugs continue to flood across the border and into our streets, shattering families and destroying American communities. Our villages and towns are struggling under the weight of this emergency, and not enough is being done to halt the flow of these drugs. That is why I introduced H-Res 1274, which will request documentation related to the Biden administration's failure to combat this unprecedented crisis and how it plans to take action. Last year on my visit to the southern border, we heard how cartels are funneling fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances into our country, using disgusting tactics like disguising these drugs as candy. If you look at the statistics, fentanyl trafficking across our border has increased by 132%. It is now the leading cause of death for adults ages 18 to 45. In 2021 alone, over 15,000 pounds of fentanyl-related substances were seized, which is enough to supply a lethal dose to every U.S. citizen. What these statistics fail to account for is the amount of fentanyl that was not interdicted at the border. Heartbreakingly, the United States had a record 107,000 drug overdoses last year, 71,000 of which due to fentanyl. In Ohio, we suffered our absolute worst year on record with 5,585 overdose deaths. This included 14-year-old Alexander, 17-year-old Zachary, 20-year-old Haley, and 16-year-old Daniel. Our children are the faces of this crisis, and they deserve justice. Their families deserve justice. The Biden administration's failure to secure the border and liberal prosecutors' failure to crack down on crime across the nation have fed this crisis. For over 2 years, Congress has kicked the can down the road and extended the temporary scheduling of fentanyl. We're currently under another temporary scheduling regime that will expire at the end of the year. Our families and our communities deserve a permanent solution. To that end, I have introduced, along with my colleague from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, the Hot Fentanyl Act, which would permanently schedule fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I and enable researchers to continue to study Schedule I substances for the purposes of identifying potential medical benefits. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation as well as H-Res 1274 so we can finally coordinate together on saving lives and fighting back against this addiction. I thank the chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, and I'm going to yield myself 5 minutes to strike the last word. My intention is to report this resolution with no recommendation, and that's because I believe this is a complex, multifaceted problem that we must continue to work on together in a bipartisan manner. The committee has a long history of addressing substance use disorders and overdoses in a strong bipartisan manner. In recent years, we've led the charge with monumental pieces of legislation such as CARA, 21st Century Cures, and the Support Act. We have expanded access to counseling for mental health and substance use disorders via telehealth in the Medicare program, expanded access to treatment options, including medication-assisted treatment, and expanded the behavioral health workforce. And as we continued our bipartisan work this year with H.R. 7666, the Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act, which passed out of committee and then overwhelmingly passed the House by a vote of 402 to 20. So I'm proud of the bipartisan work we've done here in the House, and I'll continue to work with Ranking Member Rogers to ensure this bill becomes law this Congress, bringing relief to all of our communities, in my opinion. Now, we're losing over 100,000 people per year. This issue requires us to continue our bipartisan policy making and oversight and should not devolve into a politicized debate. This committee has and will continue to exercise its oversight of the administration's response to the illicit fentanyl crisis In the past 2 years, the Biden administration has released their National Drug Control Strategy, the HHS Overdose Prevention Strategy, and a new U.S.-Mexico bilateral framework for security and public health. The Biden administration has also expanded the high-density drug trafficking area program and reformed regulations to provide greater access to health care for those experiencing an opioid or other substance use disorder. On the supply side, the Biden administration has significantly increased the total number of fentanyl seizures coming into the country, and that's a sign that law enforcement is being effective. In December, we held a Health Subcommittee hearing to examine the Biden administration's interagency proposal to address illicit fentanyl-related substances, the topic of this resolution. The interagency proposal calls for permanent class-wide scheduling FRS, expands and expedites research for all Schedule I substances, creates an off-ramp to ensure that harmless or medically beneficial substances are not improperly classified, and makes important reforms to mandatory minimum sentencing standards involving FRS. I just think it's critical that what we do to ensure fentanyl is not used to further divide our communities and exacerbate inequities in our criminal justice system. I believe the Biden administration's proposal strikes the appropriate balance. Now, I understand there's a lot of frustration because the fentanyl crisis continues, but I think the answer is a bipartisan path, which this committee will continue. And so, for these reasons, I said, I will move to, after the debate, of course, to report this resolution with no recommendation, which I think, I want you to understand, is a little different than what we've done so far, where we've reported the others adversely. And with that, I yield back. Recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard what you had to say. I still plan to vote no to move this resolution with no recommendation because there's no reason that we cannot favorably report this resolution. Fentanyl is like a weapon of mass destruction. It's killing record numbers of Americans. Making sure that these deadly poisons are permanently made illegal requires urgent action because lives are on the line. An unthinkable amount of fentanyl and its analogs are coming across the border, enough to kill every American 7 times over. According to the CDC's National Center for Health Statistics, there are over 100,000 drug overdose deaths in the United States. That's over 2,000 every day. In my home state of Washington, the overdose death rate increased by more than the national average, nearly 36%, all because of fentanyl and its many analogs. In this fiscal year, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection has seized 12,000 pounds of fentanyl at the border. Across the nation, the DEA has seized a record number, it's nearly a million, or 10 million, nearly 10 million fake prescription pills containing lethal amounts of fentanyl. More counterfeit pills have been seized so far in 2021 than the previous 2 years combined, with 2 out of every 5 pills containing a potentially lethal dose of fentanyl. This is not your typical street drug. This is weapons-grade poison that is killing our children. I want to remind you of the story of a young woman in my district named Kayla. She and a friend split what they thought was Percocet. That one pill, which was laced with fentanyl, immediately killed them both. They had no chance. Republicans have been trying to permanently place fentanyl-related substances in Schedule I for years now. We're hearing from an army of parents every day, parents who deserve justice because they've lost a child and they don't want anyone else to experience their pain. The Biden administration agrees that we should permanently schedule fentanyl-related substances in Schedule I. Unfortunately, the administration is also trying to treat these deadly poisons differently from fentanyl and other currently scheduled fentanyl analogs because they're proposing to exempt the entire class from trafficking mandatory minimums. This would prevent our law enforcement from finding and putting away drug traffickers who are bringing these chemical weapons across the border and into our communities. For the parents that we are fighting for, it would mean the criminals who killed their kids could keep trafficking these lethal substances with lower repercussions. Why would the administration want to treat such a deadly substance differently? We need to better understand the reasoning behind the administration's misguided recommendations and a weak on crime agenda. These substances are simply too deadly for us to be weak on traffickers and those who are selling to our children in our communities. In addition to traffickers, Department of Justice has been falling short on their job of going after technology companies that facilitate the sale of these deadly poisons. I've met with parents in my office, each of which have lost a child to fentanyl poisoning. Each had a similar story. Their kids were looking for something to help them with anxiety, depression. They turned to social media to find someone who could deliver the supposed help. But instead, just after one pill, thousands of parents are finding their children poisoned and dead. And hospitals are seeing it in our cities. Young men and women on fentanyl and meth being brought into emergency rooms where all equipment must be removed so those individuals don't hurt themselves or others, where additional staff must be hired to monitor that person in crisis. Come to Spokane, nurses, doctors, scared to go to work. We need to intervene and help people in despair get treatment. Were these parents, healthcare providers, and struggling Americans taken into account when the administration recommended reducing penalties for trafficking fentanyl-related substances while also pursuing this open border agenda? How could technology companies handle a flood of drug traffickers selling substances without mandatory minimum if this proposal were to pass? I urge adoption of this important resolution of inquiry so that we can get answers to these questions. I yield back.
Thank the ranking member. Is anyone on the Democratic side or Mr. Tonko is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I address HRES 1274, the resolution of inquiry sponsored by Mr. Latta related to fentanyl. I strongly disagree with the politicization of the overdose crisis, and I'm disappointed that we're dealing with political resolutions of inquiry instead of taking effective bipartisan action as we have done throughout this and many other Congresses. That said, I can agree that this committee should and does exercise its oversight of the Biden administration's response to the fentanyl and overdose crisis. As I said, this is an issue that requires bipartisan solutions. It is our job to discuss the merits and pitfalls of all the policy proposals on the table. As the chair mentioned, we have worked together to pass CARA, the SUPPORT Act, and most recently our bipartisan mental health package. These policies have provided billions of dollars to support the American people and combat the overdose crisis. The overdose crisis is an intractable issue that does not care for Democratic or Republican administrations. With the exception of 2018, drug overdose deaths have risen every year since at least 1999. This is not a simple issue that can be boiled down to one action by one president or one political party. It takes all of us. I'm proud of the bipartisan work we have done together on the Mainstreaming Addiction Treatment Act, the Medicaid Reentry Act, and the Substance Use Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Services Block Grant Act. As you know, we are closer than ever before to signing the bipartisan Mainstreaming Addiction Treatment Act into law. The MAT Act would eliminate the outdated requirement that practitioners apply for a separate waiver, the X waiver, through the DEA to prescribe buprenorphine for the treatment of substance use disorder. There is simply no rationale for the existence of this waiver during this time of crisis when access to safe, at-home treatment solutions can mean life or death for millions of Americans. This is a thoroughly bipartisan bill that will save countless lives with strong backing from the scientific and the medical communities. I'm also proud of the bipartisan work we have done together on the Medicaid Reentry Act, which focuses on improving mental health and substance care for justice-involved individuals by allowing states to restart Medicaid benefits for our incarcerated individuals 30 days prior to release to ensure a smoother transition back into the community. This will help to better ensure those transitioning will have immediate access to critical services, including mental health support, addiction treatment, and COVID testing. I hope we can continue to work together this Congress to get it over the finish line and save lives. I, too, support continuing oversight of the administration's response to the opioid emergency, and I do hope that we can find a bipartisan solution. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else on this resolution? If not, Mr. Guthrie?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Mr. Bilirakis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my good friend, Mr. Latta, and of course, our ranking member, Kathy McMorris Rogers, for working on this issue, this very serious issue. We need a war on fentanyl. It's as simple as that. Look at these beautiful faces. These beautiful faces. They were all victims to fentanyl. It's happening all over the country, in all communities, unfortunately. So, again, thank you for offering the resolution, Mr. Latta, which asks for accountability from the Biden administration when it comes to combating the unprecedented fentanyl crisis that our nation is currently facing. Sadly, we continue to see an increase in overdose deaths, with the CDC estimating that over 107,000 Americans died of a drug overdose during the past year. Florida, in particular, saw alarming numbers with over 7,000 overdose deaths, the vast majority of which involved fentanyl. This is a far-reaching problem with far-reaching consequences, stretching as far as north of Alaska, which saw Alaska saw a 71% increase in overdose deaths. No state is safe from this crisis, Mr. Chairman. All states have essentially become border states as we work to address the amounts of illicit fentanyl and fentanyl compounds that are flooding in from China and India into Mexico and then across the southern border. Currently, fentanyl overdose is the leading cause of death in the nation for individuals ages 18 to 45. Florida is tracking to surpass our already alarming 59% in overdose deaths due to fentanyl in 2020. It is very clear to me that it is tied to this administration's open border policies. Now we know that the issues of substance abuse, substance use disorder and mental health are closely linked, and I've been very proud that I've worked in a bipartisan fashion with this committee to actually make a big difference in mental health and substance use disorders. So, but it is not enough. You know, we've got to attack this issue, whatever it takes, Mr. Chairman, whatever it takes. But it's not enough, and we need to see the Biden administration do more. I appreciate that they finally identified the severity of the impact that global illicit drug trafficking is having on the United States. That said, utilizing executive action to identify this problem in December of 2021 is not enough and falls extremely short, in my opinion. Recognizing that we need to address this crisis is simply step one. And I'm actually afraid to see it, that it appears in the Biden administration, they're just not doing enough. And identifying this as a problem grants President Biden unique authorities to address this national emergency. And it is an emergency, it really is. It allows him to pursue both comprehensive and creative solutions. I would like to enter into the record a letter sent to President Biden on September 14th, led by the Attorney General of Florida, Ashley Moody, and the Attorney General of Connecticut, William Tong. They were joined by their colleagues from 16 other states and territories in requesting that fentanyl be classified as a weapon of mass destruction. That's what it is. It's a weapon of mass destruction. Recognizing the role of international bad actors in the trafficking and distribution of illicit fentanyl, it is time to take immediate action and swiftly utilize all levels of power to address the threat this drug poses on our nation. Now, if President Biden cannot or will not take action to address this problem, Congress certainly should in a bipartisan fashion. I know Republicans on this committee are at the table prepared to pass the Halt All Lethal Trafficking of Fentanyl Act as soon as possible. We need to make the emergency class-wide scheduling of fentanyl-related substances permanent. I'm saddened that the overdose epidemic continues to get worse across our nation. And as we move forward, we must embrace a collaborative approach. We must work together to continue to address this epidemic, and we must learn more about the administration's plans or lack thereof to reduce the supply of fentanyl substances in our country. Every community in the United States is affected by this highly potent drug, which is being trafficked into our country, and there is no time to waste. Kids are dying, as the ranking member said. The time is now to act swiftly to protect American people from the threat that it poses. I urge my colleagues to move this resolution of inquiry forward, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The members that seek recognition? Mr. Guthrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. I just want to use about a minute, and I'll yield to whoever likes it. Dr. Gupta came to my district at the request or at the invitation of Leader McConnell, and we had a whole group of law enforcement officers with him. Dr. Gupta is a wonderful man. If you guys have a chance to be with him, really wants to do the right thing. But they were absolutely frustrated to the point where a couple of them, I said afterwards, y'all probably need to behave a little different when you're around him. He was a guest in our place, but they were so frustrated because of the lack of putting fentanyl as a Schedule I at full level. Because I was at the border, and the Border Patrol says it's easiest to bring across the border because you can put it in a water bottle and bring it across. So it's the easiest to sneak across the border. It's the most lethal. And then if you don't put it on Schedule I with the same penalties as all the others, it's going to be, the incentive is to bring it over. So if you have the easiest to smuggle, the most lethal, and the less penalty, you're going to get more of it. And I think, and I agree with my good friend, Mr. Tonka, we've worked on a lot of things together and always enjoyed doing that we do need to be working on this in a bipartisan way. We shouldn't be at RI, we should be trying to solve this problem, but, taking this off Schedule I is just not, or not fully scheduling it in a way that all the others are. It's just not proper, in my opinion, and I'll yield to my friend from South Carolina.
Thanks. Just real quickly, we had the picture of the faces of fentanyl. Let me tell you about some faces of fentanyl that I've been exposed to and talk with, and that is your first responders. You've got them in your district. These are law enforcement, these are firefighters, these are EMS workers, and when they come in contact with a victim or a criminal, just in a normal process of doing their job, oftentimes they're being exposed to fentanyl residue in the pockets or on the clothes of the person they're apprehending or treating. And once they get that person processed and the ambulance or in the police car, get behind the wheel, they start to feel that they're about to black out. And many have, from overdose of fentanyl from that exposure. So now they're having to carry Narcan as part of their normal repertoire. Along with their body armor and everything else they're carrying, EMS workers with all their bags, they've got to carry that Narcan in order to hit themselves with them so that they don't die from a fentanyl overdose, never having taken a drug, just from doing their job to try to keep us safe in law enforcement or protect us in firefighting or EMS. So this is a real issue. And I know you're going to hear about it back in your district from your first responders, and I'll yield back to Mr. Guthrie.
Mr. Guthrie, are you finished? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to strike the last word.
You're using
I
this.
thank you for yielding, Mr. Guthrie. In the past 2 years, we have seen over 100,000 Americans lose their lives to drug overdoses, making this the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. It's an incredibly sad reality. And right now, the Biden administration has shown no ability to effectively mitigate the fentanyl crisis that has exploded under their watch. Fentanyl and its analogs can be deadly, even in incredibly small quantities that we've heard today. And in the past year, more than 10,000 pounds have been seized at our southern border, enough to kill every man, woman, and child in America. As we continue to confront this crisis, this has made every state a border state, and we need to look closely at the failed border policies that have allowed such large quantities of drugs to enter our country.
As we've heard, hospitals, first responders, and local law enforcement are limited in their ability to address this crisis. We need to take the concrete actions that are necessary to secure our border and decimate the flow of illegal substances, both from China and Central America, into our communities. This fentanyl crisis is a border crisis, a deadly crisis that we can wait no longer. We must act. I urge my colleagues to move this resolution of inquiry forward, and I yield the remaining time back.
All right. Who else would like to speak on this? Ms.
Megan,
Lester?
can you check and give me the best intel on when the next vote is?
My understanding is it's imminent, but you're talking on the floor, right?
No, that was Mr. Welch, but Mr. Dunn.
Oh, Mr. Welch?
Mr. Dunn. Yeah, he needs to be.
Oh, he's talking to himself, Welch? Yeah. All right, go ahead. Mr. Dunn is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. It is absurd that we've not already permanently scheduled fentanyl analogs. Instead, we have to demand documentation from the executive branch about how they arrived at this conclusion that permanent scheduling needs to be paired with sentencing reform. The proposal outlined by the administration actually incentivizes the distribution of certain fentanyl analogs over others, and also does nothing to deter the criminals and trafficking organizations, which have become highly sophisticated and brazen in their activities. China has, as noted earlier, permanently scheduled fentanyl-related substances over 3 years ago, and yet the synthetic fentanyl that originates in China continues to kill thousands, hundreds of thousands of Americans. We can quickly make our communities safe today by permanently scheduling fentanyl analogs, and Congress should be able to review the documents related to the Biden administration's decision about consideration of this important issue. And that's what this resolution seeks to do. I urge everybody to support it, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone
I
else?
yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Armstrong, North Dakota.
Okay. Mr. Armstrong?
I appreciate all the bipartisan work that we have done on this committee and actually throughout all of Congress on addiction, smart criminal justice, treatment, services, all of those things. I really do. As somebody who practiced criminal defense and was a public defender for a decade, I think more than most, I recognize how important some of those things are. But let's be clear. There's a 200% jump in fentanyl seizures at the border in July. But overall drug seizures are down by 15%. Meth, oxy, cocaine, heroin are all on pace to fall well short of the seizures we had in 2021. I think we can assume that the cartels didn't get out of the drug business. Border encounters with illegal migrants have over doubled since 2019. And the fentanyl seizures that occur, and the large ones, the vast majority of it is happening at ports of entry. The problem is most of the drugs aren't coming across the border at ports of entry. When you have this crisis going on and you are diverting interdiction resources in order to deal with migrant capacity and dealing with these things, there are open lanes that the cartels use to run this stuff into our country. And it gets to Fargo, North Dakota, and Bismarck, North Dakota, and Gary, Indiana, and everywhere else. So to say that we are seizing more fentanyl at ports of entry as a success when this administration has essentially overturned every single meaningful border security order of the previous administration, and we are watching what happens in real time, is not true. We should do more to get every community in this country the services they need to deal with addiction. We should do more to deal with this because everybody, particularly under the age of 25, that goes to prison for a drug-related crime is going to get out. We should do all of those things. But we should stop the flow of fentanyl across the southern border. And we should be honest about what's going on down there, why it's going on, and the fact that it is not a complicated solution. It's a simple solution. It just takes a tremendous amount of political will to do it. And we should do it, because people in my hometown are dying.
people in your hometowns are dying. And there's a reason they're dying. And it's because fentanyl is coming across the southern border at rates that we have never seen before. And that is the truth. And with that, I yield back.
I yield the remainder of the time to Ms. Lesko of Arizona. Did you want that? I stand corrected. I yield back.
Ms. Lesko, do you want your own time?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I move to strike that last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Folks, how many Americans have to die before President Biden will secure our border? Seriously, how many Americans have to die from fentanyl overdose for President Biden to secure our border? And Kamala Harris just recently said on national media, when asked, is the border secure? She said, yes, the border is secure. Folks, I am telling you, it is not secure. Does anybody actually believe that the border is secure? And if you do, I ask you to come to the border with me. Come to the Arizona border with me. I just led a congressional delegation, and we went down to Nogales, Arizona. And we went to the DeConcini and Mariposa ports of entry, and we talked to the Customs and Border Patrol officers. Each and every one of them that I spoke to said this is the worst border crisis in their entire careers. And some of them have worked for the Customs and Border Patrol for almost 30 years. The worst it has ever been. On September 17th alone, this year, CBP officers at the Nogales Port of Entry stopped 5 loads totaling approximately 400,000 fentanyl pills, of which 30,000 were rainbow-colored and 152 pounds of meth. September 14th, the officers at the Nogales Port of Entry stopped a vehicle containing approximately 276,000 fentanyl pills in a spare tire. Approximately 146,000 of the pills were multicolored. And I can go on and on. But it's what we don't catch at the ports of entry and what we're not catching at the border that scares me. And that's why fentanyl is the #1 cause of death for Americans between 18 and 45. All of those fentanyl pills that aren't being caught at the border. And so when President Biden, on day 1 of his presidency, says we're going to stop construction of the fence, and I go down there and you see the openings in the fence, and you hear the Customs and Patrol officers saying that this fentanyl is being carried on the people. It's being carried in the illegal immigrants crossing the border and smuggling. And how these smugglers that are being recruited by the cartels are not even being prosecuted. There is something wrong, folks. We need to secure the border for the sake of our Americans that are dying each and every day. And for that, I yield back.
Okay. We're going to recognize Mr. Crenshaw. How many more speakers are there? You, Carter, and Crenshaw? All right, what I was going to propose is that we have you speak, and then we vote on this, and then we'll continue, because it's probably about 40 minutes, there's only one vote, and members can just go back and forth rather than take a recess, if that's okay. No. Let them speak. We'll vote on this. No? Yes, that's what we're going to do. In other words, we're not going to keep going. I mean, we are going to keep going. We're not going to take a recess, but I want to hear from Crenshaw, Carter. We'll take a recorded vote, and then we'll go to the next one. But whoever wants to leave, but you shouldn't leave until we vote on the first one, all right? Everybody understand? All right, Mr. Crenshaw is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, we are witnessing the purposeful poisoning of Americans with fentanyl at the hands of the Mexican drug cartels. I call it poisoning because that's exactly what it is. 70,000 Americans, many of them young Americans, died last year of fentanyl overdose because the deadly substance is smuggled into our country and laced into typical street drugs
whether it's cocaine, heroin, or pills. Make no mistake about it, this is a war, and our enemy is the cartel, plain and simple. But no one wants to talk about it. The administration won't talk about it. Every day, more than 150 people die from overdoses related to synthetic opioids like fentanyl, and it's coming from one source, the Mexican drug cartels. According to Mexico's defense ministers, fentanyl seizures rose nearly 500% last year to almost 3 million pounds. Border Patrol seized 1,800 pounds of fentanyl just in the month of July, and Border Patrol agents who guard the vast border areas between ports of entry seized about 340 pounds. We've all seen the reports of rainbow fentanyl that is being seized at the border and is specifically designed to target our kids. Earlier this month, 47,000 rainbow fentanyl pills were seized at the U.S.-Mexico border. And while these numbers are shocking, they pale in comparison to the amount of fentanyl that is slipping across our border undetected, because border agents are too overwhelmed with thousands of migrants crossing into our country every day. This is clearly deliberate. The strain on our Border Patrol is purposefully made worse by the cartels, who recruit groups of illegal immigrants, charge them a fee, and send them across our border to divert resources so that they can then move fentanyl across a different location into our country and into the hands of drug dealers who sell this poison to kids. And they can do this because we have an administration that refuses to do the most basic things to secure our border, whether it's re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy or stopping the abuses of our asylum laws, or actually deporting people who are coming into our country illegally. They're doing nothing to secure our border, and everyone knows it, including the cartels who have been encouraging migrants to overwhelm our border since Biden took office, promising them that they will be welcomed with open arms if they just walk across the Rio Grande. Every American should know the names of the head of the cartels who are killing tens of thousands of Americans every year. Their faces should be plastered across social media, in our TVs, and our newspapers like wanted mass murderers, because that's exactly what they are. It's a common enemy, and we must confront it with a warlike posture. Unfortunately, this administration is not interested. We've seen no plan from them to secure our border, enforce basic immigration laws, or deal with the cartels that are killing Americans with fentanyl. The response from our government has not been commensurate with the problem at hand, which is why I'm supporting Representative Latta's resolution of inquiry to get some basic answers from the White House on what they plan to do to address that, and I don't see why that's controversial at all. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the failure of the Biden administration to control the southern border has resulted in record levels of deadly synthetic drugs like fentanyl to come into our country and to pour directly into American communities. Now, make sure we understand, we're not just talking about border communities. Every country, every town, every county, every city in this country is infested by this. It is seeping into our communities. No, it is not just along the border. It's all throughout our country. Every town is a border town now. So far this fiscal year, over 10,000 pounds of fentanyl has been seized at the southern border.
Hey, you'll have to excuse me. I'm kind of watching.
Who has their... Who? I think, Mr. Curtis, can you turn off the conversation? All right, Mr. Carter can continue.
Again, Mr. Chairman, so far this fiscal year, over 10,000 pounds.
We're trying
to be as efficient with your all's time
Well,
as possible.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Curtis, we can hear your conversation. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
Okay. For the third time. So far this year, over 10,000 pounds of fentanyl has been seized at the southern border, with even more slipping through into communities across this country. The surge of drug seizures at our border is closely connected to the surge of drug overdose deaths in the United States. And we call them drug overdose deaths. It's actually, as Representative Crenshaw just referred to it as, it's drug poisoning. It's fentanyl poisoning. That's exactly what it was. I was at a town hall meeting just last week when the mother, God bless her, of a child who had died as a result of taking one tablet. I made the mistake of calling it fentanyl addiction. She said, no, it wasn't addiction. It was poisoning. My child was poisoned. That's what it was.
And I thank her for correcting me. I was wrong. She was right. In fact, every 7.5 minutes, someone in the United States dies from fentanyl poisoning. Every 7.5 minutes. How long have we been here today? We started at what, 10:30? And how many people have died as a result of fentanyl poisoning since we've been in session here? Fortunately, we've got an opportunity here for us to work together to help to stem the flow of deadly fentanyl and its analogs into our country. This is an issue that impacts every one of us. It's not just Republicans, it's not just Democrats, it's not independents, it's everyone, all of us. You think that fentanyl gives a dang whether you're a Democrat or Republican? No, it doesn't. I can tell you, I'm a pharmacist, I know this, I've studied it. In my home state of Georgia, fentanyl overdose deaths in teens are up 800%. 800%. Overdoses like this are happening every day, all over the country. Even the CDC reports that fentanyl is now the leading cause of death in the U.S. for adults aged 18 through 45. How can anyone seriously argue that a drug 50 times more potent than heroin, and which almost always proves fatal when ingested, should ever be legal? These products are manufactured illegally and are largely brought into the U.S. through the southern border. Just this fiscal year, U.S. border agents have seized enough fentanyl to kill every American, every single one of us, 8 times over. To save lives, we must secure the border and halt fentanyl. I've visited the border several times to see the crisis firsthand, and I have witnessed it. With a record high number of illegal immigrants, smugglers, and cartels are using this as an opportunity to traffic more fentanyl substances. Unfortunately, President Biden and his administration have elected to leave our border wide open, inviting drug traffickers to bring fentanyl substances into the country and distribute it on our streets. This should not be a partisan issue. Again, that fentanyl doesn't care one bit whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent. It doesn't care about the color of your skin. It doesn't care about your gender. It doesn't care about anything. This is an issue that's not going away. It's only getting worse. If the president and the vice president would visit the border, they would be able to talk to the agents firsthand and see for themselves how serious the issue is. Our communities are at risk. Our youth are at risk. Our children are at risk. People we love, they are at risk. Despite an overdose crisis that is killing more than 100,000 people a year, President Biden and his administration have failed to secure the southern border. Make no mistake about it, this is where it's coming from. It's coming from across the border. President Biden has ignored this public health crisis for too long. We need to secure our border and protect all Americans. Republicans, Democrats, independent, doesn't matter. All Americans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. So we're going to go to a recorded vote. Those in favor of reporting HRES 1274 to the House without recommendation will say aye, and those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Bond votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Is there anyone who hasn't voted who wants to be recorded? Mr. Schrader?
Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Rush?
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas?
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw, I think.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Is Sarbanes recorded?
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Peters?
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye.
Mr. Vesey?
Mr. Chairman, am I recorded?
Mr. Vesey is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, I vote aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye.
recorded.
Who's that? Mr. Cardenas, is he recorded?
Mr. Cardenas voted aye.
You're recorded.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 32 and the nays were 22.
So the vote is 32 ayes to 22 noes. H-Res 1274 is reported to the House without recommendation. So what we're going to do now is we're going to call up the next bill, but make sure you go vote, and then we're going to continue the debate until everybody comes back. I'll hurry.
Okay, what am I doing? The chair calls up H-Res 1275. The clerk will report the bill.
HRES 1275, a resolution of inquiry directing the president to provide certain documents
Without
and
objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on HRES 1275? The chair recognizes Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I introduced this resolution of inquiry to request documentation related to the administration's decision to revoke Title 42 and the implications of them doing so. I led this up with a letter. It was dated July 16th, 2021, to the administration, to President Biden, asking for information. And part of it says, your administration considers COVID-19 to be a continuing public health crisis, so serious as to require people to go door to door to encourage Americans to get vaccinated. If COVID-19 remains such a serious public health threat and has been used as justification for restrictions on the liberties of American people by mandating they getting vaccines, then why do you not want to turn away illegal immigrants at the border because of the threat of the passage of COVID-19? It really is a disservice to the American people for, I believe, the Biden administration to advocate for COVID-19 restrictions and criticize the lifting of COVID-19 restrictions across the country while revoking immigration's official public health authority under Title 42 to slow the spread of COVID-19. Your administration's priority should be protecting the American people. But instead, it appears that your administration is committed to putting America last. I've said it before. I visited the border just recently. I brought down Congress members there. The border is not secure, Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, as you recently said. The border is wide open. In fact, when illegal immigrants were dropped off by your house here in the Washington, D.C. area, one of them was interviewed and was asked, the vice president just said the border was secure. Is the border secure? And they said, no, it's wide open. We just walked across it, and we're here now. Everyone knows that the border is wide open. I don't know how anyone with a straight face can say that the border is secure. In August of this year, it was the 18th straight month with more than 150,000 encounters at our southern border. For the first time in history, migrant encounters at the southwest border have surpassed 2 million in a single fiscal year, with 1 month remaining. CBP has 203,597 migrant encounters along the southwest border in August of 2022. Since President Biden has been in office, when on day one, he stopped construction of the border fence and there's wide openings in the border fence, there has been nearly 3.6 migrant encounters at the southwest border, in addition to over 900,000 known gotaways who evaded U.S. Border Patrol. If it's true what the Biden administration is telling us, they said in fiscal year 2021, DHS claims they expelled just over 1 million migrants using Title 42. Ending Title 42 will have disastrous consequences on our border. Yet the Biden administration continues to take away that one last tool of any sanity at the border, every single Border Patrol officer will tell us, do not get rid of Title 42, yet that is exactly what our administration is doing. That's why I'm asking President Biden and the administration to give us answers in documentation on what they're doing to protect the American people and why they're rejecting turning away illegal immigrants at the border for fear that they'll spread COVID. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Are there any other members seeking recognition to speak on HRS 1275? The chair recognizes Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Strike the last word. In an interview last Sunday, Vice President Harris again claimed that the border is secure. Well, I don't know what border she was referring to, but it certainly couldn't be ours. I've been there. I've viewed the border. I've seen what's taking place there. I've seen the frustration of our citizens, of our Border Patrol, and I've even seen the frustration of immigrants that have put their life on the line. Since the beginning of the Biden administration, 3.5 million illegal immigrants have been apprehended at our southern border. In the month of August alone, there were over 200,000 encounters, with 8,000 people crossing every single day, not counting the gotaways. And those are just the ones that are caught. This is negligence by the Biden administration, plain and simple. Even before our friends in Texas and Florida were giving migrants the option, and we've seen that that's true, to bus to other states, the impact of this administration's lack of action was felt in every town in America, a country that says we're based on law. Not only will the crisis at the border cost American taxpayers over $20 billion a year, but it has also allowed tens of thousands of pounds of dangerous fentanyl to cross over and devastate our communities. Before January 20th, 2021, we were actually seeing a reduction in the impact of these killer drugs. Despite this, the White House attempted to revoke Title 42 in May, one of the only means of keeping the ever-increasing wave of immigrants from staying in the country illegally, an important tool to protect our public health. We still had mask mandates for some of our school children, but the White House believed that the threat of COVID was low enough to allow thousands of people to come into the country without restrictions. The resolution before us requests important information on how this decision was made and the implications it had for our communities. Maybe if we have access to these documents, we can share them with the Vice President's office and prove just how open our southern border truly is. Since she won't go and see herself what's taking place, this might bring reality to her understanding and also to that of President Biden. With that, Madam Chairman, I yield back.
Madam Chairwoman, this is Congressman Cardenas. Seek to strike the last word.
The gentleman yields back. Representative Cardenas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems clear to me that my Republican colleagues are taking an opportunity to amplify anti-immigrant rhetoric with this resolution. It's like I'm watching Fox News right here in committee. Title 42 was an excuse to keep people out of our country. Right now, we have protocols, vaccines, and testing to contain this virus. Let me be clear, going to the border to seek asylum is legal, and refugees fleeing violence and persecution should have the right to due process and certainly want to go to a country that has open and fair arms to welcome them through a legal process. We're talking about women, children, and families and individuals from the LGBTQI+ community who are fleeing for their lives. But time and time again, we're seeing Republicans fight to keep it a tool to deter illegal immigration. We all know that Title 42 has been weaponized by the former Trump administration and Republicans to tell a false narrative that immigrants are bad and pose a danger.
But the U.S. has been a bedrock around the world where we can accept people who become a positive part of our country. In fact, the only way we've maintained the #1 economy in the world is because we've accepted good, hard-working immigrants to be part of our great country and to contribute to our economy. And despite what some of my colleagues might say, immigrants are a positive contribution to our economy, not a negative. They add, not draw away from our economy that benefits every single American. It's interesting to me that when it comes to immigrants, suddenly my Republican colleagues have all kinds of concerns about more stringent public health measures. My colleagues across the aisle have consistently opposed common sense public health solutions to slow the spread of COVID-19, yet they continue to argue that COVID-19 public health emergency requires that asylum seekers be turned away. Title 42 has put individuals in danger and is not consistent with the values and responsibilities that we pretend to be as a country. And what makes this resolution even worse is that it also tries to tie in Title 42 with the volume of fentanyl coming into the country, which is simply not true. Not only is drug trafficking completely outside the scope and purpose of Title 42, which seems to confirm my assertion that this resolution is purely an anti-immigrant political ploy. It's also entirely disingenuous to point the finger at immigrants for our opioid crisis. Why don't we talk about the US-born and bred Sackler family? They played an outsized role in the opioid epidemic, doing far more to advance the fentanyl crisis than any number of immigrants or others involved in this crisis. Seeking asylum in the US, again, is a legal process, and we should respect that. I reject the resolution wholeheartedly, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. This great country, the United States, has always opened its arms to those who seek a better life, seeking refuge and fleeing for their lives. And I will continue to ensure that America lives up to our promise and welcomes good, hardworking people into our country like we have for generations past. We should continue to be the country that we say we are, which is a country where the American dream is there for every person who's willing to work hard for it. Again, we're speaking mostly of people who come here seeking asylum and come here to hopefully apply themselves to a legal process that we have adhered to for many generations in this country. With that, thank you, Mr.
Would the gentleman
Chairman.
yield? Would the gentleman yield?
Who's asking?
Wahlberg?
Okay, I'll yield to you, but I will reclaim my time if I feel the need to.
I understand, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure it was very clear. I agree with you about legal immigrants. We need legal immigrants. I'm a product of legal immigration. We want that. But what we're talking about is the illegal ones, the ones that are gotaways, the ones that are endangering communities, the ones that are bringing across illegal. So please don't lump us all into people that don't want immigrants. We just want a legal border. With that, I yield back, and thank you for yielding.
Yes, you're welcome, and thank you for that clarity coming from you as a voice on this committee, and I appreciate that opportunity. And I'm going to say with my last 20 seconds, I am proud to say that I'm the son of a father who came here and worked hard every single day to bear 11 American-born citizens with my mother, who was an American citizen. But my father came here supposedly the wrong way, but he never broke any laws. And he was a good man, and he contributed to this country, and his next generation and the next will continue to do so. Sorry to go over my time. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Joyce, gentleman is recognized from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. This month, we surpassed over 2 million illegal border crossings in the past fiscal year, a record since Customs and Border Patrol began catching this data and keeping this data, this important pieces of information. This surge in migration has been caused in part by border policies that have failed to put safety, security, and the well-being of Americans first. The decision to end Title 42, remain in Mexico policy has overwhelmed the resources for handling the influx of migrants
who arrive at our border. Given this continued surge, it is critical that the Biden administration share with Congress the data and the reasoning behind their decision to end Title 42. Data shows that over 600,000 pounds of drugs have been seized in the past year, more than enough to kill every man, woman, and child in the United States. The open border policies that have been enacted, laid out, are an invitation to those who wish to harm Americans. And we in Congress have an obligation to question the Biden administration in this decision-making process. And with this, I urge all of my colleagues to adopt the resolution of inquiry, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Using the pandemic as an excuse to keep implementing the Trump Title 42 policy that has prevented millions of asylum seekers from their American legal right to asylum must end. COVID cases and transmission rates are down. Tests with quarantine protocols exists, and vaccines are readily available. Title 42 is a public health emergency policy and not a border management policy. It must end. Whether fleeing from your life from Putin's army in Ukraine or drug cartels and gangs in Central America, all refugees and asylum seekers must have their American legal right to due process to seek asylum upheld. They must have their rights upheld without fear of being expelled back to the exact dangers from which they fled. Congress must work to create a professional, humane immigration system, strengthen our legal pathways for immigrants, refugees, and asylum seekers, and fully revoke Title 42. We must work to end xenophobic policies from the prior administration based on fear and hate that do not reflect our American values. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. At this point, I recognize Mr. O'Halloran from Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. The Secretary of Homeland Security has been failing the border states like Arizona for some time. I've been to the border several times, most recently in May of this year. We need a more routine and substantive updates from the administration and the Secretary, and to work with Congress and with border states to fully address the issues at the border. Title 42 is an issue that needs to be resolved and needs to be addressed. And I think it would go further to be able to do that if we had more information. What I heard there from the Border Patrol and others was an overwhelming lack of communication, lack of coordination, and overall confusion among different federal agencies. I've been engaged with NGOs in Arizona to ensure that those treated at federal facilities are treated humanely and their claims are heard as quickly as possible. We need a process down there and a court system that is going to work for the processing and the completion of cases. I have sent several letters to the Secretary throughout the last year, and to date, have not received any response on any of these issues. The Secretary owes the Congress and the public a response on what's going on at the southern border, both from the humanity situation and from the security of our border. This must be more detailed and more intensive than the short 20-page memo that was released in April of 2022. The situation at the border is complex and requires more attention than the Secretary has provided so far. We need for DHS to detail how many additional Border Patrol agents are needed to be hired, how will they train and retrain their existing workforce, And how will they coordinate with NGOs and the court systems and others at the southern border to ensure that there is the capacity to deal with the increase in migrants? We're dealing with human beings, people that are going through trauma and stress. And we must be able to do that in an appropriate way that's commensurate with the great nation that we live in. I once again ask my colleagues, thank my colleagues for introducing, or I'm sorry, for addressing immigration issues. But in the end, we have to stop this political discussion and get to reality. We have to get a comprehensive policy dealt with that is meaningful to both sides, done before, it has been done before, and needs to be done again, because the bill from 2013, at minimum, should be the framework for moving forward. Otherwise, we are going to continue to be here and not be able to resolve this issue, whether it's Title 42 or any of the other many issues dealing with this issue for some time. And that is not in the best interest of our country, the best interest of the people involved, nor is it in the best interest of our ability to be seen in the world as the great country that we are. And I yield.
Thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on this resolution? All right. We'll move to a recorded vote, but we'll keep it open until everybody gets back make sure everybody's voted. So recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting HRes 1275 to the House without recommendation will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Let it apply.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eschew. Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Gett votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California, I'll be voting aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith.
Mr. Chairman, can you confirm what vote we're voting on this point? Having just returned from voting on the floor, I want to be certain I know
This
what I'm
is
voting on.
HR 1275, which deals with Title 42. And the vote is in favor of reporting HRES 1275 to the House without recommendation.
Thank you. I vote no. Griffith votes no.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
I was going to suggest you just go through a roll call.
How is
first.
Mr. Welch recorded?
Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch
Vote
is
aye.
not recorded.
I vote, Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Johnson is not recorded. Mr. Johnson votes no.
How is Kelly reported?
Ms. Kelly is not recorded.
Kelly votes yes.
Ms. Kelly votes aye.
How is Mr. Doyle recorded?
Ms. Matsui is not recorded. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Doyle is not recorded.
Mr. Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Doyle votes aye.
Scalise.
Mr. Scalise is not recorded.
Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no.
I was going to suggest maybe just go through the roll call again of those who haven't been recorded because, you know, we had the vote on the floor.
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Mr. Rush?
Hand is not recorded. Mrs. Rogers is not recorded. Mr. Guthrie is not recorded. Mr. McKinley is not recorded. Mr. Kinzinger is not recorded. And Mr. Hudson is not recorded.
Do we expect, I mean, some of them are probably coming back, huh? Well, I don't want to, yeah, let's wait. What?
And Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded.
All right, we'll just wait a couple of minutes, because a couple of them are coming back.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
a point of personal privilege while we're waiting. I'd like to proclaim my innocence on the unmuted. I'm calling for an audit.
We didn't hear anything bad.
It wasn't me.
Oh, it wasn't you?
It wasn't me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just got to get that on the
I
record.
think what I'll do in the future is just say that everyone should mute themselves.
Yes.
Rather than mention names.
Well, if I, by chance, contributed at all, I'm sorry to everybody.
No, you didn't.
Pretty sure it wasn't me, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'm sorry. The ranking member, Ms. Rogers?
Mrs. Rogers is not recorded. Mrs. Rogers votes no.
Do we?
How is Trahan recorded?
Ms. Trahan is not recorded.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye.
Do we expect anyone else? All right, we'll wait because I said that we would keep it open. Here he is. You're not recorded.
Mr. Bilirakis votes no.
All right. Is there anybody else, or you think we're done? I said that we'd wait, so I want to make sure that somebody's not coming back who wants to vote. What's that? Oh, the vote is not closed on the floor. Oh, it is closed, okay. Well, let's just wait 1 minute, 30 seconds here, we'll see. Was he recording? You were recording. What was that? That was Title 42, right? Who else is out there? All right. You think we're okay? Yeah. Oh, Guthrie? All right, Mr. Guthrie's almost here. We'll wait for him, and that's it.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Oh, Mr. Rush. Is Mr. Rush recorded?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Mr. Rush, you're not recorded.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye.
We're just waiting for Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie is not recorded.
That is correct. Mr. Guthrie is not recorded. Mr. Guthrie votes no.
All right. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 32 and the nays were 23.
Okay, the vote is the vote is 32 ayes to 23 noes, and H-Res 1275 is reported to the full House without recommendation. And we go to, the chair calls up H-Res 1284, and the clerk will report the bill.
H-Res 1284 of inquiry directing the Secretary of Health and Human
And without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Any member seeking recognition to speak on this? You're speaking? The ranking member, Mrs. Rogers, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution seeks to ensure much-needed transparency for the recently passed socialist drug price controls for prescription drugs. Democrats just gave the Health and Human Services Secretary Becerra sweeping new authority and $3 billion to implement this scheme that is going to lead to fewer cures, more expensive drugs when they launch, make America more reliant on China's drug development and manufacturing supply chains. Nearly a month ago, I asked Secretary Becerra in a letter to be forthright on how he plans to execute this. He's missed his deadline to be transparent on how these price controls will limit their access to innovative medicines, and he's ignored repeatedly our oversight on how the administration's preference for QALYs, or quality-adjusted life years, would discriminate against people with chronic diseases, disabilities, and pre-existing conditions. There are millions of people battling cancer and rare diseases. They have an incredible amount of hope in America's leadership for life-saving cures and treatments. This committee has heard from them ourselves. Many patient advocates who are waiting for cures and treatments for ALS, Alzheimer's, SMA, Huntington's, and other diseases. My resolution of inquiry today will require the Biden administration to provide documents and be accountable to them. These Americans deserve complete transparency. The Biden administration owes them answers on the socialist price controls and what it means for their hope for the future. This committee came together last year to stop these very socialist price controls with a bipartisan vote. I hope today we can come together again and ensure proper oversight. One fewer cure is one too many. We should all be on the side of making sure America leads the world in life-saving innovation and breakthrough research. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Craig seeks to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this resolution of inquiry is a gross misuse of congressional rules to demand ideologically motivated information at the behest of pharma. I heard some pharma talking points from the ranking member, and only continues the years-long effort to stymie attempts to lower drug prices for the American people. With the recent passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we made good on our promise to lower drug costs and deliver cost savings for the American people. You know, I worked for 22 years in the private sector before I came to Congress. The company I worked for was a healthcare company. We had to compete for the business of the Veterans Administration. Since when did competition equal anything other than what is right in our nation for healthcare? For the first time, Medicare will be able to negotiate its drug prices, and drug manufacturers will no longer be able to keep hiking prices egregiously faster than inflation just because they can. Additionally, for the first time, seniors with Medicare Part D will have their drug costs capped at $2,000 a year, and insulin copays will be capped at $35 a month for our nation's seniors. Despite the overwhelming public support for these policies, many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle oppose these ideas, and they've obstructed any meaningful attempts to lower drug costs. We delivered on the promise to lower cost for the American people. Republicans filed the resolution we are considering today only to distract from the monumental achievement and once again demonstrate that the pharmaceutical industry takes precedent over hardworking Americans who deserve lower drug costs. On the resolution itself, it would direct HHS to provide White House communications related to the implementation of the Medicare price negotiation program. It's clear that this resolution was haphazardly put together for the sole purpose of scoring political points. If you want to score political points with the American people, let's work together to lower drug costs in our country. If our colleagues were truly interested in learning more, then they could have requested the information through the typical channels, including through briefing requests and letters. Now, I know you sent a letter. The public request from the minority was made to Secretary Becerra on August 29th, asking a series of questions that, of course, they can't yet answer, and the minority knows that. A briefing was requested for this week, and yet Republicans instead are moving forward with a resolution demanding information. Look, this isn't a true oversight exercise, and it's a political one. For that reason, I'll be voting to unfavorably report this resolution. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else? Mr. Bilirakis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to thank Ranking Member Mrs. Rogers for offering the ROI, which asks for accountability and transparency with regards to the administration's drug price control schemes. As a proud advocate for individuals suffering with rare diseases and neurological diseases such as ALS, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's, I'm committed to seeing cures come to market. It has affected my family, but also my constituents. Mr. Chairman, if this partisan price control system had been in place over the course of the last decade, only 6 of the 110 currently approved therapies would have made it to patients. So while we hear this president talk about lofty goals such as cancer moonshot, and that's admirable, the reality is his actions are moving in the exact opposite direction. Less innovation and less treatments in the market. This is simply unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. We all want to see lower drug prices, and we had a bipartisan bill to do that. And we can all agree that American people deserve access to affordable, quality health care. We recognize that drug prices are too high, and I know my Republican colleagues were prepared to work together on a common sense bipartisan bill that's been out there for quite a while that would have lowered the costs of medications without sacrificing innovation. Sadly, the majority rejected bipartisanship and instead opted to pursue a government price control scheme with the Inflation Reduction Act, a poorly named law that will do nothing to reduce inflation and instead reduces innovation, putting potential much-needed breakthroughs in jeopardy. Experts at the University of Chicago estimate this administration's price-fixing schemes will kill up to 342 cures. It is also anticipated that prescription drugs will have higher launch prices, only increasing the cost of that pharmacy at the pharmacy counter and raising premiums, pushing away new cures that are able to come to market out of, reach for all, but the wealthiest Americans. So in other words, they won't have access to these cures. And I know there's a Parkinson's medication now. It's a Alzheimer's medication now that was approved by the FDA. These policies disproportionately impact new treatments for rare diseases, leaving patients with little or no options. Mr. Chairman, we held a health hearing this Congress on advancing treatments and cures for neurodegenerative diseases. We heard from patients and advocates of those who suffer from these brutal diseases. Many of them pleaded with FDA to give access to potential treatments for ALS. One of the witnesses testified, and I quote, "Biotechs and pharmaceutical companies have launched nearly 100 ALS therapy programs. And these programs are producing therapies that are actually slowing or stopping ALS in people right now. Incredible, incredible innovation. That's what America's all about. Government bureaucracy should not unnecessarily get in the way of patients' access to treatments and cures. Yet the Biden White House is hell-bent on going in the exact opposite direction. More bureaucratic-led decisions. This will squeeze out small startups and biotechs seeking to advance these types of therapies and will make it even more difficult for patients to have access to care. Many of those businesses advocated against this policy because they recognize that it will defund research and development and stifle innovation. These things are uniquely American. Discovery, research, development, and innovation are the American way. I thank the ranking member for offering this very important resolution of inquiry and oversight tool. We need to know more about the implications of imposing penalties on drug manufacturers based on compliance with HHS price negotiations under Medicare. We must work in a transparent fashion to ensure all Americans can afford their prescription medications while maintaining the integrity of pharmaceutical and biomedical research advancements. We need answers from this White House about whether they knew about the implications and the potential loss of R&D of imposing a 95% excise tax on developers. Oh boy, that's counterproductive. And whatever they consulted with anyone about the implications of even higher drug launch prices as a result of their flawed inflation penalties in Medicare Part D. Seniors in Medicare Part D is the best program. It's under budget, and it works so very well. We can improve upon it. Seniors and patients, I know I don't have much time. You know what I'll do? I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the extra time.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else want to speak on this? Okay, we'll vote. Recorded vote, Matt.
Yes.
A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRES 1284 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Mr. Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Craig?
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher?
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. McKinley? Mr. Kensinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long?
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen?
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Plum?
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Plum votes aye.
Is Mr. Welch
Schrader.
on my record?
Mr. Schrader's not recorded. Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch is not recorded.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Guthrie is not recorded. Mr. Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded and wants to be? All right, the clerk will report the tally.
Chair, how am I recorded?
Oh, Ms. Rice.
Ms. Rice is not recorded.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye.
All right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas are 31 and the nays were 22.
22. Okay, the vote is 31 ayes to 22 noes. House Resolution 1284 is reported adversely to the House. We'll go to the next one. The chair calls up HRES 1287, and the clerk will report the bill.
HRES 1287, a resolution of inquiry directing the President to provide certain documents in the President's possession to the House of Representatives relating to the recall of infant formula manufactured by Abbott Laboratories and potential impacts on the infant formula supply chain. Resolved that not later than 14 days after the adoption of this resolution, the President is directed to furnish to the House of Representatives copies of any document or record, audio recording, memorandum, call log,
Without
correspondence.
objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are any members seeking recognition to speak on HRES 1287?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Mr.
Chairman,
Wahlberg is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To say the infant formula shortage has been challenging for families would be an understatement. The breakdown of America's baby formula production and distribution has terrified parents across the country and in my district as they drive from store to store only to find low to zero inventory and purchasing restrictions. This fear is only compounded by the historic cost of living increases and high gas prices caused by the Biden administration. Parents should not have to drive hours paying record high
gas prices, visiting multiple stores to find formula to feed their child for just a few more days. Even today, months into the crisis, and it's still not under control. The average out-of-stock rates in stores and online last month was 61%. In May, the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee held a hearing on the crisis. During that hearing, Chairman Pallone stated that we stand ready to exercise our oversight and legislative authority, and I agree. That is what we're doing today. The Biden administration says it did not anticipate the formula shortage, but it should have. Shortage rates began to rise in 2021. The FDA got the first complaint of a sick infant in September 2021 and began its months-long reinspection of the Sturgis facility in January 2022. When Abbott, who makes 40% of the nation's formula, acknowledging their responsibility and addressing the problems, closed its facility and issued a recall in February, the Biden administration should have acted with urgency to increase supply. However, the administration did not issue a plan until May 10. The resolution requests the Biden administration provide documents which will bring more transparency to Congress and the American people about the administration's actions leading up to and during this crisis. I hope my colleagues all agree on the importance of our oversight responsibilities and will report this favorably to the full House. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I yield myself such 5 minutes to strike the last word and speak on this resolution. The resolution, as the gentleman from Michigan says, seeks certain documents and information relating to the administration's response to the infant formula recall and shortage this past spring. The formula shortage presented serious health challenges for many American families. The committee has taken this issue seriously and pursued answers and solutions in a bipartisan manner since the shortage began. In May, the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee held a hearing and heard from FDA and major infant formula manufacturers as we examine the causes of the shortage. At the hearing, FDA Commissioner Califf referred to memos sent to the White House describing the formula shortage issues. After the hearing, I requested copies of these memos, and despite receiving follow-up responses from FDA on other questions, the memos have yet to be provided to the committee. I'm encouraged that the administration took critical steps to improve families' access to formula and continues to focus on improving access. The Biden administration has cut red tape to increase imports and help WIC participants, crack down on price gouging, invoke the Defense Production Act, worked with retailers and manufacturers to boost supply, and launched multiple Operation Fly formula distributions. While the overall supply of infant formula has improved partly thanks to these actions, supply remains far from reliable. It is a crucial function of this committee to conduct oversight and ensure that robust food safety and supply operations do not contribute to shortages of vital food products in the future. The committee has already made repeated bipartisan efforts to obtain some of the documents requested by this resolution of inquiry, that they have not been provided, which is why I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting a favorable recommendation on this resolution. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your support of moving this resolution favorably. I hope that we can do so quickly. It's been nearly a year since FDA first discovered warning signs that could lead to infant formula recalls, and American people are still struggling to find safe and affordable infant formula to feed their babies. Imagine being that parent, driving hours with record-high gas prices and barely able to afford other groceries, only to find empty shelves and no baby formula. I've heard and met with moms in my district who are desperate. One of my constituents, a mom named Emily, reported that she was unable to find the specialty formula for her baby, and she needed it for her son's health condition. She was eventually forced to take a chance and with an alternative formula, not knowing if her son would have a reaction or be okay. We all agree this is unacceptable. We need to find the answers in the response to this public health crisis to make sure that we have safe and reliable supply of formula. The FDA, after discovering the warning signs of potential product recalls in 2021, waited for more than 6 months before establishing a task force on the formula supply, at which time the formula crisis had already reached crisis, the shortage. And when an affected manufacturing plant, Abbott Nutrition, shut down February of this year, again, FDA waited weeks before American families and the media demanded them to act. My colleagues and I are demanding that we take action. We had the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee on May 25th, and we questioned agency officials on what they knew when regarding the looming threat of a nationwide shortage and why they failed to respond immediately and effectively. Now, I know that Dr. Califf has provided some answers. He provided some then, and he committed to providing more documents to us, but unfortunately, we've yet to receive the complete and appropriate follow-up. Just 2 days ago, now more than 2 months late, we received responses to some, but not all of the information requested from this hearing. Yesterday, FDA released a report with vague recommendations and an unclear timeline for action. Given FDA's incomplete response to our questions submitted for the record and the unfulfilled commitment to provide documents regarding the infant formula shortage, the resolution of inquiry before us today is necessary. H.R. 1287, led by Mr. Wahlberg, requests documents that will provide parents answers that they deserve about how the White House first became aware of the supply chain crisis. There should be complete transparency on how the administration didn't lead in what was a matter of life and death for many babies. The White House swiftly produces the requested documents so that we can better learn where regulatory barriers contributed to the formula shortage and how we can make improvements moving forward. These documents will help inform solutions that parents need and deserve so this crisis never happens again. For example, I joined with Representatives Stefanik, Bice, and Henson to lead the Babies Need Formula Now Act, which would require accountability and transparency to support infant formula supply chain and innovation. Republican leader Guthrie's More Options for Infants and Parents Act of 2022 will require immediate action from FDA now to address the present formula crisis. I hope that we can take action on these bills and not just throw more money at an administration that hasn't been transparent with us. Parents need certainty so that they can feed their children. We're struggling with record high gas prices, historic inflation, the threat of an economic recession from the spending and the agenda of this administration. American families deserve better, and I urge support of Mr. Wahlberg's resolution of inquiry.
I thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else want to speak on this? All right, we will move to a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting HRES 1287 favorably to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew. Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Aye. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson.
No.
Oh, excuse me. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg gratefully votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Dr. Burgess, where'd he go?
Yeah, Pat Burgess here. How am I recorded?
Mr. Burgess is recorded as no.
I will change that to aye.
Mr. Burgess is aye.
How is Cardenas recorded?
Mr. Cardenas is not recorded.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye.
John Joyce here. How am I recorded, please?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes aye.
John Joyce here. How am I recorded, please?
Mr. Joyce is not recorded.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Hudson?
Mr. Chairman, I intended to be recorded as an aye, please. This is Hudson.
Mr. Hudson votes aye.
Thank you.
Mr. McNerney, are you recorded? You are? Anyone else who isn't that wants to be recorded? All right, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Pallone, Ms. Castor is not recorded.
Who's not recorded?
Ms. Castor?
Oh, she's here. Ms. Castor?
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Is anyone else who hasn't been recorded and wants to be? All right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 54 and the nays were 0.
The vote is 54 ayes to 0 noes. HRES 1287 is reported favorably to the House. What does this mean without reckoning? Okay. HRES 1287 is reported favorably to the House. All right. Next one we have is the chair calls up HRES 1265. The clerk will report the bill.
HRES 1265 of inquiry requesting the president to provide certain documents.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on HRES 1265? Mr. Tonko? Oh, Mr. Duncan, do you want to start? Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm speaking in support of House Resolution 1265, which I offer to provide transparency to the Biden administration's exploitation of the current energy crisis to further pursue their radical climate agenda. This committee's job is to conduct oversight over all matters that fall under its jurisdiction. The affordable, reliable delivery of energy is part of this. And since we're facing the worst energy crisis since 1973, requesting documents related to this crisis is definitely warranted. Ron Emanuel said, "Never let a crisis go to waste." But this energy crisis was created by the Joe Biden administration. President Biden has called this energy crisis and record high retail prices part of an incredible transition away from oil and gas. Secretary Granholm's solution for Americans who can't afford to fill up their tank is just go buy an electric car for $50,000. Affordable, reliable energy is the foundation to everything in our lives. And keep in mind, there's no national security without energy security. Instead of prioritizing energy security of Americans, President Biden, with the help of congressional Democrats, is just finishing a 2-year attempt to wipe out America's energy sector, delivering a campaign promise revealed in a debate to do just that. He's been doing this through regulations and actions that raise prices, all in the name of combating global climate change. Regardless of the plain facts that this will harm people, undermine energy security, stifle our economy, and boost our adversaries. Yet when Americans see how these policy actions cause harm, when they see crisis in Europe, when they see policies intensify inflation and an energy crisis at home, the administration talks and talks to obscure the truth of their plans. This resolution cuts through all that rhetoric. It exercises congressional responsibility to spotlight what the administration is really up to provide the documents that will show the public the facts, the actual plans and strategies. Congress should have all the documents related to a strategy or plan to issue executive actions, federal policies, or regulations that in any way could be used to drive any energy prices higher. As mentioned earlier, President Biden's commitment to put the American oil and gas industry out of business at the consumer's expense started way back on his campaign trail. When he was asked in a presidential debate if there would be any place for fossil fuels in his administration, he responded, "No. We would make sure it's eliminated." His administration has made good on that promise, delivering a whole government approach to phase out the industry. President Biden immediately revoked the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline, halted all new oil and gas lease sales on federal lands, and just last week, the Department of Interior caved to environmental groups challenging the environmental review on lease sale held in 2019 and 2020, effectively halting that development. His war against oil and gas is multi-pronged. He's weaponized FERC to slow walk infrastructure permitting and turned the SEC into a climate change enforcer. His relentless attack from all angles appears to be a clear and coordinated effort to manufacture an energy crisis. We're in an energy crisis manufactured by the Biden administration. Instead of a policy taking ownership with the buck stops here, as past presidents have, Biden has one of deflection and pass the buck. My resolution requests all documents related to this plan to blame President Vladimir Putin for record high energy prices. Despite President Biden's deflection, this is not the Putin price hike. Gas prices were already up by 55% from the day Biden took office and even before Russia invaded Ukraine. So no deflection, no pass the buck, take blame for it.
Finally, my resolution requests all documents related to the administration's plan to ban crude oil exports. To be clear, Republican Leader Rogers, myself, and others have opposed sending our emergency reserves to a foreign adversary. We've offered amendments and bills to prohibit the sale of our spore to China. This is different than banning oil exports across the board, which would destroy American jobs, lead to even higher energy prices. The Biden administration has advocated for a total ban, which would raise prices at the pump and give Putin even more global influence. After Congress lifted the ban on oil exports, America became energy dominant. Oil production surged to 13 million barrels per day. Gasoline prices remained below $2.50. America became a net energy exporter for the first time in 2019. We're able to push back against OPEC and Russia. It's simple. Democrats are playing politics with this country's energy crisis. Democrats want higher gas prices. They can push their magical agenda of wind, solar, and EVs for all. Meanwhile, American families are choosing between filling their tank and feeding their families. They're hurt by the energy prices caused by this administration. There are documents out there that show this was a coordinated effort. It's well past time to examine the energy crisis and the role of this administration, lift the curtain on the work, and get behind the deceptive talks and serve the American people. So I urge this committee to report this resolution of inquiry favorably so we can find out the truth behind the administration energy crisis. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Recognize Mr. Tonko for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Time and time again, we hear our Republican colleagues claim that meaningful climate action is, quote, radical. But their commitment to the fossil-centric policies of the past is far more radical, in my view. The truth is that renewables are now often the cheapest source of power in the U.S. And as we expand these cost-effective renewables, invest in energy efficiency, and increase electrification, we can reduce Americans' dependence on expensive and price-volatile fossil fuels and revitalize communities across our country. Addressing the climate crisis presents a tremendous opportunity to create new, good-paying jobs that cannot be shipped overseas, grow U.S. manufacturing, and ensure that our workers lead the world's $27 trillion clean economy. We should seize this opportunity, not stifle it. Americans are tired of price gouging at the pump, especially as big oil CEOs rake in record profits for themselves and their shareholders. Americans are tired of lining the pockets of global adversaries who want to do us harm. That is why House Democrats have focused on enacting solutions to the climate crisis that break our dependence on fossil fuels and protect consumers from price spikes. Notably, the Inflation Reduction Act is the single largest investment in climate action that makes unparalleled investments in clean energy and environmental justice while creating clean jobs and cutting costs for American families. This law will slash our nation's climate pollution by some 40% by 2030 and puts us on track to respond to this crisis and provide a clean future for all Americans. In addition to a long-term extension of clean energy tax credits, which I think is an incredibly business-friendly approach and hardly a radical idea, let's just look at a few of the investments included by this committee in the Inflation Reduction Act. There's $9 billion to assist low-income Americans to retrofit their homes and purchase new electric appliances. Not only will this reduce emissions, but it will also save people money on their energy bills. There's $5.8 billion to support America's cement, steel, and other energy-intensive manufacturers decarbonize their industrial processes. Not only will this ensure that the construction materials needed to repair and upgrade our roads, our bridges, our water systems, and broadband networks, funded by the bipartisan infrastructure law, are done as clean as possible, but these industries will also become more efficient and effective at competing globally. As a reminder, House Republicans oppose this historic law. They are still stuck in the fossil-fueled past while we work to make sure that American workers and American manufacturers lead the world into the clean energy economy of the future. So I urge my colleagues to join me in adversely reporting this resolution, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else on the Republican side? Ranking member, Mrs. Rogers, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We must hold this administration accountable. We must hold them accountable for their role in the energy crisis that is confronting hardworking Americans every day. The Energy Information Administration reports household electricity bills are up 20% since January 2020. Industrial rates are up 40%, commercial up 26%, adding to the cost of goods and services. Large regions of the country are burdened by a lack of access to energy and power and the risk of California-style blackouts. Just last weekend, Washington State sent 17,000 megawatts of hydropower to California to keep your lights on. You're welcome. As some are continuing to call for tearing out the dams, we see the growing costs and the rush to green impacts even long before the war in Ukraine. It started on day one when President Biden took office. We saw the executive orders to shut down the supply of energy resources, to rescind pro-energy rules and regulations, expand costly bureaucratic interventions. We saw the EPA administrator talking about a strategy to target fossil fuel generation with regulations that increase blackout risk far beyond California. We saw as Europeans rationed their energy and increased their reliance on Russia, the Secretary of Energy proclaimed renewable energy is the greatest peace plan the world will ever know. We saw the White House policy proposals last year to transform our energy economy and end fossil fuel generation. Just yesterday in the New York Times, Gina McCarthy, the departing climate czar and architect of this strategy, said, "We have come a long way. The task of completely reshaping our economy is daunting." It is daunting. And the misery index continues to go up. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Castor is recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Well, colleagues, here's the truth. President Biden and Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act to lower costs on families, including energy cost. Clean energy is cheaper energy. Energy efficiency grants, tax credits for more efficient appliances and American-made electric vehicles also will help our neighbors save money. It's urgent that we move to clean energy as quickly as possible for a number of reasons. The American people and folks across the globe are still grappling with Putin's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine 6 months ago, just when the world was dealing with the economic tangle caused from the COVID-19 pandemic. Putin's invasion caused price hikes everywhere, and it highlighted the urgent need to break our reliance on volatile fossil fuels. No person and no country should be at the mercy of a petro-dictator like Putin. Second, we also should not be at the mercy of a handful of big oil companies who refuse to consider aiding consumers at a time of crisis. Instead, the big oil companies bolstered their shareholders during a time of crisis. And I want to thank Chair DeGette and the Oversight and Investigations Committee for investigating price gouging. But probably the most important reason to move swiftly to lower cost clean energy is the growing impacts of the climate crisis, costing Americans billions and billions, even costing lives. These staggering floods and heat waves and other climate-fueled disasters, many that we have never experienced before. But the good news is that the Inflation Reduction Act empowers us to tackle all of these serious problems, lowering costs, breaking America's addiction to fossil fuels that drives inflation. Unfortunately, every Republican voted against the Inflation Reduction Act in our efforts to lower costs, yes, on prescription drugs and on insulin and on health insurance premiums, but also on lower energy costs for the American people. Investing in renewables and energy efficiency doesn't just lower costs, but it also boosts our energy security as we produce more and more of our energy here in America by tapping the abundant and affordable resources of solar power and wind power. Plus, all of this reduces pollution, cleans the air, improves our health, which also saves money. Clean energy also is creating good-paying jobs with prevailing wages to make sure workers can sustain their families. And the sooner we can ramp up, the better for our pocketbooks and for the air we breathe and for entrepreneurs all across this great country. Again, that's why we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in clean energy in history to lower costs for American families. It will put money back into the pockets of Americans as we give them rebates and credits to buy more efficient appliances, clean water heaters, and cooling systems and other clean technologies. It's been just over a month since President Biden signed the IRA into law. In that time, we've seen American companies announce huge investments all across the country to expand manufacturing of clean technologies, electric vehicles, batteries, and much more. These investments create family-sustaining jobs. They help secure our supply chains and speed up deployment of clean energy all across the United States. And we'll build on the tax incentives that are going to help lower energy bills for households all across America. So I'm proud to say we are delivering for communities that have already, we're also delivering for communities that often bear the brunt of fossil fuels and pollutions. By prioritizing frontline communities, we'll ensure that the clean energy economy works for every American and every community. We have a lot of hard work ahead, but it's great to see the people win one over the special interests and politics for a change. For all these reasons, I urge the committee to report this resolution unfavorably. Thank you.
I thank the gentlewoman.
And you'll back.
Mr. Curtis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, if my constituents back home today were listening to this, they would identify themselves as the special interest groups that you're referring to. These are men and women who are patriotic. These are men and women who work hard. These are men and women who, for decades and decades and decades, have sacrificed their health and their safety so that we could enjoy the prosperity that we have today. And when they hear the conversation that we're having today, they feel demonized, and not just the fossil fuels that you demonize, but the very people who have been responsible for keeping us warm and keeping us safe and keeping us energy independent in this country. You know, the United States, what's not been mentioned today is that the United States, over the last decade or more, has reduced more greenhouse gas emissions than any of our other countries who feel so smug about their efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This reduction has come on the back of a fossil fuel, natural gas. And we know U.S. natural gas is substantially cleaner than that in many other places in the country. And so when my constituents back home hear us demonize fossil fuels and then fly around the country and literally beg other countries like Venezuela and Iran and Russia to produce more fossil fuels, they feel that's very hypocritical and, of course, push back on this movement. It's time for Republicans and Democrats to work together on this issue. But part of that is an acknowledgement of the important role that fossil fuels can have in the green future. And I'm absolutely convinced that we can have energy independence, we can have a strong economy, we can have low and affordable prices, and we can reduce emissions at the same time. And I hope everybody here, my Democratic colleagues, will join me in that effort and be careful with the demonization of those people who have meant so much to this country and this country's prosperity. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time.
Would gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield to
You can go to
Mr.
first.
Armstrong, sure.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out, everything's cheaper if you give it a federal subsidy, a federal grant, or a federal tax credit, not just green energy. And with that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield? Yeah, I would just like to say this, all the speeches given by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle on this issue sound really great. It sounds like prosperity is on its way, except for the fact that everything that they talk about can't be accomplished in the short run, and we don't know if it can be accomplished in the long run, but certainly not in the short run, because we have information that all of us know, regardless of political party. For example, we don't produce we know no lithium batteries in the United States. There's no lithium in the United States currently, and the people that are promoting clean energy are blocking mining of lithium across the United States. So I don't know where you go from there. We don't have any rare earth metals in the United States. To build out charging stations for electrical vehicles, we have had testimony that it might take 25 or 30 years. Not 2 or 3 years, but 25 or 30 years to build it out. Well, what are my constituents like Mr. Curtis's constituents in
in rural Indiana going to do in the meantime? They're going to buy an electric car. They don't have any place to charge it. They can't afford the car, first of all. So, I mean, all of this talk about where we're going is great, and I support an all-the-above energy approach. But all this, what I'll call hyperbole about where we're going on green energy, but from my colleagues, just literally cannot be accomplished in the near future. And if we try to do it, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, but we should do it in an economically factual way that protects the American people. And here's the thing, we already have a template for what happens when you don't do that. It's called Germany. And that's not my opinion. I've had meetings with the German ambassador to the United States, and the last meeting I had, they said, well, why are you going back to natural gas and coal? They said, because the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine, and our people we just can't afford to continue on. It has nothing to do with anything else other than getting too far out ahead of yourself. So I'm all in on trying to improve our environment, trying to decrease emissions. But I want to do it in a way that doesn't make it unaffordable and unreliable for my constituents. And I yield back to Mr. Curtis.
Mr. Curtis? His time has expired. Okay.
Yeah, I yield. Thank you.
Anyone else on this resolution? Yeah. Oh, Mr. Scalise is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rise in strong support of my friend Mr. Duncan's legislation to at least get some information on just how damaging these rules, regulations, attacks on American energy by the Biden administration are coming from. Who was in the room that decided a lot of this stuff? Did they know some of the things that may actually happen negatively to families, to our nation's economy, to the benefit, by the way, of foreign countries who have higher carbon emissions? Did they weigh the benefits to carbon emissions globally? When you see a country that Joe Biden inherited that was actually reducing carbon emissions, that was energy independent. Just 2 years ago, we were around $2 a gallon for gasoline, and we could produce everything on our own. And by the way, I know a lot of people in this town love beating up on America, but there is no country in the world that produces energy cleaner than America. So if energy is going to be produced, you would think you would want to produce it in the country that does it the cleanest. Except that's not what they did. They started day one, and look at the record, the facts. Joe Biden, day one and every day since, has unleashed an attack on American energy from his agencies, from the executive branch through executive orders, killing Keystone Pipeline, blocking permits for drilling, for leasing, for pipelines, not just in Keystone, all across the country. You can see the barrage, and it wasn't just one agency. I'll read a few of them. The Department of Energy went after American energy. Well, geez, if you've got a United States department with a cabinet secretary who is spending all their time attacking American energy, it might beg the question, why do you even have that department? Maybe China's funding it. That might make more sense because it benefits China to shut down American manufacturing. It benefits Russia to shut down American energy because Russia was providing a lot of our energy. And by the way, that money that we were sending in Europe, $700 million a day prior to the Ukraine invasion, that is what helped fund Putin's war. America and Europe, because President Biden shut down American energy through the Department of Energy, the Federal Energy Regulatory Committee, the Securities and Exchange Commission. We've seen ESG policies that have crushed American energy producers, the Department of Agriculture, the Council on Environmental Quality, the Department of State, Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Justice, Department of Interior. Again, you would think these are agencies trying to help America be stronger, strengthen our national security. And it's not like they're just against oil and gas, it's just that they're against American oil and gas. So you've seen this whole barrage of agencies, this whole barrage of rules and regulations going after American energy. But then President Biden gets on Air Force One, flies 5,700 miles to Saudi Arabia to beg them to produce more oil. So it's not that he's against oil. He's just against American oil. Again, the cleanest in the world. Has anyone asked, I'm curious, my friends on the other side, maybe Mr. Duncan, in this report, we can ask the administration, what was the carbon footprint of President Biden's trip to Saudi Arabia? Over 11,000 miles round trip to fly over there to beg them produce oil that we can make cleaner. I'm curious, the crickets. I haven't heard a word about carbon emissions when it comes to that. Yet you would actually reduce carbon emissions by making more of the oil and gas here. Pick your country, Russia, Venezuela, Saudi Arabia. Go down the list of tyrants and dictators that this president has begged for oil while he shut it down here. Makes no sense. It's crushing jobs. It's dramatically increasing inflation. It's not just what we pay at the pump. Electricity, if we have a cold winter, people are going to be trying to heat their homes. Where are they going to get it from? They're probably going to have to go to Russia to get their oil in the Northeast because New York, for example, will block pipelines so you can't even get Pennsylvania oil over into New York or the New England states. So they've got to get it. Doesn't just fall out of the sky. They're going to have to get it by tanker from Russia. You watch California. Great example of some of the worst policies in the world that start there. So they come up with a great idea. They're going to ban oil and gas cars. No fossil fuel cars, except one problem. They forgot to mention their grid can't even handle the cars they have today. If you have 5 to 10% of the cars using electricity today, the governor then went and urged right after he said you can't drive a gas-run car. He said, oh, by the way, you can't plug your electric vehicle in either because the grid can't handle it because it's all reliant on energy that's not reliable. And so I don't know if they think you can get on a unicorn and get to work. I don't know what they expect. You don't plug your electric car into a tree. Let's be honest about the consequences of these actions. We've got great ideas, great bills that would solve these problems. I know this committee won't bring any of these up. Maybe we'll be able to do something about that in the next few months. But in the meantime, let's at least pass this resolution and get some answers for those families who are getting kicked in the gut every day by these dramatically higher costs. They shouldn't be high like this. We could do it better. We could do it here in America where we do it cleaner and better than anywhere else in the world. I hope we pass this, and not only here, but in the floor. I yield back the balance of my time.
Does anyone else want to address this resolution? Mr. Latta is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chairman. I want to voice my support for the resolution offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, that will seek to obtain documents and information from the Biden administration regarding the rush to green energy agenda and their efforts to shift the blame from their own policies, which resulted in historically high energy prices and pain at the pump for millions and millions of Americans. When President Biden took office on January 20th, 2021, the average price for gasoline was $2.38. This summer, gas reached historic levels, averaging well above $5 per gallon. Instead of working to increase oil and gas production to help lower the cost of the pump and invest in more refining capacity, the Biden administration pursued the opposite course. We all saw this coming when President Biden made the promise during the campaign that we weren't going to take advantage of the vast resources we have in this country. He said, and quote, "No more drilling on federal lands, no more drilling, including offshore, no ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period, ends." Instead of admitting his mistake and working with Republicans to address this energy crisis in a thoughtful way, the president chose to double down. He has used every arm of the executive branch to implement policies that subsidize green energy, overregulate, and increase costs associated with baseload power sources like natural gas, scare away investments in the fossil fuel industry, and increase taxes on the American people to pay for it all. When we do get to hear from the administration officials in Congress, which has been rare, we are led to believe that the pain to American families and businesses caused by high energy prices, especially at the pump, has been part of their plan all along. After driving up prices with their anti-American energy policies, the Biden administration officials like the U.S. Secretary of Energy, Secretary Granholm, and Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg have used the resulting gas prices hikes to extol the virtues of owning an electric vehicle. We need to know for sure if this has been a calculated effort by the administration to deliberately sabotage American energy security to make way for their radical climate agenda. That is why I support the gentleman from South Carolina's efforts to obtain this documentation. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to support Mr. Duncan's resolution also, and I associate myself with the comments made by the minority whip. You know, it's pretty clear, and I think the case has been made that the president's war on oil is just on American oil and American energy. It's not on foreign energy. And here's a fact that seems to be getting overlooked. And I heard one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle a few minutes ago refer to the fossil fuel past. I got news for you. Fossil fuels are still providing over 90% of the world's energy. They need to get it from the United States. And there's a statistic out there from the American Exploration and Production Council that says if we could simply export 4 times more natural gas than we're exporting today, it would have a more impact on reducing carbon emissions than if we electrified every vehicle in America, put a solar panel on every home in America, and built 54,000 industrial-strength wind farms, all combined. So if reducing carbon, which we agree with, if reducing carbon is the answer to the climate change question, then why don't we pursue American energy policies that will actually do that? And that's exporting American natural gas to our friends and allies around the country instead of shutting down American energy here at home. And I yield back.
Who had the time? Mr. Latta yields back, I guess. Anyone else on the Mr. Wahlberg?
Mr. Chairman, strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
During the 2008 financial crash, Rahm Emanuel famously said, "Never let a good crisis go to waste." When it comes to our nation's energy crisis, President Biden and the Democrats have obviously taken the advice to heart. While families in Michigan are anxiously calculating how they will afford to heat their homes this winter, the Biden administration and Democratic lawmakers have used the steep rise in prices to push their green energy agenda. Rather than support policies that would increase reliability and lower costs for households in the here and now, the administration is barreling ahead without regard for consumer choice, affordability, or even our nation's current capabilities. The ultimate example of this is when California residents faced restrictions on energy usage only 1 week after Governor Gavin Newsom announced a plan to end the sale of new gasoline-powered cars by 2035. Californians were charging their EVs with gas generators. You just can't make this stuff up. Despite the administration's efforts to blame the current energy affordability crisis on the war in Ukraine, we know there are many more factors at work here. No one issue is the cause of higher prices, but rather it's a result of the sustained and often quiet war on traditional energy that began at the start of this administration. During his campaign, President Biden promised voters that he would, and I quote, end fossil fuel. This is a promise that has been consistently echoed by Energy Secretary Granholm and many others in his administration since the very first day. Through its regulations and tenor, the administration has made an inhospitable environment for any sort of investment in traditional energy resources. Despite how desperately people need relief, already more than 20 million families are behind on their utility bills, and prices are expected to rise by over 17% this winter. Though gas prices hit over $5 a gallon across the country this summer, President Biden didn't cut red tape to allow for more domestic pipelines or streamlined drilling permits. Instead, he targeted traditional energy producers with unsubstantiated accusations of price gouging and solicited help from OPEC. At the same time, my Democratic friends in Congress were passing massive spending bills that use taxpayer dollars to support electric vehicle purchases and solar panel build-outs. I'm a proud member of the Conservative Climate Caucus. I believe we have responsibility to be good stewards of our environment, but there are ways to do so without imposing mandates that hurt our economy and quality of life. If these proposals were more reliable and affordable with domestic supply chains rather than having to rely on China, this would be a no-brainer. But we're not there yet. People shouldn't have to pay more for electricity because Democratic lawmakers have the misguided desire to ban clean natural gas. This country has resources at its disposal to increase supply and bring down energy prices. The resolution we are discussing today simply asks for more information on why we aren't using them. Until we have a full picture of the Biden administration's energy strategy, we have to assume that the pain is the point. Thank you, and
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
Thank you. You know, listening to the other side of the aisle talk, they acknowledge and admit that energy prices are higher. It's not just transportation fuels. Electricity costs are higher too. We know what happened in California. But these prices weren't high before the Biden administration took office. It's a direct cause and effect. All we're asking is let's take a look at the documents that led to the decisions that the Biden administration made that affected transportation fuels and ultimately are affecting electricity prices for Americans. I wish we could go and get the documents from the state of California that led them to the decisions that caused their power grid to fail. We know what works to provide baseload power. That's what provides your electricity for your manufacturers and your homes, and we know what works for transportation fuels to move the goods and services and the people around the country. But Americans are having to make financial decisions right now on whether to travel and take their kids to ball games and other places or feed them because gasoline prices are so high, and that's a direct result of the Biden administration. We want to see how these decisions were made. How these decisions were made, because the American people know they're bad decisions, and they will expect us to correct the wrong. With that, I yield back.
I yield back.
Anyone else want to speak on this resolution? Mr. Carter is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the gentleman for South Carolina for the resolution of inquiry. This past weekend, we saw the president celebrate the slight decrease in energy. What an insult to the American people. Natural gas prices have more than doubled this year. The Energy Information Administration anticipates the residential price of electricity will be up 7.5% from 2021. The U.S. Consumer Price Index for electricity in August climbed 15.8% over the same month a year ago, the biggest such 12-month increase since 1981. Some people in this room weren't even born in 1981. Mr. President, we are still in an energy crisis. Winter is coming and energy bills are only expected to increase. The rush to green policies of this administration are a failure and costing the American people. Well, what?
Could I ask that members mute themselves if they're participating virtually? Mr. Carter, would you continue?
Gladly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Where was I? Artificially restricting our energy output is damaging the American economy and threatening our global security. Do we really think that Putin would have invaded Ukraine if he didn't have the leverage of supplying Europe with natural gas? It's basic math, really. Europe produces 230 billion cubic meters of natural gas a year, but uses 560 billion cubic meters. Russia now produces over 700 billion cubic meters of gas a year, but only uses around 400 billion. You can see the mismatch in the opportunity that Russia seized. We saw what happened with Europe's premature bet that green energy would save them. I had the opportunity to travel with the conservative Climate Caucus, that's what it was. I had the opportunity to go to Europe with them. And we saw what's going on in Europe. We did. we saw that they're allowing their policies to get ahead of their innovation and what problems it's causing in Europe. That is what is causing the problems over there now. Now we face similar problems here, but refuse to learn the lessons that Europe has experienced. We are increasing taxes on producers and making it more expensive to produce the most reliable energy in our country. This is an energy crisis of our own making. It's an energy crisis of this administration's making. Policies have consequences. I hope we can come to see this. Thank you, and I yield back. I'll yield to the gentleman from Alabama.
You know, I've sat here and listened to comments from my colleagues across the aisle, and I appreciate their commitment to their climate agenda. It's, I guess, in some respects commendable. But I've also wondered, what's the objection to transparency? I mean, Mr. Chairman, why is it that if this is such a great plan, such a great idea, if we're dealing with a climate crisis, what's the problem with some transparency here? Because all that we're asking for is the documents that validate the policies that some of my colleagues claim are absolutely essential to the future of the country. I don't understand that. I also don't understand why people don't understand basic engineering. We're not going to get to a fully renewable grid anytime soon. And in the mad rush to try to get there, as we're going to learn, we've already learned firsthand in Europe. And I know this frustrates you to hear these statistics, but they're averaging about 28,000 excess winter deaths per year. And it's largely because people can no longer afford to adequately heat their homes in the wintertime. And this is not from the right. This is a scandal on the left. That's where we're heading here. People can't afford it. We're hurting our food supply. Yeah, gas prices have come down $1 or so per gallon in a lot of places, but it's still higher than it was before this administration came into power. But diesel prices haven't come down, and I want to tell you, diesel is the fuel of the farm. It's the fuel of transporting food products from the farm to the market. And people are having to pay for this. You're hurting people. So all we're asking for is some transparency. I don't think that's too much to ask for. So I would urge my colleagues to support this request that's been submitted by Mr. Duncan. I yield back.
Anyone else want to address this? Oh, Ms. Lesko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A friend of mine from across the aisle said, and I'm paraphrasing, that Republicans are clinging on to our old fossil fuel ideas. Well, you know, we're for all of the above energy, including renewable energy, solar, wind, nuclear, natural gas, but we want the electricity on. Unlike what's happening in Europe and in California, we actually do not want blackouts. I mean, I actually want lights and air conditioning, and that's why I think it's responsible to pursue solar and wind as we are in Arizona, but we can't just do such a rush like some of my Democrat colleagues are proposing we do. You know, with the sky-high energy prices that we are all familiar with, you would think that the Biden administration would take action to lower energy prices for all of us by unleashing American energy independence as we were under the prior administration. Instead of correcting the mistakes, the Biden administration has continued to push for this rush for just solar and wind, and it's not realistic. The administration seems to be emulating the model that California has adopted. And that is shutting down power generation stations that use proven energy sources in favor of just green sources. As you may recall
The things that
recently,
help
Ms.
stand
Lesko,
out, those who are helping
could I-
then are now, before you get here.
This,
I don't know if
I
you've
think
got
it's
donors
Mr.
that
Hudson, but I,
they can write checks to the NRCC.
all right, could you mute yourself? Thank you.
Yeah,
No,
but they're sucking all the money out.
could, Mr. Hudson, you have to mute yourself because we can hear your conversation. All right, Ms. Lesko, will you continue?
sure. As everyone will recall, Governor Gavin Newsom from California signed an executive order recently prohibiting new passenger vehicles from being manufactured that use gasoline. But then I thought it was very ironic and sadly comical when just days later, the same California governor said, oh, please do not use too much electricity. In fact, during prime time, don't charge those same electric vehicles that we're going to mandate that you have. I mean, that's the problem, folks. Everybody's for solar, wind, conservation, renewable energy. The problem is that the problem is you can't rush to it. And that's why I am for all of the above energy solutions. And certainly the one thing that President Biden could do right now to help lower gasoline prices is unleash American energy. This is what's happening under the Trump administration. We were energy independent, but instead President Biden goes to Venezuela, he goes to OPEC, and he begs them to produce more oil. This is insanity, folks. Let's help Americans and put America first. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this House resolution? Okay, we'll move to a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRes 1265 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Votes aye. Custer votes aye. Sorry, I'm trying to get the video on. There we go.
Oh.
Custer votes.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan.
Badagan votes aye.
Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
That I'm not in this picture.
No, you're not in the picture. You're fine.
Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes yay.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig?
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher?
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise?
Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley? Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long?
Long votes no.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen?
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson?
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Who is not?
Mr. Welch, am I recorded? Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Anyone else who wants to vote and is not recorded? Ms. Eshu?
Ms. Eshu is not recorded. Ms. Eshu votes aye.
Mr. Tonko?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded. Mr. Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Griffith?
Mr. Griffith votes no.
Anyone else who's not recorded? Mr. Bilirakis coming back? No? Okay. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 31 and the nays were 22.
22. Okay, so the vote is 31 ayes to 22 noes. HRES 1265 is reported adversely to the House.
The chair calls up HRES 1272. The clerk will report the bill.
HRES 1272, a resolution of inquiry requesting the president to provide certain documents.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on HRES 1272?
Madam Chairman.
For what purpose does the member seek recognition?
Madam Chairman, move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chairman, several colleagues have reiterated the quote from former Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel when he said, "You never want to let a serious crisis go to waste." They didn't go on to say what else he said, though. He said, "What I mean by that is that it's an opportunity to do things that you would not have been able to do before." So let's fast forward a little bit. Joe Biden, newly elected president, says, and I quote, "Just like we needed to be a unified nation to respond to COVID-19, we need a unified national response to climate change." Well, of course they do, because the majority needs a crisis upon which to build the foundation of the Green New Deal and the president's rush to green agenda. But this sort of rhetoric would come as a shock to Americans still reeling from the involuntary and compulsory COVID restrictions, lockdowns, and mandates that were forced upon them by local petty liberal tyrants who seemed gleeful about the emergency control that they could exercise. So is President Biden saying he wants to do the same thing for climate change? Now, to be clear, I'm not debating the validity of climate change, and Republicans are not climate deniers. I certainly am not. It's just that I believe we don't have to throw out the baby with the bathwater. We don't have to destroy the reliability and resilience of our national energy grid and make every American pay significantly more for groceries and gasolines, more for the electricity to power businesses and our homes in order to address it. The point is that Republican solutions differ vastly from what the Democrats are proposing. Today, fossil fuels still provide over 90% of the world's energy, and America's natural gas is the cleanest on the planet. Republicans want to unleash even more exports of that cleaner American liquefied natural gas, causing carbon emissions to plunge wherever we send it. We want to unleash the next generation of carbon-free nuclear power. We want to preserve and expand American hydropower and foster innovation and adaptation at the scale needed to blunt the impact of harmful global climate change. But what's the solution from this administration? Well, over the summer, it was reported that the president, under pressure from radical environmentalists, was considering a climate emergency declaration to sidestep Congress and unlock vast executive powers to curtail oil and gas production, meddle with electricity generation, and fund green pet projects. And it turns out, and I've got the letter right here in my folder, signed by 9 Democrat members of this committee that they agree. They signed this letter on July 20th, urging the president to declare a climate emergency by saying, quote, climate change is not only a crisis, but also an unprecedented opportunity. The majority's not really hiding the ball very well here. I mean, the game is up, the gig is up. And this should give every American pause, because if it's anything like the COVID-19 emergency, it's not going to be voluntary. Some leaders across the nation are already getting in on the action. For example, instead of working to build more reliable, affordable power generation in his state, the governor of California signed a law banning new internal combustion vehicle sales. And the next week, he tells everyone they need to avoid charging their electric car. Why? Because they don't have the energy to power them. In Colorado, tens of thousands of people were remotely locked out of adjusting their thermostats in the middle of a heat wave. And finally, we've seen years of some liberal states and localities in the United States banning natural gas hookups to homes and businesses, denying choice to consumers about how they heat their homes and cook their food. Mr. Chairman, these aren't actions to save energy. These are actions to mandate where we go, what we do, and how we live. It's not about carbon, it's about control. It's about controlling the lives of the American people, and it's a dangerous road to go down. Let's look at Europe. Switzerland and Spain are currently threatening to jail citizens who keep their homes too cool in the summer or too warm this upcoming winter. And the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, announced just last week a plan for, and I quote, a mandatory target to, quote, flatten the curve, to reduce electricity consumption. Flatten the curve? Sounds very familiar. Mr. Chairman, I don't believe Americans will do this again. President Biden should think twice about emulating liberal governors and European technocrats. So my ROI is simple. It requests that the administration provide Congress all the documents related to this national climate emergency plan, the authorities the president thinks he has should he carry it out, and also the comments that he sought from federal agencies who would ultimately implement such a strategy. My ROI should also serve as a warning that from here on out, any such actions will be met with rigorous oversight from us on the Republican side of this committee. So let's do the right thing, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to back this measure, and with that, I yield back. I'll yield.
Thank you for yielding. I just want to point out that he's absolutely right. We have an example. We can sit here and say this is going to be great and it's going to be perfect and everything's going to work well. But we have example. He said in Germany. He said Switzerland, others. We know England's trying to come up with price caps on electricity this winter because of the decisions they have made. So this is real. It affects real lives. And as Germany's decided they can't go through with this, we're talking about reliability. They've started buying coal again. And so I had phone calls this summer, so this is real, from people worried that in August, which we got through without it because it was so hot in June, in August we got through without it, that there were Kentucky power suppliers who were afraid they were going to be able to supply power because of the coal that was being exported to Germany because of the decisions they had made. And here we are, we've doubled down and we're doing the same policies. A big reason the previous Prime Minister of England left. I know he had a lot of other things, other baggage, but a lot of it was his climate change agenda and what it was doing to the British people. And I know there was a lot of television coming out of England last week, and God bless the family there that lost, in the country and the world that lost such a great citizen. But the Prime Minister during that time opened up fracking again in England because of the decisions they had made before. And we're going down a path. We know where it leads. It leads to an unreliable system. So I appreciate my friend for filing this ROI, and I'm going to plan to support it. Thank you. I yield back to my friend.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester.
I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. I want to start off by just clarifying something and making sure we have our facts straight. The president has not, I repeat, has not declared a national climate emergency. Now, personally, I believe he should. I'm a co-sponsor of the National Climate Emergency Act and have signed letters urging the president to unlock broad emergency powers to fully and urgently combat the climate crisis. But to date, nothing has been declared. And as I see it, we must consider meaningful climate action. Ignoring the climate crisis won't make it go away. Climate-fueled disasters left over $152 billion in damages across the United States last year and could cost up to $2 trillion a year if we fail to act. Look no further than the effects of Hurricane Fiona, a Category 1 storm on Puerto Rico. The National Hurricane Center says some areas may receive more than 30 inches of rain from the storm. This is catastrophic. Fiona's massive rainfall fits a pattern of climate change causing hurricanes to produce extreme precipitation as the warmer atmosphere holds more moisture. That sounds like an emergency to me. House Democrats have focused on enacting historic laws that will lower costs, create good-paying jobs, and put money back in people's pockets as we invest in cleaner, cheaper energy. Unfortunately, many of my Republican colleagues still question the harms caused by climate change and any attempts to address it. I heard my colleague say he believes in climate change, that we have a crisis. It's one thing to believe it, it's another thing to do something about it. I'm proud that we have acted with the largest investment with the Inflation Reduction Act to deal with this biggest challenge that we face, but we're not done. This resolution, though, is without merit, and I urge my colleagues to adversely report this resolution. And I yield.
Will the gentleman yield? Or the,
I
gentlewoman
yield
yield.
to my colleague Nanette Barragan.
Thank you. I just want to agree and really just speak on this issue. This is definitely a time where we're seeing droughts, we're seeing wildfires, we're seeing hurricanes. It's happening across the country. It's happening in red states and blue states, and climate change should not be about a Democratic issue or a Republican issue. This is about our climate, this is about our planet, and this is about making sure we're getting ahead of this. We hear from military officers about the national security risks it poses. We hear from experts in science about what it means for this climate heating up, and we're seeing it happening firsthand. I strongly agree and believe that we should treat the climate crisis like the emergency that it is. At least 100 million Americans face excessive heat this summer, with temperatures breaking records from coast to coast. Persistent drought has led to record lows of water in California and other western states. This is California's worst drought on record. It's threatening critical industries like agriculture and access to clean water. And climate-fueled storms and wildfires continue to leave costly damages year after year. And who's paying for it? We're paying for it. FEMA then has to go out and spend money, and Congress has to allocate. We spend more money if we do nothing, and we put our risk of our climate and our future at risk. As was mentioned, Hurricane Fiona knocked out power for all of Puerto Rico. It's now straightened to a Category 4 storm in the Caribbean. Without rapid intervention, these emergencies will only get worse as the planet warms. And then we put money into things like infrastructure, and then we're shocked when we see the videos of the infrastructure not holding up. We got to invest in it more resilient. But why do that? Let's try to do all we can now to prevent it. I'm happy the Democrats have been working on this issue, have been leading on this issue, have made bold investments in climate, in the Inflation Reduction Act, and frankly, that's the first step. But we've got to do more to make sure that we're expanding access to cleaner, cheaper energy and cost-saving clean technologies. These investments reduce our dependence on fossil fuels that drive climate change, while creating jobs and cutting costs for consumers. And lastly, I'm proud that California is leading the way in clean energy and on climate, and we're going to continue to do so. And we did a good job in making sure that during the last heat wave, the California grid held up, and we got to continue to invest in things like new battery storage to make sure that we continue to do that and see the utilities make the adjustments that they need. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Are there any members seeking recognition? The chair recognizes Mr. Carter. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike last word. Madam Chair, the gentleman, the gentlelady from Delaware, I'm afraid that we don't agree. But we do believe in climate change, and it's important that we understand that. The urgency of the situation, I think, is where we disagree the most. And it is important, though. That's why I thank the gentleman from Ohio for this resolution of inquiry. I think it's important because this administration has not been shy of pushing the boundaries of its power to take over our economy and dictate policy as it sees fit. From COVID to student loans, we've seen executive orders and rulemakings to bypass Congress. And I hope that is something we address, both as Republicans and as Democrats, and that is the separation of powers, because I'm telling you, over the years, and it hasn't just happened this past session, it has been going on for years, and it's happened with Republican presidents, with Democratic presidents. We have deferred too much power to the executive branch, and we need to take it back. We being Democrats, we being Republicans, we being Congress. We need to take it back. This country is being ruled by executive orders. All of a sudden, we've created a monarchy, and that's not the way our country is supposed to run. And we, Republicans and Democrats, need to be united in changing that and bringing it back to the way that it was supposed to be. We've witnessed a serious abuse of executive power. I don't understand how the narrowest of majorities in Congress gives my colleagues across the aisle any sense of a mandate to act so dramatically. We also need to look at the facts. The U.S. remains a climate leader. We are a climate leader. In the last decade, the United States of America has decreased our carbon emissions more than the next 12 countries combined, while growing our economy. We've done that. We never get credit for that, but we have done that. The real emergency is our energy crisis and the lack of energy security. I don't think there's any disagreement between Republicans and Democrats. Energy security is national security. I think we all believe that. We're failing to produce the necessary energy for our country, let alone to help our allies who are struggling, and that's important for us to keep in mind as well. This has resulted in a dramatic price increase that we all face. If your true concern is emissions, then you would know that no matter what we do to reduce U.S. emissions, the true threat is abroad. Climate change is a global problem. We all recognize that. Everybody knows that. We could decrease our carbon emissions to zero. We could go to net carbon emissions, negative carbon emissions, and unless the rest of the world does their part, we're not going to achieve what we're looking to achieve. 90% of future emissions growth will come from abroad, largely driven by the development and growth of countries in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. That's all there is to it. China and Russia have weaponized energy. We know that. We see what's going on in Ukraine right now. We see what how Russia is holding Europe hostage. Russia is nothing more than a gas station masquerading as a country. That's all they are. The real emergency is that we are failing to address this. We have got to make sure that we are not letting China and Russia weaponize energy, that we're punishing and what we're doing is we're punishing the American sector for being the cleanest and the most reliable. That makes no sense whatsoever. Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. We are shooting ourselves in the foot here. I'll yield to my colleague from Alabama.
I thank the gentleman. I keep hearing people talk about the science says this, the science says that, and I just wonder what science they're talking about, because the last.
Everybody holding up today?
May I suspend? Someone's got their. Madam Chairman? Somebody's. I asked to suspend.
Rep. Palmer.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. What I want to point out is the last Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report. This is what it says about hurricane activity. This is their report. There is still no consensus on the relative magnitude of human and natural influences on past changes in Atlantic hurricane activity, and particularly on which factor has dominated the observed increase, and it remains uncertain whether past changes in Atlantic tropical cyclone activity are outside the range of natural variability. I'll translate that for you. There's no evidence that human activity has resulted in an increase in hurricane activity, except for another report from the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration that says U.S. and European efforts to clean their air has resulted in an increase in hurricane activity. That's from NOAA. And it's because we've done such a remarkable job of cleaning our air. So the science is not settled. I yield back.
I yield.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members seeking recognition to speak? The chair recognizes Rep. Soto for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little heartened by this conversation. We have some folks who have proclaimed to not be climate change deniers. I think that's a start, right? For most of us to accept the predominant scientific opinion that human-caused climate change is a major threat to the nation and the world, much like Russia is a major threat through Ukraine, and something that we've worked on. And I've heard that we need to take it back here in the Congress to have more legislative action. I agree with that statement too. When we're talking about how a lot of the issues are broad, I agree with that too. And I think as we go through this, this is about solutions, right? And about legislative action, and that's why we passed the Inflation Reduction Act. Biggest investment in combating climate change in our nation's history. And then when we think about the problems abroad, that's where American excellence comes in, because what nation resolves the energy issues for the 21st century will be the dominant power for the 21st century. And when I think about now in this committee, I also think about future generations from now, and when they're going to read about us seeing wildfires all across the United States, particularly out west, floods in the southeast, droughts out west, hurricanes getting increasingly intensified in places like Florida, rising seas that affect us as well. They're going to wonder whether we actually did something about it, or whether we just put our heads in the sand and acted like nothing was happening. Certainly, we chose in this Congress to act to actually step up to the challenge for solar and wind, for nuclear. And yes, for carbon capture was included in the Inflation Reduction Act as well for natural gas. One of the challenges for some folks on this committee is going to be if your main industry is an oil economy, is an energy economy, how are you going to also help with your constituents in that transition? That's something we all should be thinking about, as well as how we make this more stable and how we work on everything from the minerals we're going to have to mine to help out with a lot of this, whether it be batteries or solar panels, how to refine wind, how to improve nuclear, and even carbon capture is a possibility, right? That's why we included it in there. And so I'm glad most of the committee believes that climate change is real, since the science predominantly proves that. And now it's about the solutions. We passed a big bill, but there's going to be a lot of oversight over the next few years that this committee is going to be tasked with. So as well as transitioning our economy where we can. And so that, I believe, is the challenge at hand, not some fight over some non-existent climate emergency that act and an order that hasn't come. The president doesn't need to do that. We passed the Inflation Reduction Act. We have now acted, and I hope all of you will be ready for the challenge as we conduct oversight going forward, because our kids, our grandkids, future generations are probably going to judge us by this almost more than any other issue. Thanks, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes Mr. Duncan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad he used the word oversight, because that's exactly what the ROI is doing, is asking for oversight of the administration to understand, and the American people to understand the policies that were put forth. You know, Ronald Reagan had a great quote, and this is him quoting, not me, but he said, it's not that the Democrats are ignorant, it's that so much they think is untrue. Y'all got this utopian vision of wind and solar. There's not a single person on this side that doesn't like wind and solar, but we also know what works to meet the transportation needs and the baseload power needs of Americans. You talk and you use fear tactics like talking about the wildfires and hurricanes. Hurricanes have been hitting this country and the Caribbean and other parts of the globe forever. They're not more intense. We just have more ability to monitor the size and wind of those hurricanes due to technology. Man has gotten better in that. We're getting better in the energy sector as well, clean energy sector as well. Wildfires. Wildfires have hit this country for a long time. In fact, Teddy Roosevelt administration.
25 minutes or whatever, whenever they finally vote out to like put the phone in front of its mouth.
Here's the thing, why does it just happen when Republicans are talking?
And why is it always Republicans that are doing it? Yeah. It's our people do it.
All right, we've had our fun. During the Teddy Roosevelt administration, the United States Forest Service was created. Why? Pinochet recognized that a Forest Service was needed to combat wildfires. In fact, the year that U.S. Forest Service was created with the intent purpose of combating wildfires, one of the largest fires in the history of this country happened in the Bitterroots between Montana and Idaho. Towns that existed then were burned. 2 million acres burned in 24 hours. This was at the very beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Y'all say the science is settled on climate change. Well, you don't want to look at true science because the earth has been a heck of a lot warmer than it is today, and that was prior to the Industrial Revolution. Before man was burning fossil fuels, the earth was a lot warmer. So if we're going to talk about science, let's talk about complete science. Let's look at it holistically. I go back to what I said earlier. There's not a single person on this side that doesn't like wind and solar and alternative fuels and renewables. They ought to be part of the matrix, but you're killing an industry that works for transportation fuels. Mr. Palmer from Alabama hit on it earlier, a point that needs to be stressed over and over. There's going to be a global famine. It's going to be because of this energy crisis created by the Biden administration. And you ask, how so? The rising price of diesel fuel, the input cost for farmers in planting and then harvesting and transporting that food to the market, the fertilizer that's created through natural gas is much higher today. It's probably almost double what it was. So come spring, when they plant the food, the input costs are going to be higher. So the prices at the grocery shelves for your constituents is going to be much higher because of these energy prices. And then if we lose the ability to grow, or we just choose not to due to the input cost to grow the food that we export, David Beasley with the World Food Program's already said there's going to be a global famine in places like Ethiopia. America steps up at that point with our surplus food to provide that for the famine. If we don't have that because of the input costs due to the Biden administration's energy policies, that's on y'all. And I'll yield the gentleman from Utah.
Thank you for yielding. I'm going to make a bold statement, but I believe it's true, and that is that I believe I've had more conversations with Republicans and Democrats here in Congress on this climate than anyone else in climate in Congress. And I believe, despite this conversation that we're having today, we're far closer as Republicans and Democrats than it appears. And if I had a whole 5 minutes, I could list 5 minutes worth of things that we agree on this subject. And I will just tell you, if I were to paraphrase, I think what you're hearing from our side over here today, there's 2 points that I don't want to be misunderstood. And one is that there is a lesson to be learned by Europe, and a feeling by Republicans that we are headed down that exact same path. And let's learn the lesson from Europe and not make the same mistakes that were made over there. And the second point is that there is a role for fossil fuels in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And rather than demonizing the fossil fuel industry, let's embrace them and use them. They employ some of the brightest scientists and engineers in the world. They have the capital to move things forward, like carbon sequestration and direct air capture and new technologies and fusion and many things. So I'm out of time, but I would just like to highlight the fact that despite the tone of this conversation, I actually think there's quite a bit we agree on, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides, and I yield my time.
Are there any members seeking The chair recognizes Mr. Palmer. You have 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. I agree with Mr. Curtis, and I agree with some of what my colleagues have said. Mr. Soto's tone was excellent, and the gentlelady from Delaware as well. I think, though, when you start this stuff about climate deniers, that's a wrong approach. The climate has always changed. And what I would recommend, and I mean this sincerely, because I worked for 2 international engineering companies, I worked in environmental systems, I study this extensively. The record of climate change is in the geologic record. And it surprises people when you start looking at the geologic record. These are not the worst droughts that this country's experienced, particularly in the American Southwest. They had droughts that lasted 50 to 100 years. That's why you had the dispersion of indigenous peoples in the Southwest. They didn't have the technology or the engineering capability to adapt. That's where we're talking in some respects about the same things, but we're talking past each other and not coming up with solutions. I'll give you another example of this. I raised this question in a hearing about whether or not the Sahara has always been a desert. Most people think it's always been a desert. It's only been a desert about 4,000 or 5,000 years. That is a blink in the geologic epoch. I mean, a blink. So when science start, and by the way, archaeologists are now excavating the settlements of Nubians and Egyptians. At one time, the Sahara had streams and grasslands and woodlands. They, like I said, settlements that are being excavated now. So the question is, what caused the Sahara to become a desert? It took about a 10 or 12,000 year period, because scientists believe that the Earth changed its tilt on its axis. It changed the wind patterns, and over that 10 or 12,000 year period, the Sahara became a desert. That I just proved to you that the climate's changing. There's issues about a potential ice shelf in Antarctica breaking off and raising sea levels. An ice shelf is different from an iceberg. An iceberg is in the water, and as we know from physics, that a solid displaces its volume in liquid, so it doesn't raise sea levels. An ice sheet is different. If it melts and runs into a water table, it will raise it. So will an ice shelf. So this ice shelf broke off about 125,000 years ago. So the question is asked, what caused it to fall off 125,000 years ago? Was it climate change or was it physics? Because over time, the weight at the extended end of the shelf might be more than the base could sustain, and it falls off. That's a higher probability. So I just want people to understand, and I know I'm nerding out on you, and it's past 6 o'clock, it's past 7 o'clock, but look at this from a different perspective. And let's try to find ways to adapt and mitigate while we're also moving toward cleaner fuel.
Will the gentleman yield?
I would be happy to yield to the gentlelady.
Thank you so much, Mr. Palmer. I think you are correct. As Mr. Soto said, there are a lot of areas where we agree. And I think one of the things that Mr. Carter said is that where we differ is a sense of urgency. And as you even talked about the evolution of this planet, what has, I think, caused such alarm, and particularly for young people, is that it seems that things are happening faster and that we're contributing more to it. And so I think what you're saying is we need to hear what the impacts are for, including jobs, because I was Secretary of Labor. So to me, jobs are very, very important. People being able to live and sustain themselves in communities that have lived a certain way for many, many years. And I think that's what Darren was also saying, is that we need to be sensitive to that too. Again, as he said, what gives hope, because when I started on this committee, everybody did not agree that something was happening. And that does give us hope, but for me and for my children and my children's children, there is a sense of urgency. And also, some of you also know my faith. I believe that we have to be good stewards of this beautiful planet. So that also is what touches me. So again, I'm grateful for this conversation. I still don't think that it merits the resolution, but I am grateful for the conversation, and I thank you, all three of you, for your comments.
Reclaiming my time, Madam Chairman, if I may. And again, I thank you for the dialogue. I think this is progress, but there are other stats that I'll share with you at a later time when we're not quite as tired of talk. But I do appreciate the opportunity to speak on this and to share a different perspective about an issue that we agree on. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members seeking recognition to speak on HRES 1272? Seeing none, a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRES 1272 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Next.
Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Aye. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell? I'm sorry, Mrs. Dingell, can you please repeat your vote? Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey?
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer?
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran? Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice?
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig?
Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes.
Ms. Schreier, can you please repeat your vote?
Try that again. Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan?
Thank you. Sorry about that. Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher?
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley? Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long?
Long votes no.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
Mr. Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone? Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Madam Clerk, who's not recorded?
Madam Chair,
Ms. DeGette is not
Congresswoman
recorded.
DeGette. DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky is not recorded. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Schrader is not recorded. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas is not recorded.
Cardenas, I vote aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. McEachin is not recorded. Mr. Upton is not recorded. Mr. Scalise is not recorded. And Mr. McKinley is not recorded. And Mr. Hudson.
Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, the yeas were 31 and the nays were 21.
The vote is 31 yeas, 21 nays. HRS 1272 is reported adversely to the House.
The chair calls up HRES 1260, and the clerk will report the bill.
HRES 1260 of inquiry requesting the president and
And
director.
without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on HRES 1260?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Armstrong is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I urge support of my resolution requesting documents and information regarding actions by the administration to draw down the strategic petroleum reserves, including to entities influenced by the Chinese Communist Party, and how the president plans to refill the reserve. Strategic Petroleum Reserve was designated in 1975, and it was designated to reduce the impact of severe supply interruptions like the embargo of 1973. The SPRO is supposed to be for emergencies only: war, natural disasters, other catastrophes that disrupt the supply chain. It is not meant to bail out an administration that has time and again attacked domestic energy producers. This administration's actions simply amount to mismanagement of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for purely political reasons. Here are the facts. The SPR is being drained at $1 million per day, conveniently ending near the midterm elections. It is also at its lowest level since 1984. The president is begging OPEC countries to increase production. China is ramping up its reserves, which are now amongst the largest in the world, and the irony and the best part of this is they're using our release of our reserves to do it. As a result of this administration's reckless energy policy, families across the country are being forced into energy poverty, with 1 in 6 falling behind on their utility bills. In New Jersey, millions of customers will see energy bills spike by 25% as winter approaches. Ratepayers in New Hampshire saw the price of electricity double this summer, and the Biden administration's decision to release oil from the SPR is like putting a Band-Aid on a massive self-inflicted wound. This committee is failing its obligation to hold the Biden administration accountable and to allow for a robust domestic energy sector. This is a dereliction of duty that is forcing the United States to turn to Saudi Arabia instead of places like the Bakken, the Three Forks, and U.S. production. Simply put, the president's energy policies have failed. They are costly to consumers, destructive to domestic energy producers, and job-killing for American workers. Instead of doubling down on failure after failure, we have to focus on long-term solutions that support domestic energy production. And I think at this time it's important to recognize that in March of 2020, Senator Schumer blocked and Democrats cheered the defeat of a proposal by DOE and President Trump to fill the strategic oil reserve as part of the original COVID relief package. They asked for $3 billion. Since January, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is down 210 million barrels since January 2001. At $27 a barrel when the president asked for it, or when President Trump asked for it, it would have cost $5.6 billion. At $85 a barrel, which we're at right now to refill it, it would be $17.85 billion. President Biden has made indications that he's going to refill the strategic reserve. It's going to be pretty costly to taxpayers, and it's not going to be a bailout to big oil. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. Fletcher is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect to my colleague, Mr. Armstrong, who I like and have worked with on these and other issues, this request for information on plans to sell petroleum products and refill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is misguided, and it is unnecessary and duplicative of information that has already been provided. Just as an initial matter, the request fails to acknowledge that the Biden administration has continuously been proactive and transparent about its intent and successful efforts to lower the price of gasoline through releases from the SPR. And as a reminder, as Mr. Armstrong noted, the SPR was created after the 1973 oil crisis for the explicit purpose of establishing a reserve capable of reducing the impact of severe energy supply interruptions. It is a critical foreign policy and energy security tool, and it has been for more than 40 years. And this resolution questioning the plans relating to the SPR rings particularly hollow in this committee. Earlier today, we heard from Ms. DeGette and Mr. Upton about the 21st Century Cures Act, a bill that passed this committee 53-0, and we celebrated its passage. I would remind my colleagues that it was at the request of House Republicans on this committee who were demanding a pay-for to pass the Cures bill that then Chairman Upton ordered the sale of 80 million barrels of oil from the SPR to get the bill to the floor. A worthy cause, but not done for energy purposes. In fact, the SPR has been used as a pay-for 9 times since 2015. At least the sales that are the subject of this request were made to address a spike in gas prices that I thought members on both sides of the aisle were concerned about. As we've discussed on this committee, the Russian share of global crude production at the beginning of this year was nearly 10% of total global production. I just don't see how any of my friends on this Energy and Commerce Committee on the other side of the aisle could not in good faith acknowledge that this is a major energy supply interruption, especially when every single one voted to ban Russian crude imports when we passed the Suspending Energy Imports from Russia Act into law. Mr. Duncan just said that this, in fact, is the biggest energy crisis since 1973 in his remarks a few minutes ago. And now the House Republicans are blaming President Biden for taking decisive action to bring down prices for American consumers and weaken Russia's ability to fund its unprovoked and brutal war of aggression against a sovereign nation, Ukraine. The SPR was created for this precise purpose, for this moment we are living in, and it has worked. Gas prices have been decreasing for 14 consecutive weeks, and the national average for a gallon of gas has decreased by $1.34 since peaking in mid-June. And by the way, these sales, like every sale of crude oil in the United States, are sold on the open market to whoever wants to purchase them. And this is another important point to remember because it is a direct result of the work of this committee. This committee, under the Republicans, lifted the 40-year ban on crude oil exports. And as I think everyone here knows by now, I agree with that policy. I wasn't here, but if I had been, I would have supported my Republican colleagues in that effort to acknowledge the global free market for the commodity and the importance of ensuring America's energy security and leadership. But it's disingenuous for those on the other side who were here then and those who support free trade in oil to sit here today and complain that the system that they worked to create and which was enacted during the Obama administration worked as it was intended to. The oil from the SPR was put on the global market, which brought prices down at home, and the oil made its way to China once it was put on the market. And I would remind my colleagues that this was not an unintended or unforeseen consequences. The then Republican majority on this committee explicitly rejected a proposal by a member of this committee, a Texas Democrat, Mr. Green, to license the export of crude oil in a way similar to the way we license LNG exports, which would require the DOE to approve those sales. The fact is that faced with the stress of the pandemic, the supply shortages caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the Biden administration took deliberate steps to help Americans and has successfully lowered the price of gasoline through these SPR releases. Energy analysts the world over have acknowledged how American releases from the SPR are filling a crucial supply gap, which has created a cap on prices and led to the decrease at the pump that we have seen here at home. And that's why I'm so disappointed in this misguided resolution. We should come together in a bipartisan way to support these efforts to bring relief to Americans and to respond to Russian aggression with meaningful action. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Ranking member?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve was never intended to be used for political purposes. My colleague just mentioned the work of this committee. This committee did, in a bipartisan way, pass $2 billion in funds to modernize the SPR facilities along the Gulf Coast. We should continue to work on ensuring that we have this reserve, and it should be a bipartisan issue. But the fact that the administration right now has made a decision to draw down the reserve 1 million barrels per day until the election, isn't that convenient? When President Joe Biden was elected to office, the price of gas in America averaged under $2.40 a gallon. $2.40 a gallon. That was long before Putin invaded Ukraine, and since day one, we've seen the price of gas, where's my poster, go up, 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 up. We've all seen, we're living it every day. When we go fill our cars with gas, the price of gas is going up. And this, I strongly support this resolution because it would stop the Biden administration from using America's strategic petroleum reserve for political purposes. In the meantime, allowing OPEC, Russia, China to gain geopolitical leverage on us. In June, the Energy and Commerce Committee Republicans wrote the Department of Energy Secretary, Granholm. We wanted to know why President Biden was selling off the strategic stockpile of energy while begging OPEC and Russia to pump more oil. You remember that? President Biden made a trip, special trip, to go ask OPEC to pump more oil. Why is Department of Energy draining the strategic reserve so quickly? Just happens to be $1 million a day until the end of October. And why do they plan the sales right now? Why is DOE selling oil to China? So now we're strategic petroleum reserve oil being used to help China build its reserves. China now has amassed the largest stockpile of oil in the world. That's why this resolution is so important. Because under this administration, the Department of Energy is acting like they're not accountable to Congress. The department has failed to answer even the most basic oversight questions. And this committee hasn't even had a hearing. Mr. Armstrong's resolution of inquiry is vital to uncovering the abuse of our nation's strategic petroleum reserve, and I urge support of this resolution. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
Be happy to yield, Dr. Bridges.
And thank you for yielding. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Armstrong. This is such an important resolution of inquiry that you're offering. In June and July of 2020, in this committee, we had a bill. Senator Cornyn had it over on the Senate side, and the idea was to purchase oil at a time when crude oil prices were extremely low, like $30 a barrel low or lower. So it was a perfect time to top off our nation's emergency supply. And it was denied. It was denied by Democrats in this committee who didn't want anything to do with the purchase of oil and anything that would help the cash flow in the energy industry. They shunned it. They rejected it out of hand. And it really would have gone a long way if you are looking at a time when you're in trouble and need that surplus and need that reserve. It would have been great to have had that strategic petroleum reserve topped up. But instead, we've now gone the other way. And in order for a political party to survive a midterm election, the price of gas has become a political issue, and to reduce it, it's been manipulated by selling off the strategic petroleum reserve. Now, look, we had a lot of talk in the last segment about hurricanes. We've been lucky this hurricane season. There hasn't been that bad Atlantic storm. But if there had been, we've got nothing in the bank that would help us get through that crisis if all of our offshore rigs and refineries along the coast got shut in from a bad Atlantic hurricane. We've got nowhere to go. This administration has sold us down the river. It's wrong. We need to do better. And I yield back.
I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else on this resolution of inquiry? All right, we'll go to a vote. Recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRES 1260 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle?
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Mr. Butterfield?
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Mr. Sarbanes?
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney?
Aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Peters?
I'll be right back.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell? Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Ms. Custer?
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Badagon?
Badagon votes aye.
Ms. Badagon votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran? Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice? Ms. Craig?
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier
Votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher?
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley? Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long?
Long votes no. Voting. Long votes no.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen?
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes no. That gets crazy.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone from New Jersey votes yes.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz?
Mr. Ruiz is not recorded. Mr. Ruiz votes aye.
Ms. Castor?
House Cardenas recorded.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas?
Mr.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye.
Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Long, that is? Who is it?
Mr. Vesey is not
Oh,
recorded.
VC.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to vote aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Schrader?
Chairman,
Chairman, I'm not recorded.
Mr. Schrader first.
Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Anyone else?
How is Rice recorded?
Ms. Rice is not recorded.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye.
Any other member who wants to be recorded? Clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 31 and the nays were 20.
Okay, the vote is 31 ayes to 20 noes, and therefore HRES 1260 is reported adversely to the House. The chair calls up HRES 1326, and the clerk will report the bill.
HRES 1326, a resolution of inquiry.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
move to strike the last word.
Mr. Pence is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My resolution is a simple request for information to understand how this administration plans to address the ongoing energy crisis facing our country in terms of reliability going forward. As the lead agency responsible for maintaining a coherent national energy strategy, DOE should be front and center in any administration actions that impact grid reliability. But as we've seen since day one of the Biden administration, the president's goal of driving out fossil fuels in favor of wind and solar outweighs the need to keep the lights on. Earlier this year, when EPA put out burdensome rules against baseload power plants, agency officials assured us that there would be no impact on reliability. Yet, in response to these efforts, the grid operators we've entrusted to protect reliability told these agencies to slow down or else risk the potential for blackouts and brownouts. These concerns fell on deaf ears. Then in May of this year, the North American Electric Reliability Council started sounding the alarm that up to half the nation could experience blackouts. In southwest Indiana, utilities had to turn back on 2 coal plants this summer just to meet capacity demand, something that hasn't been a problem for decades. And yet this committee held no hearings on the subject and provided 0 opportunities for members to hear directly from the administration. Recently, Secretary Granholm pointed to California, believe it or not, as the poster child of a clean energy future. But I can tell you Hoosiers in my district in southern Indiana don't want to hear about higher gas prices, regular blackouts, or fuel shortages as an energy future. Instead, it would be wise for this administration to look towards Europe as an example of what happens when the government forces an energy transition on its people. France, Germany, Norway are furloughing thousands of employees as they ration electricity and shut down industrial facilities to save power. Natural gas prices are hitting record highs, even though they have caps, in the UK, where energy costs are up 80%, forcing families to choose now and in the future between cooking and heating their homes. European nations are even turning to burning wood and trash for energy instead of coal, and they're buying wood lumber from the United States. If we do not bring logic and reason back into the discussion of our future energy outlook, this could become a shared reality for Americans. Mr. Chairman, my resolution is a simple way to hold this administration accountable and answer for a misguided approach to a national energy strategy. I urge support on my resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Pence. Mr. McNerney is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chair. I thank the gentleman from Indiana for his comments. Permit me to disagree. Members of this committee may agree that climate is changing, but we strongly disagree. We may agree with climate is changing, but we strongly disagree on the urgency of action. And I can tell you, history will be very clear who prevented us from doing what was needed. But this resolution, HRES 1326, is an attempt to score political points by a party that opposed every single effort to strengthen the bulk power system. HRES 1326 also completely ignores the increasing lack of reliability of thermal power plants, which are becoming a reliability risk to the bulk power system. Last year, Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee heard staggering testimony about the failure of natural gas power plants and pipelines during the storm Uri, and we also learned about Texas's mismanagement of the electric grid. Then this year, the same NERC summer reliability assessment that the Republicans reference in this resolution stated that thermal plants can become unreliable in extreme drought because they rely on water for cooling that is often not available. I authored a bill that passed the House this summer that would have addressed this exact issue by requiring the federal government to study the reliability risks posed by drought conditions on coal and power plants. Every single Republican in the House voted against that bill. Unfortunately, the risks I identified in that legislation became real this summer. Outages at coal plants and gas plants in Texas almost put the Texas grid at risk again because they were unable to run at anything close to their maximum output during extreme heat. And 2 weeks ago in California, multiple thermal plants failed to perform because they lacked sufficient water to cool their engines. And California was only saved from rolling blackouts due to solar power, energy storage, and because people responded to the call to reduce power usage. And in fact, as recently as last week, multiple power companies were warning of grid outages if the railroads locked out their workers because coal-powered plants obtain their coal by rail. Only President Biden's interventions saved this country from coal-induced blackouts. In this age of climate-related extreme weather, thermal power plants have lost their reliability benefits. They have difficulty in the winter, they have difficulty in the summer, and they rely on supply chains that can be disrupted at a moment's notice. But instead of focusing on the significant reliability issues posed by thermal power plants and how we can address them, the Republicans on this committee are fighting against rules that prevent companies from dumping coal ash into our drinking water. Really? I urge everyone to vote against this resolution of inquiry. I yield back.
Thank you. Someone on the Republican side, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've struck last word, and thank my friend from Indiana for offering this resolution of inquiry. I think it's timely. I think it is well placed. And look, mindful of the comments of my friend from California, he should welcome this resolution of inquiry. The president should share with us all of the information that the administration has. And if there's a good news story to tell on the rail negotiations, we don't know because none of us were included. Share that information with us. This committee would be, I think, grateful to receive that. But look, since day one of the start of the Biden administration, what a deeply destructive approach they've taken to energy, baseload power, and in fact, just criminalizing traditional sources of energy in this country. This harmful energy agenda has been pursued at great peril to the nation. Did we have problems in Texas a year and a half ago? Yes. Do you have problems in California every afternoon? Yes. So look, let's not point fingers at our states. Our state's problems with energy are largely because of the rapid growth of the state of Texas. The energy requirements are increasing literally every day with new residents moving to our state. Last congressional redistricting, which was only a couple of years ago, Texas picked up 2 new congressional districts, and if the census was honest, we'd have probably had 3. That's 770 constituents in each congressional district, as Mr. Duncan earlier pointed out. That is our challenge in Texas, how to meet the demands that that additional population is creating. And will wind and solar be part of that equation? Of course they will. But wind and solar will not always be reliable when you need that baseload power. So that's where Mr. Pence's resolution of inquiry provides really so much important information that this committee could use to make the decisions about what kind of energy do we have in the future, what type of energy are we willing to purchase. Look, I have a lot of doubts that offshore wind can create the amount of baseload power requirement to fuel the energy requirements of all of those new residents moving to the state of Texas. Maybe it can in California, but I'm not sure that it could in the state of Texas. The over-reliance of renewables has had a significant effect on our electrical grid, and I think some of the changes that are occurring at the state level in Texas, where there is a requirement that people who bid to sell power into the grid must be able to demonstrate that they can deliver that amount of power that they're bidding plus 10% extra. I think that's a reasonable approach. And you know what? One of the most straightforward ways of doing that is to include thermal sources of energy, traditional sources of energy. So I would just simply ask that the administration share with us, what is the information they have? What is the information that they're sitting on that they're not sharing with us? This committee is the committee that we have the responsibility for authorizing energy legislation. Show us your work. Let us see your cards. Let's see what's at stake. But the White House has shut us out at every turn, and that's just not right. So, Mr. Pence, thank you for bringing this resolution to the committee, and I'm happy to yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's so interesting to hear this conversation. I guess we really are in silly season because if you want information about baseload power, we've been doing a lot of work on that right here in this building for the last 2 years. I believe that Mr. Curtis no, go ahead, you can go, is sincere about his interest in this, but so far we really, as a legislative matter, we have not gotten any help from Republicans on baseload power. There is bipartisan support in theory for a reliable electric grid. But unfortunately, Republicans have voted against almost every single effort to strengthen the electric grid in this Congress. Last year, when Republicans had the chance to support almost $20 billion in upgrades to the electric grid and support more baseload nuclear power, most Republicans voted against the bipartisan infrastructure bill, against it. When Republicans had the chance to support a program in the America Competes Act to address the shortage of critical electric grid equipment, Republicans voted against it and demanded that the program be stripped out. In July, when the Democrats put a bill on the floor that included multiple provisions to ensure that the bulk power system could operate in extreme weather, Republicans voted against it. And most recently, Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which includes record investments in clean baseload technologies like hydrogen and nuclear power. Not a single Republican supported the bill. Now, I am as eager as anyone in here to work across the aisle to strengthen the electric grid. And one of the more key ways we can do this is building more high-voltage interstate transmission. And I invite my Republican colleagues to join me in supporting new transmission projects, and I'll work with you to get them built. But don't tell me that you need to know what's going on from President Biden. We've worked on this very issue for the last Congress, and you just haven't been our partners on it. We've done this by ourselves. The Republicans have opposed the grid investments necessary to strengthen the bulk power system. And today we're debating this meaningless resolution of inquiry, even rather than actually focusing on how we can solve the problem as legislators. And that's what we've been doing for 2 years. So let's come together to actually solve the problems plaguing the American people. I know I know what month it is. I know it's election year. I get it. But, give this member a break. We've been working on this, and we need your help. So you can ask for all the information from the president you can, but we've had plenty to work on right here, and I would just urge that, a yes vote on this and yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Mr. Latta?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman. I want to thank my friend, the gentleman from Indiana, for offering the resolution seeking to obtain documents and information from the Biden administration regarding any plans or efforts to protect the baseload bulk power system generation and transmission to maintain bulk power system reliability. Earlier this year, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC, issued its annual summer reliability report that forecasts its predictions for how the bulk power system would perform in its ability to provide reliable power to customers. I can't speak for other members of this committee, but I know my phone started ringing off the hook with calls from manufacturers concerned about their ability to maintain their operations. With a district home to 86,000 manufacturing jobs, I fully understand how important it is for these businesses to have access to reliable base load power that will fuel their production lines and industrial equipment. It simply is not feasible for them to remain economically competitive if they become too reliant on intermittent sources of energy, forcing their operations to shut down when the wind isn't blowing or the sun's not shining. Unfortunately, that is what will happen if the Biden administration continues to pursue policies that will shut down baseload power generation. Not only will it become more expensive to generate power as a result of taxes imposed by the Democrats' so-called Inflation Reduction Act, but the regulatory actions taken by the Biden administration under the Clean Air Act to target specific industries will be felt by ratepayers across the country. We do need answers from the administration about how they are addressing concerns with grid reliability. That's why I support the gentleman's effort and encourage my colleagues to do the same. We need an all-of-the-above energy strategy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else on this resolution? Yes? Mr. Palmer? You're recognized for 5 minutes.
The time is showing 3:05.
Oh, okay.
And I thank the chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Last summer, actually 21, the North America Electric Reliability Corporation published a report about what is the greatest risk to our grid. And I immediately thought that it's probably cyber attack. Turns out that that's the second biggest threat to the grid. The biggest threat to the grid is changing the resource mix. In other words, trying to make too rapid a conversion to renewables. They came out with another report from this past summer warning of possible blackouts, not in California where they're kind of used to that, but in the Midwest. And I'll read you some quotes here. This is from the FERC Commissioner, Mark Christie, from May of this year. He said, utility regulators know this reliability crisis is coming. It's the state policymakers and legislators that are driving a lot of this. I want to emphasize that. It's policy that's driving a lot of this. He says you need to really start paying attention to the resources in each state, what you're building and what you're forcing to retire, and start listening to experts like NERC, the North America Electric Reliability Corporation. He goes on to say we're heading for a reliability crisis. The Wall Street Journal said the nation's power grid is becoming increasingly unreliable. And they later added, we've been warning for years that climate policies would make the grid more vulnerable to vacillations in supply and demand. And here we are. Some of the mainstream press are belatedly catching on that blackouts are coming, but they still don't grasp the real problem. The forced transition to green energy is distorting energy markets and destabilizing the grid. And they added that the rapid expansion of renewable power is also increasing the cost of maintaining a reliable electricity grid, which will raise costs for U.S. manufacturers, rendering them less globally competitive. And I would add, as you raise prices, you increase inflation. And listen, you have the majority and you're moving your legislation, but don't tell us that you're offering a clean bill that addresses the power grid. It doesn't. You're adding other things that were very inflationary, very harmful to the economy, very harmful to the American public. I hear you talk about 11 million new jobs were added, but at the same time, median household income has gone down. It's because prices have gone up. You're driving down income while increasing inflation. So these are some of the issues that I think we've got to deal with. And in that regard, I would like to enter into the record both the reports from the North America Electric Reliability Corporation, because I think it would be important for members of the committee to have access to this, to understand where we're heading with this. And to my friends across the aisle, I worked, as I've said many times, for 2 international engineering companies, one of which was in environmental systems. I have a pretty good grasp of what it takes to generate power. I have a pretty good grasp of what it takes to reduce the environmental impact of that. And frankly, while we support all of the above, we're really not focused on reducing CO2 emissions. If we were, we would go to next generation nuclear, where we can recycle spent fuel rods, which retain 90% of their energy capacity. They have a life cycle of 100 years, whereas a wind farm has a life cycle of maybe 30. Each turbine loses capacity after about 10 years. And you can locate a nuclear facility on about 640 acres, that's 1 square mile. Whereas to generate the same amount of power, it takes 77,000 acres for a wind farm. And you cannot recycle the blades. So with all due respect, sir, and to my colleagues, a lot of what you're doing from an engineering perspective is frankly not going to happen. And it's going to have a devastating impact in many ways you haven't thought about, particularly in mining for the materials that you're going to need to build out a renewable grid will have a catastrophic impact on the environment. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. And we don't have those documents, so if you give us to us, and then we'll take a look, and then we can enter them into the record before the markup ends. Mr. Dunn wants to be recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. President Biden's attack on the oil and gas sector has been relentless since the first day he took office. The average American family is being forced to make lifestyle choices due to the price of energy today. But instead of unleashing the full American energy portfolio, the Biden administration continues to push policies that would force our country to rely on unreliable sources of energy. This is directly correlated with increasing our dependence on our adversaries such as China and Russia. The Energy Information Administration shows about 10% of power generation comes from renewables. In addition, unreliable power sources, such as our current output from renewables, directly threatens the sustainability of our nation's power grid, as you've heard already said here today. It also increases the threat of outages, blackouts. Just this month, California, the state leading the push for green energy integration, was forced to rely on natural gas to save their grid and continue powering homes. Anti-energy policies hurt our allies, and they also put Americans at risk. The United States has the energy resources to ensure energy security for both our allies and to provide power for American families, and it's time to unleash it. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else on this resolution? Ms. Lesko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Mr. Pence's resolution, and I want to talk about something a little bit different but related that we haven't discussed yet tonight, and that's copper. Copper is an integral part of the grid infrastructure because of its reliability, efficiency, and performance. Copper is used at every step of the grid infrastructure, from power generation to transmission to distribution and to the consumption of power. The U.S. electric transmission network consists of more than 600,000 circuit miles of lines. My state of Arizona has a huge abundance of copper just waiting to be mined. In fact, Arizona currently produces about 65% of America's entire production of copper. Encouraging more mining in my state would only increase the number of high-paying jobs and cut down on any supply chain delays that arise from relying on foreign-sourced copper. Yet, the Biden administration refuses to permit the necessary copper mines to strengthen our electric grid. For example, the Biden administration revoked the final environmental impact statement for the Resolution copper mine in Superior, Arizona, which happens to be in Congressman O'Halloran's district. And he did it just 6 weeks after it was approved by the Trump administration. The mine has the potential to meet up to 25% of our domestic copper demand. Not only would the mine meet domestic demand for a more resilient power grid, studies have shown that the mine would create over 1,500 high-paying jobs. And I don't think, I remember when Secretary of Energy was here, and she talked about how she supports mining of critical minerals. But I'm sorry, I'm skeptical. Because why would then the Biden administration stop the permitting of a mine that's already about to take place, that there was an investment of $2.3 billion in the state of Arizona? It makes no sense, and with that, I yield back.
Anyone else? Mr. Carter is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the gentleman from Indiana for this resolution of inquiry. I'd like to start with a single word: baseload. Baseload. For some reason, this concept seems to elude many. We need to provide a minimum amount of electricity to our grid to keep our nation running. Yet the year is 2022, and I never thought I would see the day that the United States would be able to provide enough power for itself. The North American Electric Reliability Corporation recently warned that 2/3 of the U.S. could experience blackouts this summer. 2/3. Americans across the country were warned that they would need to stop using their washers, their dryers, dishwashers, and other appliances because our grid is being pushed to the limit. And the reason is because we have failed to maintain baseload power in the name of intermittent renewables. Nearly every policy this Congress has forced through and the President has advocated for adds to the demands on our grid while not providing the necessary baseload power to keep our lights on. We cannot outpace innovation. I have nothing against using renewable energy as a part of our portfolio. Georgia is a state with growing solar resources, but it's a part of a robust energy portfolio that provides the reliable power that makes it one of the best states to do business in and one of the most competitive. Our country should embrace a similar all-of-the-above type strategy. I'm excited about the potential future of batteries, hydrogen, and other innovations, but we are not there yet. This administration's rush to green is not keeping pace with the realities of our energy needs. As I said earlier in our meeting here, we cannot afford to let our policies get ahead of our innovation. Now it has the audacity to sit by and openly allow American families and businesses to be hurt as they blindly pursue their Green New Deal policies, and that is truly disturbing. We are losing our competitive edge, and worse, our ability to provide the basic necessities to our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. So Mr. Palmer gave us two documents from the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, a 2022 Summer Reliability Assessment and a 2021 ERO Reliability Risk Priorities Report. Without objection, they'll be entered into the record. Does anyone else want to speak on this resolution? All right, we'll go to a vote. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRES 1326 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew.
Eschew votes aye.
Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Aye. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, California, I'm voting aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
This is Congressman Welch. How am I recorded?
Mr. Welch. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Welch votes
aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Long votes no.
Mr. Long votes no.
Mr. Schrader.
Mr. Schrader is not recorded. Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Any other member?
Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw votes
Chairman, how am I
no.
recorded?
Mr. Vesey is not recorded.
Mr. Vesey?
Chairman, I vote aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded and seeks to be? Okay, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 30 and the nays were 20.
The vote is 30 ayes to 20 noes, and therefore H.Res. 1326 is reported adversely to the House. Chair now calls up H.Res. 1264, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.Res. 1264 of inquiry requesting the President to transmit.
And without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Any member seeking recognition to speak on H.Res. 1264. Mr. Carter.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, in February of 2021, members of this committee sent letters to a dozen multi-channel video programming distributors and virtual multi-channel video programming distributors with the clear intent of persuading cable television companies to eliminate conservative news channels from their programming lineups. It is not a far leap to conclude that the administration was complicit in this assault on the First Amendment. My request today is simple. My ROI seeks certain documentation related to the changes to the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, processes regarding any attempts to regulate programming decisions by the MVPDs, broadcasters, or streamers in order to prevent misinformation or attempts to reinstate the fairness doctrine. The beauty of America is that we are a land of free speech. Whether the television content is liberal, conservative, or nonpartisan in nature, it's important to provide the American people with a range of options and allow them to decide what they will enjoy. The Democrat majority may ultimately defeat my resolution today. However, make no mistake, this will be the first of many oversight inquiries into the extent to which Democrats in Congress and the White House colluded with big tech and media companies to silence conservative voices. Republicans will not stand idly by while Democrats utilize private companies to circumvent the First Amendment at their bequest. Democrats engaged in this type of behavior, causing a ripple effect in the industry against conservative news stations and continue on their censorship campaign. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield at this point.
Would the gentleman yield?
Excuse me. Yes, I'll yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
I thank the gentleman. And I want to reiterate that I heard the same thing in February last year. Members of this committee sent letters to a dozen multi-channel video providers and streaming services urging them to deplatform major news channels under the guise of rooting out misinformation purely because they were conservative. I don't want to get in the middle of legitimate business decisions, but picking and choosing which channels get to reach people's TVs based on their political leaning is unacceptable and threatens the free flow of information we value in this country. People have the right to choose which programs they tune into and form their own opinions of the information presented to them. The FCC has no business doing the Democrats' bidding to censor political viewpoints they disagree with. The resolution that my friend and colleague puts forward request important information to ensure that this is not happening. Thank you. I yield.
Mr. Chairman,
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Chairman, I support the gentleman's ROI, which requests from the President and his administration documents relating to misinformation and the preservation of free speech. Of particular interest, this ROI requests documentation pertaining to action taken by the administration related to the regulation of big tech. As stated in July 2021 by his former White House press secretary, Jen Psaki, the Biden administration has been working with Facebook to censor misinformation. As we know, big tech has for years abused their protections under Section 230 to moderate, label, and remove conservative content and even user accounts that express opinions contrary to their agenda. I've said as much directly to Mark Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey. Furthermore, as exposed by a lawsuit by Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt earlier this year that demanded similar information from the administration, he has, quote, already received a number of documents that clearly prove that the federal government has an incestuous relationship with social media companies and clearly coordinate to censor freedom of speech. These statements point to a serious abuse of power by the president and his administration. It is absolutely critical that Congress perform its oversight responsibility in order to protect United States citizens from Washington bureaucrats who wish to silence those who disagree with their radical agenda. The erosion of free speech must not continue, and under my watch, I'll keep working to stop it. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, recommending that this resolution to the full House of Representatives, and I yield back to the gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. Ms. Clark from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The resolution requests documents from the president detailing interactions between the White House and the Federal Communications Commission related to, among other things, regulation of big tech, regulating programming decisions for video providers related to misinformation, the Fairness Doctrine, and the First Amendment. In my opinion, this partisan measure is not intended to seek information or understanding of a real problem, but to attack the Biden administration and obstruct its work based on wholly imagined threats. This is particularly disappointing given the host of actual meaningful efforts that we've made in this committee during this Congress. While on its face, it is not entirely clear what this resolution is getting at. It hints at concerns that the Biden administration and the FCC, under the leadership of Chairwoman Rosenworcel, are not fully committed to protecting and preserving the First Amendment. This could not be further from the truth, and my Republican colleagues know it. For instance, Chairwoman Rosenworcel was asked directly during her confirmation process whether she thinks the FCC should be a part of any effort to remove cable channels from MVPD lineups or revoke broadcast licenses based on the viewpoints expressed in the programming. She responded unequivocally no. She was asked if she thinks the government has the authority to censor opinions, to which she also responded no. She explicitly committed to ensuring the FCC does not factor political content or viewpoints when issuing licenses, making regulatory decisions, or approving mergers and acquisitions. Her confirmation received bipartisan support on the Senate floor, and there's been no credible suggestion that she has been anything but faithful to her previous statements and commitments. The agency also projects nothing less. For instance, the FCC's website states that the First Amendment and the Communications Act expressly prohibit the agency from banning or restricting speech. And it states definitively that the agency has not regulated online content. And when it comes to the Fairness Doctrine, the chairwoman has been clear for more than a decade that she does not support agency action to reinstate it. But of course, My Republican colleagues know all of this. They said so themselves in a letter to the chairwoman last year. In that letter, signed by the ranking member and numerous others on the committee, our colleagues recognized that the chairwoman expressed opposition to the reinstatement of the Fairness Doctrine in 2011 and 2017. They included quotes from her public statements to include her belief that governments that threaten to chill speech can discipline private sector actors without changes in the law ever becoming necessary. They received a response to that letter from the chairwoman, once again affirming her support for the First Amendment and leaving no question as to where she stood with respect to a number of issues raised in this resolution. And while our colleagues on the other side of the aisle can only muster innuendo when it comes to accusing the current administration and FCC of a lack of respect for the First Amendment, they remained silent not too long ago as the Trump administration overtly threatened free speech and the freedom of the press and made explicit and public attempts to wield the FCC as a weapon against viewpoints with which President Trump did not agree. It was President Trump who said repeatedly that he considered the press and certain cable channels the enemies of the people. It was President Trump who called the FCC to revoke broadcast licenses based on viewpoints and news coverage. It was President Trump, through an executive order and petition from the NTIA, attempted to pressure the FCC into launching a rulemaking to allow it to regulate online speech and social media platforms. It was President Trump's campaign that wrote letters threatening the licenses of broadcasters that aired an advertisement that was critical of President Trump. Where were the questions from my Republican colleagues during what was arguably the most direct and brazen assault on the First Amendment in our history? Given their current and apparently rediscovered interest in freedom of speech in the press, they should take comfort in knowing that Chairwoman Rosenworcel consistently objected to the attempts of the previous administration to curtail our First Amendment rights. This resolution is completely unnecessary, and unfortunately, having to sit here and consider it is a waste of what precious little time we have left in this Congress, which I would much rather devote to solving some of the real, as opposed to imagined issues that the American people are facing each and every day. So I urge my colleagues to report this resolution adversely, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlewoman. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carter, for introducing this resolution of inquiry. If it's unnecessary, then the FCC will have no problem turning over the documents. We have 2 bills today seeking information from the administration on their censorship activities. Our country was founded on the battle of ideas and the principle of open speech and debate. Our founding fathers enshrined the First Amendment to protect against government officials abusing their positions of power and public trust, to protect against the government trying to silence the voices of those with whom they disagree. Yet one of the first hearings of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee held this Congress under the Democrats' one-party rule was devised to pressure mass media companies to shut down conservative viewpoints. The Wall Street Journal called them the censorship party. Rather than focusing on rebuilding our economy or lowering grocery prices, the priority was more overreach and more government control. Senior Democrats on this committee sent 12 threatening letters to major video programming distributors to pressure them into dropping Fox News, Newsmax, One American News. Without objection, I'd like to have these letters entered into the record, Mr. Chairman. These letters claimed that conservative networks spread disinformation and asked these distributors whether they plan to continue carrying conservative networks. These attempts to get woke corporations to do for them what they cannot do themselves is downright frightening. And the Supreme Court has held that similar behaviors are unconstitutional. This should concern every American. Sadly, this is not the only mission right now to silence conservative voices. Senior Biden administration officials have used the White House podium to urge big tech to shut down speech simply for not conforming to their agenda. To that end, the Surgeon General has issued advisories on, quote, health misinformation and urged big tech to, quote, do more. And the Department of Homeland Security even tried establishing a, quote, disinformation governance board to monitor and silence Americans online. And now we must wonder whether or not the Federal Communications Commission is going to use its regulatory powers to shut down conservative news networks and silence viewpoints and outlets holding the administration accountable. We should not have to ask elected officials whether they adhere to the Constitution or use their power in violation of the First Amendment. But it is incumbent upon us to ensure that the administrative state is reined in from pursuing these dangerous policies. I'm pleased to support these resolutions asking for more information about whether the FCC has considered using its power to silence conservatives. I yield back.
Thank you. So Mrs. Rogers has submitted a series.
Yeah, without objection, I'd like to have those letters entered into the
Without objection, so ordered. Ms. Eshu is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek recognition to strike the last word and speak on the resolution.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
My colleagues, let me put it very bluntly. Misinformation is killing Americans and damaging our democracy. Let that sink in for a couple of seconds. Lies about the 2020 election led to a deadly insurrection on January 6th. Misinformation on COVID-19 led to tens of thousands of Americans to unnecessary hospitalizations and, yes, some deaths. In February of 2021, Mr. McNerney and I sent a letter to companies that host media outlets infamous for trafficking in misinformation. A letter Mr. Carter mischaracterized. These companies have a duty to protect our democracy. I think every American company has a responsibility to America. This is a system that I hold sacred, and I think at the end of the day, you do as well. But it's currently under threat. We ask them questions about their own standards and how they moderate content on their platforms. Whoa, that is, oh my God, how dare a member of Congress even raise the issue? As members of Congress, we have a duty to protect our democracy and ensure the free society that we live in isn't undermined by lies and disinformation. So wherever the inquiry goes, I think it's appropriate to ferret that out. I don't find lies and misinformation and disinformation to be Republican or Democrat, conservative or liberal. If these companies are spewing that to the American people, you want to stand next to it? Do you really want to stand next to it? This is like a cancer in our country. So I don't make any apology. You have used the word scrutiny and accountability since 10:15 this morning. and you're taking me on for scrutiny and accountability. So, friends, I think that we need to get really serious about what is ailing our country, our precious democracy that generations of young people gave their lives for. And now, in the second decade of the 21st century, lies, disinformation, deadly insurrections, we're supposed to stand aside and say this is a new normal? Hell no. Hell no. This is something that we should all take on. And if we don't, then some of us will. And I'll make no apology about it. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Eshoo. Mr. Bouchon?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to agree with Ms. Eshoo that we all have a responsibility. The problem is that academia, the media, and a bunch of other of our institutions, including the social media platforms, are all run by liberals, for the most part. And that's true. I mean, we just know that's true. And so the question is the First Amendment is put. Do we have decorum here or not? So listen, I agree. We all have. The question is not whether or not disinformation is out there. Of course it is. The problem is that in my view, my colleagues on the Democrat side only want to eliminate what they feel is disinformation, and anything that we feel is disinformation, they don't. So there's just an inherent bias, and so that's the issue. That's the big issue here. I mean, and the other thing is the First Amendment was put in place to protect speech that you don't like more than speech that you do. And so, I mean, I think there's just, that's the challenge that we have here. The challenge we have here is it's one-sided. We want to talk about January 6th, but we don't want to talk about destroying our federal court in the previous summer in Portland. And we want to talk about how when we look at the media, the news media, there's literally buildings burning in the background, and the news media stands there and say mostly peaceful protests are happening. And where were the Democrats? Did they step up and say there's a threat to America's democracy when federal courthouses were being burned down? Nobody said a darn thing. So, I mean, look, I don't disagree that we need to have, this conversation. But the reality is we need information about whether or not the federal government is trying to influence private companies or whether they're trying to use the FCC to restrict free speech only from part of the American people, but not the ones that the current administration agrees with. So I just think it's absurd that we have to have this discussion to get information, because if nothing's wrong, then there's no reason not to provide it. If the White House isn't sending over letters or calling the FCC saying, hey, you need to really look at these conservative channels, then just show us information. But if they are, then that's a problem. Again, I just want to reiterate, the problem is the definition of what constitutes disinformation. One person's disinformation is another person's truth. And so I just take offense by the fact that because we ask for information about what's happening in America, that all of a sudden we're not supposed to ask the question. We're supposed to just sit back and listen to the liberal news media, the liberal academia, and liberal Hollywood and everyone else just continue to pound on conservatives, and we're just supposed to sit back and take it. And now we're supposed to sit back and take it when the federal government is going to do it. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I support this resolution. I yield back.
I'm going to yield. I'm going to strike the last word and yield to myself for 5 minutes. From the beginning of this debate, and I don't know, I guess I'm just prolonging it tonight since we've been here almost 12 hours. But the problem, I didn't raise this, but I have to raise it. I could have raised it on all these, but I think on this one it's particularly true. This whole idea of resolutions of inquiry is supposed to get to facts. And I've had a problem from the beginning because I don't really know how any of these things could be answered factually. I mean, Mr. Bouchon said one person's misinformation is another person's truth. Then he talked about liberal versus conservative. That's not what these resolutions are supposed to be for. If you're asking for information, it has to be of a factual nature. How is the FCC or the president or anybody supposed to determine what's misinformation, what's truth, what's liberal, what's conservative? This one ends by saying any discussion or preservation of the First Amendment to the Constitution. How is that factual? How could any agency actually answer this? Now, I mean, I know that you don't want to hear this, but I got to be honest. I think that I don't see how, if one of the reasons that I would say that we should report this adversely is because I don't think there's any way that anybody can answer this. These are supposed to be factual. And you say misinformation, truth, liberal, conservative. How in possibly could anyone decide? And the very fact of deciding what to give you, I think, would be political. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. But Mr. Bilirakis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Thank you. I commend Mr. Carter for his resolution, which seeks more transparency and surrounding the potential collusion between the Biden administration and big tech. And, we have a duty. We have an oversight duty to get these answers. I've heard from countless constituents who believe that they were censored or blocked for expressing their political views on online platforms, then claim to be open discussion forum and bastions of freedom of speech. I hear it all the time in my district. Of course, we certainly know that the domineering social media companies have long stopped equal treatment on their platforms. And Dr. Bouchon said it right, shunning large portions of their potential users and flagging them for their views. Through the use of the algorithms, these companies have automatically flagged certain posts based on their content and simultaneously restricted other posts based on what they think users want to see. There's not any doubt that this is happening. Even I have faced the wrath of big tech's slanted policies. When I was flagged for a factually true but Biden negative post about the jobs lost due to his decision to shutter the Keystone Pipeline. Those are facts. Those are facts. And it's these types of repeated bad policy decisions by this administration that allowed us to get to our current economic recession and inflation bust. And big tech has been complicit in trying to cover it up. So if that's the case, if this is not true, then give us the facts. Have they tried to cover it up, or haven't they? It's pretty simple. But the question remains, how deep does this go? We haven't been able to have legitimate and transparent oversight of this administration and its decision-making. That's why we have the ROI, and that's why it's so very important. The FCC, much like the FTC, is chartered to be an independent agency. And yet there are significant questions about coordination with the administration and with big tech regarding content moderation. The American people deserve to know whether regulatory decisions are being made based on political motivations rather than good policy. They should also know if the government is working on protecting them or if the administration is just working with big tech to protect themselves. If there is nothing to hide, then this should be an easy vote. So, in any case, I'll yield back the balance.
Will
of
the
my
gentleman
time.
yield?
Somebody who needs it. Yes, please, yield. I yield.
Just a point that I want to make here is that when Mr. Bilirakis is describing how he was censored, that's because he was likely censored because the company considered what he put on his social media disinformation and blocked it. So, I mean, my friends on the other side want to laugh when I say, when I made that statement, but the reality is that's true. Why did the New York Post's information all get blocked from social media? You know why? Because we were all told that it was disinformation. Now we know that wasn't true, right? We know that wasn't true. They were blocked for political reasons. So I think Mr. Bilirakis being blocked has proved my point here. I yield back.
Would the gentleman, okay, go ahead.
Mr. Griff, is there anybody on the Democratic side?
Would the gentleman yield? Gus, would you yield? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, we know that the White House has pressured social media companies regarding what they put on their platforms. This resolution is simply asking what correspondence, what communications has taken place between the White House and the FCC. I think these are very fair questions to ask. In the resolution itself, it states we're asking for the communication coordination between the personnel of the executive, the president, and the personnel of the FCC with respect to the regulation of programming decisions by multi-channel video programming distributors relating to misinformation, regulation of programming decisions by broadcast stations relating to misinformation. You read this down, I think it's very appropriate that this committee be asking for these documents for us to understand what the communication has been and how the White House may be approaching the issue of misinformation. I yield back.
I yield back.
Does anyone else seek to speak on this?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Griffith?
I don't know that I need to, but I feel compelled to by the discussion that we've had here this evening. In the 1760s,
Yay!
Parliament faced these issues, and England faced these issues. It was a little bit different media, of course, but we had a character. And this is a caricature of the character that I keep on the wall in my office. This is John Wilkes. Let me introduce you to him. John Wilkes did not like George III. John Wilkes set up a printing press. They weren't as large as they had been in the past, so it was easy to hide them. And he started printing a publication known as the North Briton. And in the North Briton 45, he wrote things that George III considered disinformation and seditious. And he George III sent out forces to do what's known as a general warrant and search house to house in East London. The citizens rose up and they went out at night and did what was called an illumination. Either you put a candle in your window or they broke your windows. Eventually, they discovered the printing press. He was charged. He left for France for a couple of years. He comes back because it was determined that as a member of Parliament at the time, he was allowed free speech. That's the bedrock of where we go with our First Amendment freedom of speech. Because, as you might have noticed, the date 1760s, he was in touch with radicals in North America, known as the Sons of Liberty. And so, from the Wilkesite Rebellion of the 1760s, we got more assurance on our First Amendment and a prohibition in our Constitution against general warrants, that you had to have a specific reason to go into houses. Now, the reason I raise this today, I don't care whether you're a conservative or a liberal. I don't care what your political party persuasion is. But if we are to maintain our republic based on freedom, and particularly the freedom of speech, we need to remember the roots of that. And as we address these complicated issues related to the internet, recognize that whether it's George III, a president of either party, or people who control such a large portion of the social media market that they, in essence, become the purveyors of information, that whether I like what they say or don't like what they say, we must have freedom of speech. This resolution is just making sure that we are not eroding that birthright that has come down. I think it's granted by God, but for those who may not believe that, it certainly has been a part of our culture dating back to the Wilkeside Rebellion of the 1760s. And with that, I yield back. Oh.
Okay. Do we have anybody else who wants to speak? All right, we're going to have a vote. All right. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRES 1264 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Thank you.
Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
Aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch
Tom-
votes aye. Aye. Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch, I'm sorry, I can't see you.
I'm on the video, I thought.
We can't see you on the video, Peter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher, can you repeat your vote?
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Rogers votes no.
Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley? Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long?
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Hudson? Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence?
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
Armstrong votes no.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Anyone? Oh, yes, Ms. Castor.
Oh, is Cardenas recorded?
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how is Pence recorded?
Mr. Pence.
Mr. Pence voted aye.
Mr. Schrader.
Pence votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Schrader
How is
votes
Peters
aye.
recorded? Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye.
Does anyone else want to be recorded who hasn't been? All right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 30 and the nays are 19.
The vote is 30 ayes to 19 noes. H. Res. 1264 is reported adversely to the House. The chair calls up H. Res. 1271, and the clerk will report the bill.
H. Res. 1271, a resolution of inquiry
Madam
requesting...
Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on H. Res. 1271? Mr. Hudson, it's his resolution. I don't know if he may not be available. No one else? Mr. Latta?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Hudson for introducing this resolution of inquiry to obtain information from the NTIA on its stewardship of the unprecedented $42 billion in funding for rural broadband deployment. As Republican leader of the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology, I have long been an advocate of rural broadband funding. We must ensure that it is going to truly unserved areas through consistent accountability and oversight. Biden administration officials from the FCC and NTIA have only appeared before this committee once during this entire Congress, and NTIA officials have not appeared before the committee since they released rules for their BEAD grant program. That is why this resolution of inquiry is necessary. We have a responsibility to American taxpayers to use all the tools at our disposal to safeguard federal funds and ensure accountability in the executive branch. That's why I strongly support Mr. Hudson's efforts to obtain relevant documents. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Matsui is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
The COVID-19 pandemic was a painful reminder of the importance of high-speed, affordable broadband to all communities. In Sacramento and the rest of the country, this was especially true for historically underserved and unserved communities who far too long have been overlooked in the build-out of high-quality, high-speed broadband networks. I am proud that over the last 2 years, Congress has risen to the occasion, in many cases on a bipartisan basis, to ensure all students, seniors, and workers have the tools they need to succeed. That funding has helped people in all of our districts, and soon the biggest program based on size and scope is set to deliver affordable, high-speed broadband service everywhere in this country, a goal that members on both sides of this committee have talked about for years. Overseeing these crucial broadband programs is no small task, but Congress has firmly placed its confidence in the NTIA, the President's principal advisor on telecommunications issues, with responsibility for developing important broadband policy and experience delivering federal assistance to state and local governments. Under the leadership of Administrator Ellen Davidson, NTIA has already delivered more than $700 million to connect almost 70 tribal communities across the country and over $10 million to anchor institutions such as historically Black colleges and universities, Hispanic-serving institutions, and other minority-serving institutions. NTI also has begun to release preliminary funding from the $42 billion Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program to help the states plan for future broadband deployment and digital equity programs. And while Louisiana was the first recipient of these planning grants a few weeks ago, receiving an award of nearly $3 million, it certainly will not be the last. These grants will provide something every person in this country needs: opportunity. Opportunity for students to do homework, for patients to get top-notch telehealth services no matter where they live, and for anyone to find a higher-paying job or complete online training to improve their career. I'd remind my colleagues that Administrator Davidson appeared before the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology earlier this year and provided the subcommittee with a wealth of information about the Biden administration's plans to connect America to affordable, high-speed broadband internet service, as did FCC Chairwoman Rosenwortzel and the rest of the FCC commissioners, which give all of us an opportunity to ask about issues of importance to and our constituents. This resolution inquiry will not help connect more Americans or bring new connections to our districts faster. It's partisan in nature and counterproductive in effect. Oversight is important no matter which party is in power. But Congress has its most power when we work together, consistent with the committee's tradition of bipartisan oversight, to ensure members have the information they need to support our common goal. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone on the Republican side? You? Mr. Wahlberg is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word. Every week, I'm contacted by constituents in Michigan who do not have access to reliable broadband connection. One such constituent, Mark Kramer from Jackson, Michigan, has worked tirelessly for over a year to get service to his neighborhood. Despite there being internet just 2 blocks away, he and his community can't get access to it without paying upwards of $15,000. It's for people like Mark that we need to ensure that the extensive federal broadband money is well spent and well coordinated. There are over 100 federal programs administered by 15 agencies that could be used to expand access to broadband. This resolution would help us better understand the coordination between these agencies and the White House. We also need to improve that coordination and create a comprehensive strategy to align these efforts going forward. That's why I introduced the Plan for Broadband Act along with my colleague, Mr. Welch, and our friends on the other side of the Capitol, Senators Wicker and Lujan. The legislation calls on the Executive Office of the President to work with NTIA and other relevant agencies to create a comprehensive strategy for our nation's broadband deployment, one that avoids duplication and waste and ensures that rural districts like mine get connected. Without a set strategy, there are questions about who is really in charge here. NTIA is supposed to be leading on this issue, and yet President Biden hasn't supported that fact. The resolution of inquiry requests more information about exactly who is in charge and how the Biden administration plans to get internet service to those who are truly unserved. The NTIA and the FCC have only come before this committee once this Congress, as has been mentioned. It's our duty to conduct proper oversight over these funds. Already, we're seeing some discrepancies between what we've been told and how the administration is actually implementing the programs. NTIA already seems to be backtracking on technicality and the importance of reaching the truly unserved communities first. A reliable connection is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. We need answers to these questions and more if we are going to get rural America and all else connected. Thank you, and I yield back.
Is your time? No? Mr. Wahlberg, thank you. On the Democratic side, is there anybody? Anybody on either side? Ranking members recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Under the Biden administration, Congress has provided hundreds of billions of dollars that can be used for broadband deployment. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act passed the Senate and contained many provisions within the Energy and Commerce Committee's jurisdiction. Yet this committee did not have the opportunity to weigh in on that bill, despite billions of taxpayer dollars being at stake. We've seen how the president's other massive spending packages didn't go through this committee either. And we see the impact on driving up inflation and making it harder for people, adding to the pain that families are feeling when they go to the grocery store or fill up at the gas tanks. We need to make sure that the money is allocated and going towards helping Americans, strengthening the economy, closing the digital divide. That's why we have introduced this resolution. By not considering the infrastructure bill before this committee, we weren't able to insert appropriate safeguards to tighten the interagency coordination or guard against waste, fraud, and abuse. It also missed the opportunity to pass meaningful permitting reforms to make sure that this funding can be stretched as far as possible. Permitting is the #1 barrier to deployment. Further, the bill also did not include a requirement for the funds to be awarded in a technology-neutral manner. We're already seeing how the administration uses its power to pick winners and losers and award funding to their political allies. This ends up disproportionately helping Americans who have already had access to broadband services while keeping millions of unserved Americans in many of our districts on the wrong side of the digital divide. Despite the unprecedented funding going to the National Telecommunications and Information Administration and the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission for broadband, we've only had these agencies before the committee once in the last 2 years. It was mentioned that Administrator Davidson was before this committee, but it was before NTIA released rules for the $42 billion broadband program. This is unacceptable. The Assistant Secretary of NTIA and the Chairwoman of the FCC should be before this committee quarterly to answer questions about the steps that they are taking to close the digital divide. We must also understand how they plan to coordinate the billions of new dollars across so many government agencies, and who is actually leading the charge on this coordination. This resolution of inquiry by Mr. Hudson should be bipartisan. It's common sense to ask for this information about how the NTIA is making decisions to spend taxpayer dollars and ensure that Americans get access to broadband. It's our duty as this committee, the Committee of Jurisdiction, to conduct oversight on these programs and hear from these agencies. I urge my colleagues to support the resolution and yield back.
Are there any other speakers? All right, then we'll go to a vote.
Two.
A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRES 1271 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew.
Eschew votes aye.
Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long.
Long votes no.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence.
No.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes no.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Anyone? Oh, Mr. Schrader?
Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Anyone else who wants to be recorded? Everyone's recorded? All right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 30 and the nays were 19.
The vote is 30 ayes to 19 noes. H. Res. 1271 is reported adversely to the House. The chair calls up H.Res. 1237. The clerk will report the bill.
H.Res. 1237 of inquiry requesting the president.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Is there a member seeking recognition to speak on H.Res. 1237?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wahlberg is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The resolution before us today merely requests more information about the coordination between big tech and the Biden administration that both parties have already admitted exists. Big tech companies have consistently argued that politics play no role in their content and moderation decisions. We brought them before this committee a number of times.
Mr. Chairman.
Can we have order, please? The members shouldn't be talking during the debate. Excuse me, Mr. Tonko?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Big tech companies have consistently argued that politics play no role in their content moderation decisions. We brought them before this committee a number of times where they have denied the existence of any anti-conservative bias on their platforms. Okay? But we know that's not true, and so do the American people. A study by Pew Research Center found that 77% of the public believes that social media sites censor political views. Every member of this committee has a constituent or family member that's been unfairly labeled, reported, or removed on social media sites. The frequency of these actions can no longer be considered accidents. In an interview last month, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg said that before the 2020 election, the FBI contacted Facebook, warning that they should be on high alert about a potential dump of, quote, Russian election misinformation, end quote. This warning led to the company algorithmically censoring the Hunter Biden laptop story. On Twitter, any mention of the story wasn't just downgraded, it was entirely removed. Zuckerberg admitted that their actions deprived a, quote, meaningful number of people access to the story. To spell it out, at the direction of the federal government, a factual story from a major U.S. publication which had implications on the election was essentially removed from the public discourse. More recently, a federal lawsuit revealed months of apparent coordination between Biden administration officials and social media platforms on what to censor under the umbrella of COVID-19 misinformation. In 2021, former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki admitted that they were working directly with the platforms to identify, quote, problematic posts to be taken down. The result of these actions was an all-out assault on any viewpoints or groups that didn't align with the message of the Biden administration at the time. Intentionally suppressing diverse opinions based on the prevailing narrative is just dangerous. This is even further proven by how often the narrative changed during the pandemic, whether it was about the origins of COVID-19 or the repercussions of keeping kids out of school, so forth and so on. Some argue that the First Amendment doesn't apply to speech on social media platforms because they are private companies, not the government. But what does it mean when those private companies begin acting on behalf of the government? We owe it to the American people to fully understand the extent of the relationship between big tech and the Biden administration. This level of coordination between the platforms and our federal government should be concerning to every single person on this committee, regardless of party. Social media is the new public square, and who sits in the White House should not determine what can and cannot be said in the public square. And so I encourage my colleagues to favorably report the resolution, and I yield back.
Ms. Kelly is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The spread of misinformation and disinformation on social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram has chilling effects on Americans' trust in government agencies, our electoral process, and our democratic system. As members of the Energy and Commerce Committee, we have a responsibility to oversee these platforms, and I'm deeply concerned about the amount of misinformation and disinformation that is spread on social media platforms. Before I listen to anyone saying that Democrats are colluding with big tech to curtail free speech, I want to be clear that I fully support the First Amendment, as do all of my Democratic colleagues. That's what makes the issue of social media accountability so frustratingly difficult. Preserving the right to open and free expression while at the same time making progress to stop the insidious problems on the platforms that we have seen over and over again, like blatant civil rights violations, disinformation internally spread by foreign actors to weaken and divide us during elections, abusive behavior that spills over into the real world deaths that have been prevented without the rampant spread of disinformation on these platforms. Since coming into office, President Biden and this Congress have fought to ensure misinformation and disinformation of all kinds ceases to find a home on social media platforms. Early on, as the COVID pandemic was raging, this administration fought to curb both election and medical misinformation and disinformation. In its attempt to curb health misinformation and disinformation, the administration published a public advisory on steps everyone, including the administration, can take to confront health misinformation and disinformation. Those steps included recommendations for individuals to better identify and avoid sharing health misinformation, for journalists, editors, and others to recognize, correct, and avoid amplifying misinformation, and for federal, state, and local governments to engage with private, nonprofits, and research partners to explore the impact of health misinformation while identifying best practices to prevent and address it. These are all important steps to build back Americans' trust in public health officials after years of attacks by the previous administration. After reading this resolution, it is clear my Republican colleagues are not interested in working together to fight misinformation and disinformation, but would rather obstruct and delay the work of this committee and the Biden administration to hold these platforms responsible for the harm they cause to individuals and the public, harm that have monetized and continue to grow rich from. This resolution is extremely broad and does nothing to hold platforms accountable for the harm they are profiting off of. It portrays those who are trying to fight misinformation as having nefarious or duplicitous reasons by taking quotes out of context. Instead of working with members and staff on this committee to address these concerns in a bipartisan manner, Republicans once again resort to partisan politics to stoke distrust and fear. Misinformation and disinformation are a crisis in America and must be met responsibly by those of us entrusted by the people to enact meaningful change to confront hard problems like misinformation and disinformation in light of our First Amendment rights of free speech and expression. It is our responsibility as public officials and leaders to make sure the public is getting accurate information, especially on life or death matters such as our health. Simply put, disinformation costs American lives. I welcome working with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to hold social media platforms accountable, but this overly broad and partisan resolution is an insincere attempt to score political points. I oppose this resolution and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Do we have any other speakers on this resolution? No?
Did I already speak? No. Yes.
you could speak.
Okay, yeah.
I recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say there is bipartisan agreement on this committee that we need to hold the big tech companies accountable, and we need to protect free speech. And I would welcome the opportunity to work together as the elected representatives of the people to pass legislation. My concern is when the administration or the government officials within the administration start deciding what is misinformation, disinformation on their own, and making those decisions and then forcing that on to the social media companies. That is not free speech, and that is not the role of the government. I yield back and urge adoption of this resolution.
Anyone else? All right, we'll go to a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRES 1237 to the House will say aye, and those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Vote aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
Aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan.
Badagan votes aye.
Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes no.
Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes no.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Paloom. Chairman Paloom votes aye.
Does anyone not voted who wants to be recorded? Okay. Oh, Mr. Schrader, you? Mr. Schrader?
Mr. Schrader's not recorded.
You-
Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Anyone else? All right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 30 and the nays were 18.
30 and 18?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The vote is 30 ayes to 18 noes. H.Res. 1237 is reported adversely to the House. All members shall have 2 additional days in which to file supplemental additional minority and dissenting views. The chair intends to file a report for H.Res. 1237 with the House on Monday. I believe this is the last one. Okay. I'm going to applaud that. All right. The chair calls up H.Res. 1261, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.Res. 1261, a resolution of inquiry requesting the president to provide.
And Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Is there a member seeking recognition to speak on H.Res. 1261? Mr. Bilirakis
Thank
is
you.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Move to strike the last word. I'm bringing it home, Mr. Chairman. For years, the FTC has been tasked with the critical role of protecting consumers and competition by preventing anti-competitive, deceptive, and unfair business practices. And under both Republican and Democratic administrations and leadership, commissioners on both sides of the FTC have understood and accepted this responsibility to perform these duties without, and I'm quoting, without unduly burdening legitimate, I want to emphasize the word legitimate, business activity. Sadly, President Biden's hand-picked FTC chair decided to end this bipartisan consensus, like she has in many other areas, but I'm going to focus just on this. And again, we want to know why. We want to know why. And if someone is directing her to do this in the administration, who? So last November, Chairwoman Lena Khan released the FTC's draft strategic plan for 2022 through 2026. At a time of record inflation, it is wrong to take for granted businesses that are just trying to get back on their feet, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. The vast majority of small businesses in our nation are doing the right things and trying their best by struggling with the cost of everyday input items just to stay afloat. And this administration's regulate first mindset has made things so much worse. Previously, the bipartisan support for the inclusion of the phrase, and I quote again, without unduly burdening legitimate business activity in FTC mission statements have signaled to businesses in every one of our districts that the agency's rules and regulations will be tailored and targeted to bad actors, fraudsters, and illegal contact. And that's been the norm all these years. Why does she want to change this? I mean, we need to know. We need to get to the bottom of this, and that the rules of the road will preserve the core functions that provide Americans with everyday products and services. In an article published by Kelly, Dry, and Warren, they signaled the former inclusion of the phrase alluded to the FTC's recognition that legitimate business activity benefits consumers and competition, and has consistently made a public commitment to preserve it, unquote. Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent for this article to be entered into the record, and I'll get you the article. If that...
I'm going to have to
Okay,
look at it first.
Of course. We made our views known to Chair Khan, Mr. Chairman, and remained hopeful this change would be given more thought in light of the severe damage our economy is already suffering. Unfortunately, our input and oversight role was completely ignored, and the chair moved ahead in August with a partisan vote to adopt this component of the progressive agenda. And this is alarming. I know Democrats on the other side are pro-small business as well. And this is very alarming. So I take this very seriously. So why did Chairman Khan remove it from the mission statement? Republicans on this committee asked this very same question to Chair Khan. Her response, and I quote, "The agency is currently considering the comments received on the draft strategic plan, including some comments that raise the question about the elimination without unduly burdening legitimate business activity in the draft mission statement. This drastic and tragic policy change occurs on the back of the Biden administration's watch over one of our nation's worst economic recessions, where our constituents are paying more for every single aspect of their life, from gas to produce to meats, electricity. Even Chairman Khan couldn't tell us why it is now suddenly necessary to scare legitimate businesses, and they're having a hard time as it is, scare legitimate businesses into thinking they are doing something wrong. And yet this administration and this agency seem to have gone rogue by signaling to small businesses that they are coming for them. I don't know why the Biden administration would send a message like this to businesses that are already struggling to stay afloat, as I said, during the economic turmoil that this administration helped create. But I surely will not stand idly by watching good businesses in my district being targeted for doing nothing but working to provide goods and services to my constituents and our community. And of course, I know you will be concerned, all of our members here. If you share this same sentiment, please, I urge you to vote in favor of advancing my resolution to the House floor, and I'll yield back the balance of my time. Thank you. Unless somebody else wants it, 34 seconds, I guess. Thank you.
Oh, it's, all right, if anybody wants it, they can do another one. Mr. Bilirakis gave us a Washington Post article from July 13th of this year entitled "Sinking FTC Workplace Rankings Threaten Chair Lena Khan's Agenda." That's it, right? Without objection, we'll enter that into the record. I'm going to strike the last word and yield myself 5 minutes. I know that it's late, and I probably shouldn't, get into this again, but I do want to say that I'm very concerned about this one, and I guess most of the resolutions tonight, although I think this is another example that I could discuss. The way these resolutions of inquiries are supposed to be done is to get information, factual, other types of information from the administration. That's how I interpret it. And the problem I see here, Mr. Bilirakis, is that, there's several problems, but the one I want to highlight is that basically you're asking the administration or the FTC, to justify their policy or to, justify their message. And I'm just concerned, in my opinion, that this type of request goes way beyond what these resolutions are supposed to be. Now, you may argue with me and say, we can say whatever we want in these resolutions, and I guess you can. But I really don't think that that's what they were meant for. When I supported and we all voted for the one that dealt with the baby formula, it was a request for a specific document that the administration had not given us. To me, that's totally justified. But to say, you don't like the FCC's policy, you want them to explain their policy, you want them to, essentially justify why they do things, in my opinion, and you don't have to agree with me, that's way beyond what these resolutions are supposed to be. And if we go down that road and did this every day, I don't know how we'd ever accomplish anything here. The other thing that bothers me is that you say you're suggesting that somehow the FCC has become partisan. Well, they have two Republicans. Democrats, I guess, are in the majority. But it's not like there's not Republican views being voiced there. They have to act bipartisan. They can have a vote, and the Republicans can vote one way, or Democrats can vote the other. But it is a bipartisan, the FTC is a bipartisan commission. So again, my problem is that this resolution of inquiry takes away from the bipartisan tradition. I don't think it's even bipartisan, or does it protect consumers. And let me explain why. On July 20th, we worked on a bipartisan way to send the historic American Data Privacy and Protection Act to the full House by a 53-2 vote. Our bipartisan bicameral privacy legislation finally holds, in my opinion, big tech accountable, puts consumers back in control of their data, and protects their privacy. The legislation is the closest any federal consumer privacy bill has ever come to becoming law, and I'm proud of the work that was done on both sides. I'm grateful to Ranking Member Rogers, to you, Mr. Bilirakis, to Chair Schakowsky, and I know we're all committed to continuing to build support for final legislation that can be brought to the House floor and become law. But it's critical that we get this privacy bill across the finish line, and I don't see how we can work to protect American data privacy without enforcement by the Federal Trade Commission. And the FTC needs the resources to carry out the essential mandate included in our legislation, including a new privacy bureau. So just 6 days after that bipartisan vote, 53-2, advancing the bill to the House floor, Mr. Bilirakis introduced this resolution of inquiry, which I believe would undermine the FTC's authority and leadership. The resolution discredits and would likely tie the hands of the FTC at the very moment we seek to empower it to protect consumers' data. It incorrectly depicts the FTC as this overzealous, partisan agency. It implies there's something nefarious about routine FTC procedures or adherence to its own rules of practice, and nothing could be further from the truth. Worse, I don't think we should be using the talking points big tech uses in their desperate effort to avoid accountability. I'm not suggesting you're shilling for big tech here, but it just sounds like the same kind of thing that big tech uses to try to avoid accountability. And I just think it's disappointing to see the Republican echoing big tech's themes with this resolution. I think there are ways to conduct important, legitimate oversight of the FTC. In fact, that's an essential part of this committee's responsibilities. But I'm afraid this resolution would hamstrung the FTC without any benefit to the American people. And to protect consumers, empower the FTC, and move the American Data Privacy and Protection Act forward, I would ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote against the resolution. And I yield back. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciated your comments there. The resolution is simply asking for documentation between the White House and the FTC as to the role that the White House may be playing in directing some of the activities at the FTC. This committee, you mentioned the committee's work on privacy, and this committee passed a very strong privacy bill with a vote of 53-2 out of this committee in July. It was years worth of work, and we can be proud of that work. I was quite dismayed to get a call from the chair of the FTC the first week of August, having her announce rulemaking. You just mentioned that the FTC needs more funding, and I know that the Democrats and the majority have proposed nearly tripling the FTC's budget, along with some pretty broad rulemaking authority, as well as first offense civil penalty authority. But she's moving ahead without us. She's found the funding, so it made me even wonder if she needs the funding. But there's a lot of concerns about the direction of the FTC. It's a 5-member commission, yet it's been turned into a single head agency with proxy voting and with Republicans not being involved in the debate or the discussion or input into decisions that are being made at the FTC right now. I hope that this committee will do oversight and ask some important questions, because at a time when you see just hundreds of regulations coming out of the administration that is crippling American innovators, the FTC is one of those agencies that is concerning our businesses, especially our small businesses. Earlier last year, the Supreme Court unanimously found that the FTC has exceeded their authority in seeking monetary penalties from businesses. That was at the beginning of last year. And in its opinion, the Supreme Court highlighted Professor Howard Beals, the former director of the FTC Bureau on Consumer Protection, who said, quote, "Unbounded by meaningful standards, in the 1970s, the commission embarked on a vast enterprise to transform entire industries. Over a 15-month period, the commission issued a rule a month, usually without clear theory of why there was a law violation, with only a tenuous connection between the perceived problem and recommended remedy, and with at best a shaky imperial foundation. That was his quote. And in response to this overbearing, innovative killing FTC, this is back in the 70s, Congress passed the FTC Improvement Act of 1980 to rein in the FTC, to prevent abuses of power and restrict its rulemaking authority. History may not repeat itself, but it rhymes. The current FTC leadership is rhyming with what we experienced in the past. For instance, under this new leadership, the FTC has issued hundreds of warning letters en masse to companies across the country as a shortcut to establish a fine for a potential first offense. I already mentioned that this majority has empowered them, and this would and I mentioned the rulemaking, the nearly tripling of the FTC that's been proposed. You know, this without any direction or guardrails. I'm very concerned about this. And the Energy and Commerce Committee has had one FTC hearing this Congress. That is not surely enough to provide sufficient oversight. Or at the very least, the FTC's Bureau of Economics should come before this committee to explain just how harmful the unrestrained actions of the FTC has been for businesses and the economy. Subcommittee leader Bill Arakis mentioned that the FTC in a partisan vote removed, quote, from their mission statement without unduly burdening legitimate business activity. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? It seems like that is a question we should be asking, this committee should be asking. This is not the time to be making it more difficult for our small businesses, straining our economy further with these attacks on honest businesses, which the FTC treats as presumed guilty. We need some answers, and that's why this resolution is before the committee. I yield back.
Is anyone else on the
Chairman?
Democratic side? No, you just want to vote. Dr. Bouchon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Representative Bill Arakis' ROI is pretty straightforward. It requests information on the FTC's decision to remove the phrase "without unduly burdening legitimate business activity" from its mission statement. I believe that the agency in charge of addressing fraudulent activity and scams, which only have worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic, should ensure its efforts do not harm those who are trying to operate the right way. The Biden administration has repeatedly minimized the scale and impact of historic price increases on businesses and families, making this decision from Chair Khan even more alarming. Anticipating this kind of anti-free market push from the agency, I introduced H.R. 2676, the RECS Act, R-E-C-S Act. This bill would require the FTC to conduct an economic analysis before submitting any recommendations for legislative action, including proposals to alter their regulatory or enforcement authorities. These analyses would have to show that the FTC has identified a problem it determines should be addressed, including their rationale for determining that private markets or public institutions could not address this issue, and that the benefits of the recommended legislation outweigh its costs. In a hearing last year in July, I questioned then Commissioner Chopra whether or not he would support performing a cost-benefit analysis. He responded with, and I quote, "I have been a strong advocate for more analytical rigor. I am very concerned that the quality of rigor that is used to make decisions across the government is far too low." Given the removal of the phrase "without unduly burdening legitimate business activity" from the FTC's mission statement, I'm sure that if I asked the same question to certain commissioners today, it would fall on deaf ears. This ROI brings much-needed transparency to the Biden administration's role in the FTC's hasty decision-making process under the new leadership of Chair Khan. Supporting legitimate business activity should not be a partisan issue, and I imagine that my colleagues across the aisle would agree. So let's pass this resolution of inquiry to get answers about why these changes were made. I urge my colleagues to support this ROI, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Does anyone else seek to speak on the resolution? Mr. Dunn, Dr. Dunn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's important that the Federal Trade Commission addresses proven cases of illegitimate practices, especially in light of our current inflationary economy. It is also important, however, to remember that the FTC is an independent agency from the executive branch. Yet the FTC has been weaponized by the Biden administration to attack industries that they've politically labeled as bad actors. Although many of these are legitimate businesses, Chairman Kahn's recent actions blur that fine line, and now these businesses are being smeared as bad actors. A clear example of this administration's policy is driving energy prices up. And when President Biden asked the FTC under Chairwoman Kahn's leadership to investigate oil and gas companies instead for anti-consumer behavior. Following her marching orders, she did exactly that, but just like every time in the last 100 years, they didn't find any price gouging on the energy side. This does not stop there. Chair Kahn continues to abandon precedent in favor of flexing the agency's muscle against businesses of all sizes across an array of sectors. Unfortunately, she shattered another one of the FTC's bipartisan traditions yesterday. She decided to mischaracterize the agency's enforcement record and endorsed her personal opinion of a radical use of the FTC Act in her written testimony to the Senate Judiciary Committee instead of submitting consensus testimony representing the views of the full commission. The FTC must return to putting American consumer first instead of using the agency as a political tool. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield the balance of my time to Ranking Member Bilirakis.
I'll be very brief. I just wanted to let you know, read the article, read that Washington Post article that was admitted into the record and see how she is operating the FTC, Commissioner Kahn, Chairman Kahn. It's not just proxy voting, there's zombie voting. So it's after a commissioner resigns, he actually submits his particular position and it counts. And you know, they tell us that it's bipartisan, and Mr. Chairman, I respect you deeply, you know that. But I understand that Republicans have been shut out completely. And the morale of the committee, we need to know about the process. The morale of the particular employees, career employees, is very, very low. So we're talking about 22, number 22 in small agencies or mid-sized agencies, when prior to Chairman Kahn, it was number 3. We were so very proud of the FTC. So let's get back to the original mission of the FTC. Let's get these questions answered. Anyway, I urge you to go ahead and vote for this. I mean, what are we afraid of? When there's smoke, there's more than likely fire. Let's find out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak on this resolution? Ms. Schakowsky?
This is going to be really brief. I want to really speak to the ranking member. I feel like my partner on the Consumer Protection Subcommittee. We work so well together. And I guess I just want to end the evening by saying, you know, when there are examples of situations that you feel, Mr. Bilirakis, are inappropriate, I have to tell you, I hadn't really heard them. And I'd like to work with you because we rely on enforcement. When we want our bill to pass, our comprehensive online consumer privacy legislation is so important to Americans. We want to make sure that once we pass that legislation, that it be appropriately protected and defended, and that we have real enforcement to make these things work. So I just want to say, and I want to give one other example. You say that small businesses have been left out. Remember during the pandemic when we had that program, the PPP, we were helping businesses. The first round, many of us, I think probably on both sides, were concerned that most of that money went to big businesses. And the administration went right to work and said that we have to make sure that access to small businesses, businesses in the communities, mom and pop stores, were able to get the kind of assistance they needed during the pandemic. I think these are values that we hold together. But let's not pretend that we don't need the Federal Trade Commission to help us enforce the laws that actually protect consumers. And Gus, I really want to work together with you on those things. And with that, I yield back.
All right.
I look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Ending this on a good note, so I would discourage anybody from saying anything else. All right. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of adversely reporting HRES 1261 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes no.
Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon. No. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence?
Pence votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
Votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
Armstrong votes no.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Is there any member who wishes to vote who has not voted yet? Everyone's voted? All right. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 30 and the nays were 18.
The vote is 30 ayes to 18 noes, and HRES 1261 is reported adversely to the House. Without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the committee prints consistent with the actions taken by the committee today. As we complete this markup tonight, I wanted to thank Caitlin Peel, our digital director, for all of her work in running these virtual hearings since the beginning of the pandemic, and I'm sure we all remember those first fully virtual hearings. Caitlin worked with the recording studio and the other committees to put the technology in place so that we could begin to hold hearings again virtually, and she was very patient training all of us. She'll be leaving the committee at the beginning of October, and we wish her the best in her future endeavors. And then I would like to request, yes? Thank you, Caitlin. I request unanimous consent to enter the following documents into the record: a letter from the National Black Farmers Association on HR 3355, a letter from the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals on HR 5441, a letter from the American Horse Council to Representatives Pallone and McMorris Rogers on HR 5441, a letter from the American Dental Association on HR 5141, a letter from American Society of Travel Advisors on HR 6965, a letter from the Animal Wellness Action, or from Animal Wellness Action on HR 5441, a letter from the Humane Society of the United States on HR 5441, a letter from the Animal Welfare Institute on HR 5441, a letter from Homes for Horses Coalition on HR 5441, and a letter from the State Attorney Generals to President Biden, a memo from the Congressional Research Service, a letter and legal opinion from the United States Government Accountability Office, a letter from Senator Wicker to Federal Trade Commission Chair Khan, a letter from Representatives McMorris Rogers and Bilirakis to Federal Trade Commission Chair Khan, a letter from the American Horse Council to Representative McMorris Rogers on HR 5441, a letter from 7 organizations on HR 3355, an article from the Antitrust Law Journal entitled Striking the Proper Balance, Redress under 13B of the FTC Act, an article from the Antitrust Source entitled Section 13B of the FTC Act at the Supreme Court, The Middle Ground, a report entitled 2021 Office of Personnel Management Federal Employee Viewpoint Survey, Report by Agency. This one is out. A letter from 29 organizations on HR 3355, a presentation from the North American Electric Reliable, well, I think we put these 2 in already, okay. Letters from Representatives Esch, we did these 2, right? And August 31, 22, and August 31, 22, this one, we did that one too. Wasn't that Bilirakis? I don't think you did that. I thought so, all right. An August 31, 2022 article from AdLaw Access blog entitled The FTC's Mission Statement for 2022 through 2026, Legitimate Business Activity Still Missing in Action. And without objection, so ordered. There was a lot of interest in all these bills. All right. So the committee, I thank everyone. I know the hour's late. What? Literally 12 hours, huh? Almost 12 hours. So the committee stands adjourned.